Hello, everybody. I hope everybody's having a great Sunday. It is, oh boy. Okay. So I got enough fuel to get me through today. And because of the fact that I don't think I'll have fuel for tomorrow, I figured I would go ahead and get a podcast in now, so that we are up to date with all of our stuff. Now I've got a few things that I'm going to play today. Normally I don't play, but today I am doing so because some of the conversations that happened in these podcasts are just a little too good to pass up on. So let me go through, say hi to everybody. Mikey, let's see, Mikey B was first one in today. Mikey, thanks for dropping that hello and thumbs up there. I appreciate that very much. The People's Porch is in the house. Miss Minder Sue. I have something for you to watch here in just a moment. Rock Steady, great to see you. Paula Work, Barbara Richardson. Linda Millichamp, Tennessee Ridge Runner, always great to see you, brother. Fred Blogs returned. That's my brother Ganja over there on the other side of the Great Pond. Digital Hawk, Gradle, great to see you. Freedom Fields Farm. Let's see, Kathleen Christensen, John McLaughlin. You know, that is such a strong name, McLaughlin. I need to be a little drunker to say that. Rock Steady, great to see you. Nikki, always great to see Nikki Double D in the house. That's right. The Nut House is here. Hey, I got to let you know, I caught part of your podcast yesterday. It was pretty good. You and that lady put some good content together. You guys have some great conversations too. Sherry P, great to see you. Parkside, welcome. Let's see, am I missing anybody? Samantha Adams, welcome. Let's see, I already hit Miss Mindersu. Kevin Ratello, welcome. Okay, I'm probably sure that I missed a few names and everything, but T-Bone Tut, always great to see you. Okay, so like I was saying, I have a few podcasts that I'm going to play today. Normally, I do not go in their direction. Just because of the fact of the length of time, plus the language kind of tends to be a little bit edgy. But there's a certain point where, you just can't, you can't ignore the information. And when we talk about giving everybody the opportunity to voice their opinions and their information, we have to do just that. We have to give them the opportunity. So I'm going to be playing some Jason Q for you today with the We Not Me group that over there on Rumble. I'll be getting to that, but we're going to start off with a little interview that was done with LT with Dr. Pete Chambers in regards to there's a remnant A-team serving the nation and / border. We're going to hit that. We're also going to hit a good portion of the Hulkinator Space Shot show that was done yesterday afternoon. Then we have the SGT report, the mind virus in World War III with Dr. Len Horowitz. And then we're going to hit a Melissa Red Pill. We're going to hit the We Not Me with Jason Q. And I'm hoping to see SG Anon with Patriot Underground, possibly have that live. So as long as there is fuel in my tank, we will be running today. And just a lot of great information, lots of great information. I went through a lot of this stuff already. This is with Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers. This is going to be good. This is just to give you an idea of what's coming ahead. Let me get, let's see, today's podcast folder. Where are you? Oh, here we go. Okay, right on. It's right there in the front. So let me do a screen share here. Now, I don't know why, but for some reason, my computer keeps taking the photos from my phone and not turning them in the right direction. But this is a good one. This was sent to me thanks to um, uh, Needy Vet. I appreciate you very much. Let's get this over here and show you what I'm talking about. Changing the clocks does not change feeding time. Signed dogs everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Okay, you can't argue with that. Dogs know when it's time to eat. So you kind of have to go with their schedule, folks. Don't forget that, okay? It's way too important, you know, for the pups to make sure that they're getting what they need. I got a couple of photographs here. I don't know if it's going to be sideways or not. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping it's going to go in the right direction here. All right. How's everybody doing? Yeah. You guys doing all right? Yeah. Hi. Hi. Yep, we're going to get you fed in a minute. They got a hold of some cardboard last night. Tore it all up. So funny. Come on, big guys. Get on out of the way. So I got the other ones moved in here too. They're all over in the back corner. Let's see if I can move in on them. There we go. Hi, guys. Oh, let's see if I can get them to come over. Good girl, Mama. Good girl. Go get your babies. Get your babies. Bring them over. Yep, get your babies. Hi, guys. Hi. Yeah, look at you guys moving around now. Hi, guys. What you doing back there? Yeah, hi. Oh, I got to get some blankets. Oh, look at you. I know. We're just waking you up. I'm so sorry. Okay. Mama's going to feed you. Yeah. Mama's going to feed you, and I got to go over and feed the other big guys. They're over here. Yeah, I know. I know. What a mess you guys have made. You guys going to have a heck of a time getting this cleaned out with you guys in the way. Yeah. Yeah, hi. I know. You're almost big enough to get out, huh? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I got all the big dogs are walking around here in the office whining. They're like, where are the puppies? Where are the puppies? I don't see them. They're doing really good today. They're doing really good. They got moved into the building last night because I was sitting down, I was trying to do some recording on the computer, and they were just making so much dang noise that I was just like, okay, I can't do this. I got to get you guys moved into the other building. So what I do is I lay cardboard out on the floor with that heavy duty wrapping paper that's made from basically the same thing that the paper bags that you buy in the grocery store is. It's super absorbent, and then I have cases of 100-gallon pots. The cloth pots for growing things outside. And basically what I do is I cut them down and then I put them down on the floor, and it works as a great insulator and everything. But the thing is they know that cardboard's underneath there and they just want to tear it up. And they do. No doubt about that. But so pups are doing good. And got them all fed up and everything, so I ain't got to worry about stopping for them. I got a pot of coffee going right now. It'll be ready in a minute. So let's go ahead and get ourselves started on what we have to show you today. We're going to start off with LT and Dr. Pete Chambers. This was pretty good. I was about halfway into it and I was like, oh, that's it. I got to share this. I just can't, I can't just watch it to myself. I got to share this. So we're going to get that up here on the screen right now. And here we go.
Well, folks, I'm excited to have Lieutenant Colonel retired Pete Chambers join the Army in 1983, served for a career spanning 39 years. That's a long time of service, and he's still serving our country. After his first honorable discharge, he had a break in service to complete college and medical school at the University of New England. He completed a primary care residency and worked as an emergency room physician and was commissioned as a peace officer, serving his community as a SWAT team physician and sheriff's deputy. Absolutely amazing. It's great to have you here today. We've got your website up, drpetechambers.com. It's in the description box below, folks, if you want to click on there and learn more about it. But we're going to find out more as we go through this broadcast today. I'm looking forward to it. So how's it going out there in your world?
LT, it's an amazing world we're living in, and I never thought we'd be in these times. But
yeah,
I'm absorbing every bit of it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you've been involved in so much. I've watched and looked over several things that you've been involved in. The biggest being the border. Many folks are interested in what's going on there. We had this talk about some of the things that we see going on. I see a lot of videos that are pulled. Folks are doing the best they can to go down there outside of the mainstream media to give us just clean videos of what we see coming across our border. And a big one that's hit us recently are the folks that are coming in from China that look like they're military with haircuts. Other countries other countries throughout Africa, those different countries coming in. And we're seeing that, but you're there firsthand and you're working with a group to help all of this play out on the border and bring awareness and more. What are you involved in there completely? Like, can you just give us a rundown?
Sure, real quick. I took off my uniform May of last year with the Texas National Guard, where I was the task force surgeon for Operation Lone Star. At that time, about almost 4,000 or 5,000 troops that we had on the border. We went up to 10,000, back down to about 3-4 right now. As a task force surgeon, I was up and down 1,250 miles of Texas border, visiting troops on every listening post, observation post along the way. And I pulled shifts too, because guys get hot, they need relief, and good officers did that for me in the past, and that's what I did. But I learned the border back of my hand and saw the optics versus the reality. I think that's really what got me, after I got out of the military, to go back down and, in a humanitarian sense, really help local landowners, folks in town, just shore up their comfort levels, if you will, with what's going on, so there wasn't a fear. We fear that which we do not understand. So my goal in that was to do that. However, some great people came along and said, "Hey, why don't you turn this into something real?" And so I started getting retired military like me, and we do rotations on the border, the Remnant A team, and that's what we're doing now. And it's a labor of love. It's work, but I don't have to salute anybody anymore. I'm my own boss.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like we were talking about in the Marine Corps, I'm so used to calling those that in the officer side, sir. You asked me to call you Doc, and love that. And you're also a Mustang. You enlisted and officer side, correct?
Yes, sir. I think that made me a better officer, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I wanted to show you this video I have here. Texas punching back at Biden administration. They're putting up storage containers. Do you know anything about this?
Absolutely, 100%. I was there when the triple strand concertina went up. The rolls of barbed wire, essentially. Concertina is what we call it, and that is in Eagle Pass. And that right there is actually the fence that Governor Abbott had us start. I was there that day that fence started, and it took us a while to put that in. About 7 miles of that is sitting there at between Del Rio and Eagle Pass. So yes, that's fully aware of what's happening now. The feds are coming in, and not all of the guys on the ground that work for Border Patrol are like that, but there are certain elements within that take commands and don't question illegal orders, and they're cutting the fence. So it's I'll call it a Cold War between the federal government and the state of Texas.
Yeah. So how did you get involved in all of this? I mean, that's the big question for me. Is like, how did it just happen overnight? You just walked in and you said, "I need to help with the border," and then you just started something on your own. How'd that work out?
Yeah, kind of interesting. I took off my uniform after I was a whistleblower, and that had nothing to do with the border itself, but the mandates for the vaccines. And there's a game we call rock paper scissors. Well, we played rock paper rank, and I lost. It was a 2-star general, and I was just a lieutenant colonel, so I could not do informed consents anymore. When I did that, I went ahead and put in my retirement paperwork. I had developed friendships all along the border with border patrol guys, that really want to do their jobs. Department of Public Safety, Texas Rangers. These relationships are real, and then the landowners. And so I just couldn't, walk away from that. I had my disability pay, my retirement pay. So, I'm in a place where I can do this. And so I basically went back down and just as a one-man show with my dog and my horse, I got a retired Border Patrol horse. We went down and just started helping local landowners and just to the model that the military used, especially in special forces, the unit I came from was the Green Berets. We find, fix, finish, exploit, analyze, and disseminate. That's how we quickly cycle. We target things. I can't do the finishing work. Obviously, I'm a civilian, but I can find and fix locations, and then in a neighborhood watch sort of way, advise local law enforcement, et cetera, as to what's happening, which has been pretty decent. They've worked with us. They like the information. These are extra eyes out there. They trust us. We're not willy-nilly running around, playing, lack of a better word, militia. It's not that. This is just fact finding and truth, and then helping them shore up their 6-man detachments, if you will, in some of the sheriff's offices down there, pretty small departments.
Right. And so, I understand that you don't do this like, I wouldn't put it that way, but all of the folks that are helping you out, you gain support by going to the border with these folks. And do you, how does that scene look like? I just picture you guys going down there with weapons or something. Like, can you explain that scene for us? Like, what do you do?
Yeah, well,
how does it work?
Yeah, when you're at the border and you're out in the back country, you have to have something to protect yourself. You never know what you're going to run across. But we're not kitted up. We're not wearing body armor and all that stuff. Primarily, most of what we do is just talk to landowners. We go out, and for me, how it started was just looking at what I call game trails, looking at the pathways that were cutting through their fences, allowing cattle or high fences, exotic animals to get out and to use that as a place to go around a lot of the checkpoints. And that's the way we found it was they were going around some of the border patrol checkpoints. And when that happens, that's where the nefarious actors are going to go. If they're a honest family unit coming across the border, you saw the pictures there. Those are the ones that aren't going to try to hide. The ones that are cutting across fences, landowners, individuals that are led by a coyote, which a guy that's paid a lot of money to bring these higher value individuals across. That's where you'll find your Chinese, some of your actors from Venezuela. I always get concerned when I know the Iranian Venezuela connection. Could there be Hezbollah involved? I haven't personally found them, but I've seen the data that came from Todd Bensman, who's immigration think tank out of Dallas here. Expert on this stuff. So I take that information and I try to find that. But it's a needle in a needle stack.
Yeah. So when you, when I see the folks coming across, are there, we talked about this when I bring it up in my podcast, what are the things that folks can do here to support you? Like we hear what's going on. We see all that's going on, but we get a lot of questions like, how can I help? And do we get involved? Do we show up, with our boots and our horse and our guns and, what types of support are you bringing? I mean, do you help people also that are coming across the border that might have been hurt? I mean, how does that all operate?
Absolutely. And there are groups already down here like this. I mean, that's, the Dr. Vickers is a group. He has a bunch of folks over there in Falfurrias, which is closer to the Rio Grande Valley. They've been doing it for 20 years. That's where they live. And they've been doing 20 years. And they get out in the backcountry, 4-wheelers, pickup trucks, horses, and they're just trying to find people that are lost, that are dehydrated. There's nothing humanitarian about this. So those kind of groups have been here for a long time. I'm only doing that, but in the sense that I'm taking it to a different level in that I'm truly trying, and we're working on legislation to actually get deputized some of our guys that have been former deputies like myself to say, hey, Sheriff, let's deputize some of these guys so that we can be hands for you. Because, for example, Kenny County Sheriff Coe, he's got 6 deputies. I mean, he's got 40 miles of border and he's got 6 deputies. It's hard.
Mm.
And so in time, I believe with legislation, we can do that, but we've got to build the rapport and it's just like us doing unconventional warfare, except this now is domestic, defense.
Right.
Internal defense. We think about foreign internal defense as a special operations technique or methodology. This is domestic internal defense.
Got it.
Yeah.
So in a sense, do you have any type of story that touch you personally on this whole thing with the border? Something that would resonate with the folks that are listening in.
There are many stories, but I'll tell you the one that got me the most, and a father of 2 daughters and a son, all grown up now and out in the world. 2 sisters. This would be in Roma, Texas, across from a town called Miguel Alemán, the most highly cartel contested piece of real estate on that border in the Rio Grande Valley. There's always fighting on the south side trying to take that real estate. It's just a low water crossing. It's easy to get across. 2 little girls, about 3 in the morning. I was in uniform at the time. Really what kind of set me on this course as to what I was going to do when I got out. And just happened to see at one point, in one place, at one time, in one night, 2 gentlemen pushing these 2 girls across the border with their hands on their shoulders, just pushing them. And I just said, dads don't touch their kids that way. Now, this is a point, bear in mind, about 900 people came across that night. And that was a typical for that point during that time of the year. It was typical. So I just told my guys, I'm like, bring those kids over here and get those guys over there and find out where they're from. And even though that's not my job is, looking for the bad actors. But in this case, it was just a discernment that I needed to intervene. And the 2 guys hadn't done their homework. They were not from the same country. The girls finally, said, look, that's not our fathers. Our family's in Atlanta and we want to come across to find them. 7 and 8 years old. Of course, this is a common story. And the look on their face when they realized, and the picture's on my website, and I have their eyes blacked out because it just protect them. But 2 little girls from Guatemala, the look on their faces as just the tears, and they knew that at that moment they were safe and just grabbing us. And that one right there is what, thinking of my daughters, it just got me. So that was one of the, I guess a win. I handed them directly to, the Border Patrol agents who made sure that, look, these are not a family unit. Do not put them with those 2 guys. And they did the homework on those guys and found out they were affiliated with a cartel. So that took a little while to find out, but it was a good pickup. It was a right place, the right moment for those 2 children. But that's just one place, one night, one time. What's the rest of it when there's 86,000 reported children missing from the border that have come across?
Right. Yeah. We're looking at this. It's playing out daily in our social media world and more. Carrie Lake put this one out. More than 5,000 illegal aliens are on their way to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
The leader of the caravan's openly telling everyone that Biden has lost control of the border, so the world's taking advantage of his weakness, and law-abiding Americans are paying consequence. So when you see pictures like this and hear this, these type of things, how do you address that with your team, and how do you move forward with this type of info?
Right. And so I've seen that. I came face to face with 50 National Guardsmen and 17,000 Haitians a year and a half ago in Del Rio. And we had to hold them under the bridge, so to speak, the point of entry, so that they could be processed. So 400 highway patrolmen showed up, and a bunch of other National Guards came in. So we've seen that, and that's overwhelming the system. And I love people. I've taken care of kids from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, you name it, Africa, across the Sahel. We've done this, and humans are humans, and we love all people. But the system, when it's overwhelmed, allows for chaos. And in chaos, there are seams and gaps that the enemy, whoever that may be, whatever nefarious actor, uses to come through the lines. And what I'm seeing now personally, especially in that Venezuelan group, is a lot of guys that are just coming out of prison. So you'll see guys coming in with a lot of facial tats and things. And I know, it's profiling, but you got to, when you see a AK-47 on a guy's face, you kind of have to say, well, he's not really, Mr. Rogers.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've got more. I mean, these videos come out. I'm just showing you because this is the stuff that I have to deal with. I see a lot. I see these folks with the videos and they're saying, look, this Tucson airport, every flight's full of illegals. So they're sending them somewhere. And I've noticed a lot of folks going off to the cities like Chicago and New York. And I've said this before and mentioned it, but I don't know if you agree, but there seems to be a part of this where folks are sent in to the cities where they vote and they have nothing to do with the border, but they vote and say, oh, we want all of these borders to be open. Yet you tell them, okay, we'll just fill up your house with all of them so you can take care of them because they're part of your home now. And then so they've gotten so many now. You see folks in Chicago, New York, they're upset because all of a sudden they can't handle the amount that are coming in. And I told you, I just feel like sometimes it's a biblical thing where they are tired of their manna because the Israelites were walking through the desert and they said, we want meat. And so God gave them so much meat, they were choking on it. And it was, so sometimes I look at it that way. I mean, how do you feel about that?
That is absolutely, we had that conversation and I agree with you on that. And I also know that, this type of technique, this global technique of human osmotic pressure waves pushing people across is a technique that's been done for ages. Let my people go. I mean, it's a technique that sometimes overwhelms a system. Now, not necessarily in Moses' case, trying to get to the promised land, but
Right.
we saw this through Turkey, through Greek Isles, through Italy, going into Europe, and with the ISIS influx into Syria, and they came across the border into Jordan, where I was, and there were 70,000 people in a camp because Jordan wouldn't let them come into the country. In this case, we go back to 1960s in the Cloward-Piven doctrine, which was to create or to never let a good crisis go to waste. So that's kind of where this is falling under, because it does overwhelm systems, but it also can be used to change voting records. I definitely can see that. And I'll tell you that the fact witness that I am, Seals versus Lloyd Austin, in multiple cases of Roberts v. Austin, as a fact witness, I'll tell you facts. The 17,000 Haitians that showed up, the first plane that was supposed to take them back to Haiti left out of Laughlin Air Force Base in Del Rio. Not an Air Force plane, but a white plane with a November marking on it. So it's a U.S. plane. And it didn't fly, because you can follow the numbers. It did not fly to Haiti. It flew to Nashville. And so that was the first plane. Now, we had too much work to do, but I set a couple of my guys to look at and see where they were going. And that's where they went. And others got on buses, of which one bus was overtaken by the occupants, and they disappeared into the periphery of South Texas. Many of them were rolled up. So these are, especially in that group that we had, they were pretty rough. The first ones we put on planes and buses, we were trying to disperse the crowd, take out the loud ones, and get them on their way back to what we thought would be Haiti, as Mr. Mayorkas told us he would. But they didn't go there, and that's just a fact. There's no political, punching here. It's just, that's fact. And so that's really, now I have to look at that and think, in my military mindset, most dangerous course of action. Well, if you put these people in the cities, be it blue or red, you create a chaotic environment, and in chaos, there again ensues the seams and gaps which allow for nefarious actors it's a playground for them.
Right. Yeah. So when all of this is playing out, I mean, I want to make sure that folks know that they can support you. And on your website, when they go there, they can see that there's a Give, Send, Go on your website, because you need help. And so can you explain this?
Sure.
Instead of me reading this, just how this all works.
Oh yeah, I'll just explain it, and folks can read it. That's actually my horse Bandit. He's from the border, and I've got him back down there now. But I'm up in Central Texas right now. But honestly, the idea came from Ann Vandersteel. We just happened to be talking about it, and I was saying, I'm running out of funds, Ann, and she said, well, let's just do this. So she set it up with me. We did a Give, Send, Go, and I did. I don't feel right asking for stuff, but the only way to get things going is intelligence drives operations, but logistics drives all of it.
Right.
And logistics is, in the unconventional warfare world, the auxiliary is what supports you so you can run operations. And so,
Right.
we got to do that. And so we set the number high. We knew that it was going to be some time. If I can get a contract doing this, I would, and I wouldn't have to do that. But it has been a blessing. The AGs came down. We had a fundraiser a couple weeks ago. Those kind of things, when it comes in increments of $20, a lot of 17s, believe it or not, I get a lot of $17 number there, which is awesome. I get 45s, see a lot of 45s. Look, that's we the people. When the money comes like that, I don't want some rich guy with strings attached telling me, I want you to do this for me, Doc. I want you to do that. Come and secure my oil wells. I don't want that. What I want is we the people to feel like they're a part of something. I might be at the tip of the spear, but the spear has a lot of parts to it. And that's why I feel like when I send a thank you out to somebody, they're shocked that I sometimes can sit down and write them. But, that's important, because without that, it's still going to happen. Look, I'll still be down there. It's just I will be eating pork and beans instead of Whataburger.
Anyway, sorry about that. I have to pull myself back in here.
Okay.
But I noticed that you're in a lot of speaking events also, and you played out here when I went through social media and just kind of typed in your name.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that you're fighting for the folks in the military who received the jabs, if I remember right.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to play this clip real quick.
Department of Justice said, well, actually, the data was glitched, and so the current data shows it's only a 6% rise or something ridiculous. And I said, well, it's 100% for me. And excuse me? I said, well, that's the diagnosis I got. And for every one of us, I'm going to give you a few of the cases. Chest pain, unspecified. Are you ready? 15x rise, 1,529% increase. Dyspnea, shortness of breath, 905% increase, 9x rise. Acute myocardial infarction, 269% increase. Acute pericarditis, 175% increase. January to November 2001. It's not very much time. It was checked over. Acute myocarditis, 285% increase. Pulmonary embolism, 467% increase. Cerebral infarction, 393% increase. Remember that family I told you about, that soldier? That's what he had. Bell's palsy, 319%. DIC, disseminated intravascular coagulation, 1,175% increase. Guillain-Barré syndrome, 250%.
So you continue to go through all of these, and folks have posted this video, and I noticed it also. I don't know if you know this, but it's been translated in different languages. It's been shared. I don't know if you knew that. I said, man, this is making its ways. But you're not only helping folks on the border, you're active in so many other ways. And man, really appreciate about, we talk about all the time, what are folks doing to make a difference? What has God called you to do in your life out there? And I tell folks, hey, if you post information, if you translate and post on social media, you can pray. I mean, there's all different ways that you can support. This border issue is a very big one, and you're also supporting the military. And I just, man, kudos to you for that. It's amazing.
It's my family. I may not be in uniform still, but they're still my family. My son's going in, in a couple months. So yeah.
And what branch is he going in?
He wants to be a Green Beret like Dad. I'm like,
Hey.
son, you're way too smart for all that. You need to go in. But I respect what he wants to do. That's okay.
Green Beret. Is it tough to get into Green Berets? I mean, can you just join the Army and then jump right into Green Berets?
And there are cases that can do that, and this college degree helps, and a little bit older, more mature. It's a 18 X-ray program. It's not too many of them make it, but it's very competitive, obviously. Typically,
Right.
you get the older guys like me that got some experience under your belt first. That's how I did it.
Yeah. In 39 years, that's a combination of active duty and
Guard and reserves.
Guard and reserves. Wow.
Right.
That's just powerful.
I thought that, after 9/11, I came back in active, and I thought, well, we'll go down range. It'll be over quick. And then 20 years later, I'm getting a retirement.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just this part right here. I wanted to show you another thing. You have a call to action, a mission statement. Without reading this, what is your call to action to everyone out there?
Well, I always start it with the call to action that William Barrett Travis gave from the walls of the Alamo to Sam Houston, saying, "Fellow citizens and compatriots, we're besieged on all sides by an army, under that time under Santa Anna." I just say that we're besieged on all sides by tyranny, and then of course rulers of darkness, powers, principalities, things that you can't see but we know are very real. And to me, this is saying, "Hey, come to our aid with all dispatch." And that's quoting Travis there. Otherwise, we are prepared to essentially, like a soldier, what is due to his honor, to be on this wall until our last breath. To General Order Number 1, stand our post until properly relieved, and guard everything within the limits of our post, to include the disenfranchised, the oppressed, the lesser fortunate. That's what Green Berets do. And I take off the hat and I can take off the uniform, but I can't take off of what Deo Presso Libera, our motto, to free the oppressed. I can't get rid of that. I can't take off that uniform and put on my Ephesians 6 armor and not adhere to what I'm called to do for a moment such as this, if you will. Regardless of what, look, anytime you tell the truth or you do something, you stand in the gap, there's a price. And sometimes that price results in physical harm or requirement is moral courage. And moral courage ends up in ridicule or possibly being thought of as a nut job. Why don't you just retire and go to the ranch, beat and raise some cattle? Well, because there's a war going on, and it's just south of me.
And that war, I think that's also interesting that you bring in that we fight against principalities and powers unseen.
Mm-hmm.
Any experience in that realm when you're dealing with all of this, especially in the border side?
Absolutely. I remember the first time I physically saw evil, and that was coming in from Kuwait to Baghdad in a pretty fierce situation that we went through with our guys. And me being a former infantry guy, I was very comfortable on a 50 caliber, so I was up there, and wasn't really in a fight, but just going through the street and seeing some eyes and just some hatred. I saw evil looking at me, but then I saw fear and what evil does to people and causing that fear. I've seen the same thing down here. The eyes tell it all. I can see it. It's a discernment thing, and it's a gift of the spirit, and I can't unsee evil, but I can't unsee good. I can't, light just, you can't, darkness can't hide. And so that's why, to me, this is so in the realm of spiritual warfare. That's just, when people talk about 5th generation warfare, well, I read a book and now I know what 5th generation warfare is. Well, that's like 25% of this fight. 75% of it, to me, is in the principalities realm.
Yeah. And then remember, just briefly, when you talk about the eyes, whenever the tsunami hit, I believe it was 2004, at the end of that year, I was one of the first, along with another Marine, flew in to Utapao, Thailand. We were dropped off about 2 or 3 in the morning, and then the plane took off and left us there. We had no idea who to talk to, where to go. But bottom line is, when everybody started flying in, we were one of the first planes into Mindanao in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And we dropped off 5,000 body bags. And there was a Marine out there, Marine captain. He came from, I guess, a consulate, and he was there in case people needed their passport stamped to get in and out of that area. When we flew back into the main airport where all of these supplies and food were being flown in, and people, one thing I'll never forget is, as these folks were coming off of the plane, one of them from a Japan plane that flew in and picked folks up. I usually do magic tricks with children, and when the children were walking towards me in line, they weren't looking left, right. They were looking straight, and they were almost as if zombies. And I saw in their eyes, and I went to grab my magic trick ring, and I just put it right back on, and just hit my gut, and tears were flowing. And I said, I can see in their eyes, they've seen stuff that just devastating, just powerful. The evil that they had seen come across and destroy their families, and the amount of death they probably saw was unbearable. And that was a big one for me. And
that's a good point, because that reminds me of some of the the kids coming across now, and some of the young women that have been accosted along the way in their path from the Darien Gap all the way to the border. Some of these young women coming across pregnant, teenage girls, 13, 14, 15, and the look in their eyes of just despair. What's going to happen to me now? What does my future look like? This is a humanitarian crisis like nothing we've ever seen in continental United States. And like I say, there's nothing humanitarian about it, because trying to control or trying to place all these people into places that are safe is virtually impossible at this point. I'm not giving up. Glass is always half full for me, but it's we, the people, that are going to do this. And that's why I don't give up, because I know that the American character and spirit is still alive. People like to be comfortable, and I got it, but we're going to have to get a little uncomfortable once in a while to help out.
Yeah. So folks can reach out to you again, drpetechambers.com. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. drpetechambers.com, doctor.
Okay. And so, if folks wanted to come and help you out, do you advise that they do? Do you say, yeah, come on down and we help you out? Or is it more, what kind of support are you really looking for?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Hit me up on the website. There's a contact page there, and it'll get screened, and somebody will get a hold of me, and I'll see, is it somebody that can actually help? Because it's not that, the requirements for me are not massive right now. I'm just a small detachment, if you will. But this detachment will grow. I believe that. I know that we're being blessed in this. It will happen, but I just wouldn't be able to do much to place everybody. But there are certain key type personnel that if it struck, my mind as to how I could place that, I would take it in a heartbeat. It's just that, just having folks, I've got to take care of them. I can't do that just yet, but yeah. In time we will. I believe that. I think it's going to be we the people across this border. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. All right. Anything that we can pray about for you at this time?
Just for discernment. Honestly, discernment is my key right now. It's just knowing who I'm dealing with, when I'm dealing with it. There are nefarious actors that are down there, both internal to the government and external to the government, that want to stand in the way or have tried to. They haven't done anything to me, but it's just the discernment to know who's a friend and who's not. That's really where I'm at. I've got the energy. I'm on fire. I'm ready to go. So, that I take those prayers any day, but really just that discernment.
Perfect. All right. And that we'll close in prayer if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Heavenly Father, thank you once again for all that you do in and through us. And we lift up Doc to you, Dr. Pete Chambers. How amazing it is that you've used his life for almost 40 years in service to our country in uniform, almost similar to what we think of as Moses in the desert, herding those sheep, preparing the way for all the things that you're going to do in and through him to touch the many folks that need support and help on our border, still in the military, and more. And just as he asked for the discernment, how difficult it is to tell who's right and who's wrong and who's really with us and not. And we just continue to overflow him with the ability to have just laser eyes and ears and the mind to know exactly at that moment, not waste any time, who's right and who's wrong. We know that you're guiding and directing him and all those around him, and we ask for continued protection as he's on the front lines of this battle. Again, we thank you for all you do in and through us. For it's in the name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen.
I'll take that in Jesus' name.
Amen. All right, brother. We'll hope to talk to you again soon. We'll keep
Absolutely.
this up, get updates and more. I'd love that.
I'll send them if I find something interesting.
All right, God bless.
Okay, now you see why I say, I sit back and I watch these, and I listen to the conversations that they're having. Now his interviews with Dr. Kirk Elliott, those are all good, but honestly, a lot of times people get really frustrated when they hear what's going on with our money system and everything else. It creates a large frustration for people because of the fact that we're near where we were 4 years ago or 5 years ago. And so it makes it difficult to be kind of all into listening to somebody like Dr. Kirk. But the thing is Dr. Kirk's got a lot of really good advice and everything, but he tends to depress me quite a bit. So that's why that's pretty much the only reason that I don't play the Sunday morning interview that he does with him on a weekly basis. It's hard enough to sit back and listen to X22 talk about it, but so much information is covered in regards to it, and watching what's going to happen with silver and gold, so on and so forth. Actually, all the metals, because you got platinum, palladium, and what's the other one? Copper and stuff like that too. So we gotta, we should be watching these things, but at the same time, it can be extremely depressing, knowing where the economy is today and what's going on, and how many of us are going through a really, really rough time. So hello, Mary Shea. Shea is my mom's maiden name. Yeah, it's nice to see that name up there periodically. So it's welcome 420 Wild Dragon. Hello. I tune into your stuff quite often. You don't always know that I'm there, but I hate to smoke alone, you know that. And hello, Connie Carlo. Great to have you with us. And so many of you have joined us here in this during this video alone. Chessboard, great to have you with us. I did watch that video, Chessboard, and I see why you said not to play it on the channel. I totally agree with you. That is one that will definitely get a channel taken down. Absolutely, no doubt about that. White Medea, great to have you with us. Jerry Lee, always great to have you in the crowd. Angel Rose, and those of you, Lisa, and many, many more that have joined us. We're up to about 96 viewers right now. So it's great to have all of you tuned in. Hello, Ellen. Hello, Tammy. Great to see you. Okay. All right. We're going to jump on to our next one. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to jump over to the SGT. This one here I found interesting, covers a lot of different things. It's not always easy to follow a lot of the scientific end of what these guys are talking about. But Dr. Len Horowitz really puts stuff into a particular fashion that makes it easy to go. So here we go. SGT report.
We're supposed to watch exactly like Jesus preached. Beware of every word that comes out of your mouth, because it either reflects the love in your heart or the evil that dwells therein. So where are we when we see these insane lunatics, these criminal psychopaths, killing, maiming children and all, and giving you, again, the whole story that you're now fed up with in the news? You're seeing that every day. Think about this for a second. I have to conclude, I have to presume, based on the facts, that Gaza is being wiped out in favor of what the globalists want, which is a smart city.
Hey guys, that was my friend Dr. Len Horowitz, and in this one we discuss Zionism, the mind virus, spiritual warfare, and the war against all of us. Thank you so much for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. Heart disease, blood clots, strokes, and kidney failure. This can all be found on the back of an ibuprofen bottle. And to top it off, ibuprofen doesn't even get to the main cause of your pain and swelling problems, which is inflammation. But right now, you can go to nativepath.online/SGT to see your special offer for being an SGT Report listener. And I have to tell you, I take these supplements for my arthritis, and they really help. Researchers are saying to add this Antarctic super nutrient to your diet. We're talking about omega-3 fatty acids, but not just any form of omegas. These omega-3 fatty acids are sourced from wild-caught krill. The omega-3 content from krill oil has been shown to support healthy blood pressure, circulation, brain health, as well as reducing inflammation, swelling, and joint pain. In fact, it can outperform ibuprofen, Advil, and Tylenol, and it doesn't have the dangerous side effects either. For a limited time, you can get Native Path Antarctic Krill Oil for as low as $23 a bottle. Just go to nativepath.online/SGT right now to get your special offer for being a part of the SGT Report audience. That's nativepath.online/SGT. The link is below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. Guys, I'm very honored to have back on the line a longtime guest and friend of SGT Report, a friend of truth, a friend of humanity, Dr. Len Horowitz. He's the author of 24 books, a musician, a researcher, and one of the world's most censored scholars in the area of emerging disease and intelligence analysis. He's revolutionizing the healing arts. You guys know the products. Oxy Silver, one of my favorites. Len Horowitz, welcome back. How are you, Doc?
Oh, wonderful, Sean. Thank you again. It's an honor to be back with you.
It's an honor to have you back. Before I hit record, you and I both noted that we're both feeling a bit of anxiety today. I think it's a theme that we're all feeling, honestly, because of the nature of the world. We are at the precipice of war. What's going on in Palestine, I think, is just beyond the pale. It's waking people up all over the world. People are fed up with Zionism, frankly. And just to level set, I want to play a clip. The House of Rothschild and the House of Rockefeller, guys, are just the tip of the satanic iceberg. Listen to this.
The most powerful family here in the American shores who came over are the Collins family. Collins comes from Colon, Cristobal Colon, who is Columbus. Hence, you've got the District of Columbia, the Knights of Columbia, Columbia Pictures, Columbia the country, British Columbia. Who owns that? Families. They own them. That's why they have their separate state laws, because it goes back to their separate trust funds that they created.
DC, is that not part of the United States? Because they always hear they complain they can't vote in America, but that's done on purpose, right? That it's kind of like the City of London and the Vatican. It's its own sovereign thing. Am I wrong on that?
Farnese family owns it, and the Orsini Colonna, absolutely the Colonna family, which is Collins, the Collins family. They own it all. It's their property. Satanic families who come to pollute our minds with all this perversity that's going on in the world, sexualizing little children. What happens when children get sexualized is that demon entities come through their portals, through their Taurus field, and occupy them and pervert them. And that's why, you know, these deviants who are sexual deviants, they want more. They want adrenochrome, they want snuff film, pedophilia. Now we're going to have great little kids, bestiality. They're not stopping.
They're not stopping. All right, you guys get it. My recent guest, Nathan Reynolds, who escaped the Reynolds Illuminati family, has told me there are families behind the scenes that never want their names out there. Orsini, Collins, Reynolds, and then, of course, Rothschild, Rockefeller. Guys, what we are up against is a radical, evil intelligence, as Nathan Reynolds told me in that last interview. And we are all being played. We're all being played, aren't we, Len?
Oh, that's exactly right. You know, there's only one point of clarification I would make. I'm in agreement with all of it, except for people have literally been dumbed down with regard to Zionism. The original concept is actually wonderful. You have to go back to the root words of Zion and Sion, and you go back and you realize that this was actually the morning dew in a beautiful mountain region of the Middle East of Israel, and that this water held a special frequency of energy, a spirituality to it that actually produced healing and peace. Now, where did this whole concept of Zionism suddenly become such a thorn on people's sides and hearts, where now there's this gross anti-Semitism that's being literally leveraged to advance this other totally misunderstood concept of what's called jihad by the Muslim community? This is, again, part and parcel of a gross deception. The families that you mentioned include non-Jews. And in fact, you're absolutely right. In fact, we're not witnessing and we're not even holding to account the total number of families, or the deep state it's called in the United States, the oligarchs, the Illuminati, the deepest level of where this issue goes. And that's vitally important because you see, in medicine, you need to diagnose. That means to see through to the root of the disorder before you can treat. So in essence, what's happening is that the intelligence communities and the mass media, the persuasion technologies, it's behavioral science, social engineering that they're deploying. So they've got Jews and Gentiles, Christians, Muslims, completely confused, and they're literally leading us as they would pawns in a chess game or figures on a chessboard to actually engage this insanity, engage this war mentality, engage hate instead of peace and love. And ultimately, that is what we're witnessing for the purpose of not only depopulation, because again, in the green movement, there's too many mouths to feed or useless eaters, but it's also globalization. And therein lies this other movement called transhumanization, to create a virtual cyborg colony, a global village of cyborgs that are made up of not only we the people, real flesh and blood beings, but also technologies, artificial intelligence, nano, neuro, bioelectronic devices that include graphene, which is an energy transmitter, which literally enables what's called the Neuralink, Elon Musk's project, but other projects. Google's got a project for the brain cloud connection. Once they've got us injected with that technology, then you have complete control over not only individuals, but society and civilization. In essence, you're on the risk of civilization's extinction. That's what everything is really gearing towards. But take a look at where we're at. Instead of dealing and diagnosing with these truths, these facts, the greatest risks to civilization, we're dealing with this insanity which has been literally created. So if you go back and you understand the truth about Judaism, Zionism, where the lion lies down with the lamb, where we want peace on earth, and you learn the truth about what a jihad really is. There's different types of jihads.
Wait, though. Let's not skip
sorry?
over Zionism. Let's not skip over Zionism. So when you say Zionism, where the lion lays down with the lamb, these people have hijacked that concept. So I just want to be real clear here. There's a big difference between the Torah and the Talmud. There's a big difference between Judaism and Zionism. So here we have some Jews saying being anti-Zionist does not make anyone anti-Semitic. Judaism is not Zionism. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I think it's a very important point as the people of Israel are now even starting to wake up. At least those who can think, they're looking at Gaza and they're saying, how would I feel if I was in an open air prison with 2 million other people and we were being bombed into oblivion? See, the world is watching, and the Rothschilds, through the Balfour Declaration, they created the state of Israel. I think they brainwashed all these Jews that went back there that are foaming at the mouth to level Gaza. And so Zionism is something we need to talk about. And thank God it's trending on Twitter. People are finally talking about this, Len.
Well, that's a blessing. You know, again, we're moving through a period where there's going to be massive numbers of people dying. This is the depopulation era. It's also the chaos era where all of us have been dumbed down. All of us have been affected by the media, social engineering, the educational systems, the indoctrination of civilization. So you have, for example, the radical Islamic fundamentalists who have been brainwashed into hating Jews. How do you take a human being and make them a hating vessel that's able to do these atrocities?
The same way, though, the same way the people of Israel have been brainwashed into hating the Palestinians and thinking they're dogs and the children must pay, the children must die, the hospitals must be bombed. But see, no, it's brainwashing on both sides, is it not?
There's brainwashing on both sides. But again, I have dear friends in Israel. I've been to Israel many times, and I can tell you, I've walked into Palestine. I drove through Gaza Strip. I obviously know when you, for example, when you watch the news segments, you see there's Mercedes-Benzes, there's an establishment of life, albeit you've got a fence, a long petition that keeps separated the Muslims and the Jews in that region. or the Palestinians versus the Israelites. However, again, we're all enslaved. You said it yourself. We're all been indoctrinated with this ignorance. So how do we get out of it? I have the answer. The answer is really simple. By understanding what love is about, what real psychological peace, stress management, literally putting yourself in the zone of bliss and being educated so that you come out of the ignorance, so that you grasp the divine connection. You see, because all of the Jews, Gentiles, Muslims, Christians, it's all monotheism. Where did it start? It started with the truth that shall set you free. You had the Romans that were in bed with the Sanhedrin, corrupted Jews. These were the hypocrites that Yeshua Jesus pointed out. And he was a staunch tax protester. He didn't want to pay the temple tax because it was being paid with a denarius. That's the emperor, the king. A picture of a graven image is in the pocket of the Hebrew scholars and the Sanhedrin rabbis. That was a blasphemy. And that's why he said, give it back to Caesar. That which is Caesar's, given to God that which is God. This whole concept of anti-Semitism in the Christian community and later in the Muslim, and also in the Muslim community, where you see Islam comes out again of Moses's laws. So what happened? We're all supposed to be following laws. Even the concept of jihad is grossly misunderstood. Jihad, there's a variety of jihads. There's a jihad of the heart, where you're supposed to deal with your inner struggles to be able to become a more refined person, a better human being, a more loving person. Again, concept of love. You got to look at what love is and how it relates to divinity, divine creativity, inspiration from above, as above, so below. How God's heart is exactly how your heart, my heart could be and would be if it wasn't for the academic programming that has dumbed us down and created hate, created division. That's the chessboard. That's when you talk about the people who are making the money and have the agenda for depopulation and globalization. Those are the people you never hear about on the news. You barely hear about Bill Gates, but Bill Gates isn't even part of that inner circle, the deep state, because Bill Gates got his start from IBM. You got to go further. You got to look at, okay, well, where is IBM involved in all of this? And then you realize, go back to 2001 Space Odyssey, the HAL computer, the computerization taking over humanity and civilization. Basically now you have what Elon Musk warns about with artificial intelligence and this capability. Now you have suppressing humanity. You have the possibility of literally controlling everything. That's what the criminal psychopaths in the deep state have as their objective. You must diagnose that. And you must diagnose what they are doing to our brains. That is fundamental. There's jihad of the tongue. We're supposed to watch exactly like Jesus preached. Beware of every word that comes out of your mouth, because it either reflects the love in your heart or the evil that dwells therein. So where are we when we see these insane lunatics, these criminal psychopaths, killing, maiming children and all, and giving you, again, the whole story that you're now fed up with in the news? You're seeing that every day. Where is that as a jihad? That's not a jihad. That's the opposite of what a jihad is. There's jihad of the hand, where you're supposed to use your hands to build relationships, build trust between communities, build things that are positive and beneficial to society. That's jihad of the hand. And then you have jihad of the sword. The militarization that you're witnessing is a gross deception. In fact, it was completely about defense. The Muslim community and the scholars, they literally said you've got to have jihad only in defense of your territory and of your livelihoods and lives. That is the jihad of the sword. Look at what happened. Israel was attacked outrageously. Again, so there's people, as you say, and are clearly concerned about for reasonable, righteous reasons. Both sides are insane. Both sides have been manipulated, socially engineered to create this World War III global chaos that we're witnessing. Now, think about it. How does a magician operate? Through sleight of hand, diversions. What they're doing with their left hand to keep your attention attended is not where the trick is. The trick is over what you can't see. And that's what you're describing. The deep state global industrialists, you have the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, that clan that you never hear about, you never read about. You never hear about who's making the money in the militarization and all this new technology that they're developing. Who's making the money? Take a look. There's only a couple main institutional investors, BlackRock, Vanguard. So the solution must be in having an independent commission and commissioners internationally that are assembled to take out this deep state, to take out these organizations and their institutions that they have infiltrated and manipulated and literally engaged in this demonic system. That is what we need as we the people to set ourselves free and set the civilization back on a proper course. Otherwise, we are doomed. And what you're witnessing is a symptom of the underlying pathology. The underlying pathology is this deep state's criminal psychopathology, evil demonic infiltrations into virtually every part of society and the entire media, institutions, academic instruction. That's what it's all about.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. So what I'm trying to do here in this interview is just provide balance to the conversation. And Len is providing us with some of that balance, because here's the thing. I've talked about this at length with Nathan Reynolds, Zionism, the House of Rothschild. I asked him, is it much bigger than that? And that's when he said, yes, it is. It's a radical, intelligent evil that's behind all of this. So here's my question for you, Len, and then we can move on. But Zionism to me is really a plague on humanity because it seems to have captured pretty much everybody in our government, right? All of these politicians are foaming at the mouth to lay waste to Gaza. And obviously what happened, if we're to believe the official story of what happened with the Hamas guys coming in via hang gliders, essentially, and shooting up a music festival, a horrible thing. Nobody would ever defend that. But laying waste to Gaza with 2 million people, men, women, and children trapped in an open-air prison is not the answer. So a radical intelligent evil, I think, has taken hold of so many of these people who serve Zionism willingly. And that's just the part I want to suss out, because you mentioned the profiteers. I'll add to that. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, they all profit from what's going on in Ukraine and what's going on now in Israel and Palestine. And I'm sick and tired of it, man. I don't want the blood on my hands. And that's why I'm going to continue to speak out. But it's our job to have these conversations, because the whores at CNN and Fox News will not. They do not provide any balance, Len.
John, I completely understand. I feel for you, and I feel what you're doing is a great blessing to educate the public about what's really happening. But I feel like I have certainly a substantial, beneficial amount of the deep state intelligence. I see what's happening. And that truth shall and can set us free. Eventually, in the book of Revelation, we win in the end. God wins in the end, because this evil and demonic manipulation can't go against God fundamentally, universally. There are laws. Again, when we start to look at Moses's laws and we look at Islam coming out of Judeo-Christianity and Christianity coming out of Judaism, and the laws, the fundamental laws of righteousness, we understand that we're dealing with criminal psychopaths like you're talking about. Now, what is your definition of Zionism? Because I guarantee you, if it's not peace on earth, then it's distorted. If it's not where the lion lies down with the lamb, then it's like an onion. You peel back layers of the onion. If you think that you know what Zionism is about, or jihad is about, and you peel back that layer of the onion, you get underneath and you see it's not what you think.
I know, but let me just say, and I know you have a lot more You understand history better than I do, but it's not a religion, it's a worldview. That's why Joe Biden says you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist, and I am a proud Zionist.
You know, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say when I was a young senator, I'd say if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
So I think when Woodrow Wilson talked in his memoirs about men in power know there is something so subtle, so powerful, so all-controlling that they dare not speak above their breaths when speaking in condemnation of it, I think he was talking about Zionism. So that's my answer to you about what I think Zionism is. And I think it's a plague on humanity because the banksters, they get to rape and pillage us with their central banks, and then they hide behind the nation of Israel, which the Rothschilds founded. And I think the whole thing's disgusting. And I think if we wake people up to that fact, at least my view of that fact, is it would really wake up the world so that we can't be whipsawed so easily into these global wars and global chaos, as you just mentioned. World War III, global chaos, Len. That's where they want to take us. But I see a lot of resistance, Thank God, finally.
Well, what you just said is the mission for this segment is exactly why I asked you to do this segment with me. Because exactly that's on my heart too. That's the most fundamental thing is we've got to diagnose, see through to the root of the disorder. Every single military contractor you mentioned, take a look online, do a Google search, see their institutional investors, quote unquote, institutional investors. And you see the same damn monopolists.
Yeah,
Vanguard Group.
Vanguard, Fidelity. Yep.
Exactly. BlackRock, over and over and over again. And they're working with people like the Sheikh of Qatar. You have to watch, if you get a chance, the Paris attacks video on revolutiontelevision.net. It's a lengthy video, but the first 30 minutes will give you certainly a better understanding of this whole thing and the issues associated with Zionism as well as jihad. But subsequently, you go into the Sheikh of Qatar. That's who America is relying on, the Sheikh of Qatar to administer peace between Iran and the United States and Hamas and Hezbollah and the United States. Are you kidding me? He hates America. He is the world leading anti-Semite. He hates Jews.
But you know who else hates America? Joe Biden. Because guess who got in the way of a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia? Joe Biden and his criminal administration. By the way, a large number of the folks that he has in power in that administration are Jews. So, I mean, I'm just saying, I guess we don't get to talk about that, right? That a sliver of the population has most of the power in Washington, D.C. We don't get to talk about that. And if we dare bring it up, we're anti-Semitic.
No, right. And add Hollywood, add the media. And the segment of the film, the Paris attacks video, goes into who's controlling the William Morris Endeavor Agency. That's the headhunters. President Trump is a member of William Morris Endeavor. When he gives a $200,000 speech, who books it for him? William Morris Endeavor. Take a look at the connections between the Emanuel brothers, Ari Emanuel,
Oh, yeah.
and Rahm
Emanuel and Ezekiel Emanuel.
Exactly. And their father, go back to Israel
The
in
Mossad.
the 40s. He was asked with the Mossad, and he was determined by the Jewish government, the Israel government, to be a terrorist, condemned him. So this is who's controlling our mindset and mass media. I don't care if you're listening to Fox or CBS or CNN or Newsmax. It's all controlled because nobody's talking about what we're talking about. You've got to go, again, if you're smart, in medicine and in health science and in human development, you have got to go to the root of the pathology. You've got to diagnose, seeing through to the root of the disorder. You're talking about the root being in the global industrious, that's globalism. These are the people that are actually, they have us in a sideshow. Their objective, you talk about, think about this for a second. I have to conclude, I have to presume, based on the facts, that Gaza is being wiped out in favor of what the globalists want, which is a smart city on that beautiful oceanside land. How about Maui?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
And
Again,
Acapulco. I just found out Acapulco was scheduled to be a
Acapulco.
WEF 15-minute city.
Exactly. And what about Greece? Suddenly they call it a wildfire. They don't know if it's wild or somebody said it. In fact, in my opinion, it's all being set by the intelligence agents and agencies that are operating on behalf of those at the top of Vanguard,
That's right.
at the top of BlackRock, the Rothschild, Rockefeller successors in interest.
That's right. Can I
That's
just say
who's
something? That is exactly right. These alphabet agencies, these intelligence agencies were set up from the beginning by the banksters for the banksters. So this is why there is no justice. This is why they cover up the crimes of Epstein. This is why Epstein gets to exist at all with Ghislaine Maxwell and her Mossad-connected father. So this is the point. There will never be justice in this world from the CIA, from the Mossad. You know, by deceit, we shall do war. I mean, come on, man. This is the good news, though. I think this is what's waking up people, and it might just save us from World War III.
Absolutely. Criminal psychopaths, demonic possession, they're evil. And so what's the solution? You have got to form an independent international commission that engages these issues, diagnoses, and sees what the root cause is and who's behind it. You've got to do that to save civilization right now. That's the opportunity. And you see, then you could decartelize. You could decartelize. Moreover, I'll even go out and say, given the fact that they've censored you, they've censored me, they're censoring all the truth that shall set us free, including the vaccination, intoxication issues, including everything else that they don't have on their agenda. They censor, censor, censor. So why, as civilized, intelligent human beings, we don't have independent commissioners who can actually say, no, you're not to speak about hideous manipulations and death and destruction and hate-filled messages in the media as well as in the institutions. Instead, they're using censorship to advance their agenda. Instead, if they want to really be righteous, do what the jihad of the heart and the tongue has, which is to limit the temptations of being crazy, limit what temptations there are for being a hateful, evil person that could commit mass murder, slaughters, outrageous. This is where we're at. So the solution, the remedy is in this. You have to have an independent commission set up to establish these global policies in the wake of globalization, artificial intelligence, and the indoctrinations that are taking over civilization for transhumanization. That is what's critical. Now, add to that partial remedy, add 528 frequency. The color that you see behind me is 528. That's a glorious color. It's the reason why grass is green is because it's vibing at the heart of the rainbow in 528 frequency. I conclude, based on a massive amount of intelligence and science, that 528 frequency is pure tone love. Love, the universal healer. So you combine love, healer, frequency of energy with the musical mathematics. Literally, music is the universal language. We could all be vibing to better messages, more uplifting messages, relearning and educating ourselves. Yesterday on I think it was Fox News, they had an interview with a very bright Indian woman who had realized, as a anti-Zionist, anti-Semitic, Islamic advocate, she came out and realized, holy smoke, my brain has been fried. She says, I've got to come out of that and I've got to shift into higher consciousness, loving consciousness, and realize, like we're talking about, the world is being played and people are being dumbed down and enslaved by their hate. These people are virtually enslaved. Their souls, which are energy. Spirituality is all pure energy. Souls that are supposedly evolving. And my colleagues, Dr. Vernon Neppe and brilliant mathematician Edward Close, have proven not only God's existence mathematically, that means righteous in terms of all of the world's religions. We got it right, that there is a greater creator who administers these blessings for us to literally awaken. And that's what this karmic test is all about. It's a test of faith and intelligence, that we see ourselves going beyond this hypocrisy and damaging mentality, dividing us.
Hey, friends, pardon the brief interruption and a word about one of our important sponsors. Dark clouds are gathering as markets shudder. Currencies like the Turkish lira are crumbling. Fear and uncertainty are here. The Middle East, Ukraine, Taiwan, the U.S. national debt, it's endless. Yet one asset stands firm: gold. In crisis after crisis, gold is there. Its enduring value guards against loss, like a missile shield against incoming weapons. While paper wealth burns, gold exists and persists. Noble Gold can help you shield your wealth against these looming threats. War, recession, contagion. Take control amidst the chaos. Get your hands on gold now before it's out of reach. Right now, Noble Gold Investments is offering a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin with every new IRA. Claim your free coin today to secure your financial future as the storm clouds gather. Always do your own due diligence, because there are no guarantees in this world, but secure your future against disaster. Open a Noble Gold Investments IRA today and claim your free bullion coin right now. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com, or better yet, call for their expert advice at 877-646-5347 and tell them SGT Report sent you. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
That we see ourselves going beyond this hypocrisy and damaging mentality, dividing us.
And the control of governments, of criminal governments, over our very thoughts. Let me give you an example, because again, the Great Awakening is real. So what do these governments do? Well, when there's an uprising, a natural uprising, a grassroots uprising of the people in support of having a sovereign nation, not beholden to globalists in the World Economic Forum and the United Nations, we show up and we try to vote somebody into office who says they put America first. What does the government do? The government comes up with something like Patriot Front, which is obviously feds in khakis marching around, fully masked. And then what does that allow the enemies to do? The same enemies that have censored you and me, like the Anti-Defamation League, like the Southern Poverty Law Center, that allows them to put Patriot Front feds on their websites and say, oh, look at the white supremacist group. Look at the people who hate you. It's all BS, and we're all being played.
Absolutely, Sean. Absolutely. So let me give you a personal history, a personal example. When I came out, as I mentioned, the film, the Paris Attacks video, 2015, dealing with the Bataclan Theater, dealing with the Emmanuels behind, actually setting the stage with the Lagardère Group, which is owned by the Sheikh of Qatar. Literally this whole terrible tragedy, this mass killing, slaughtering of people going to concerts. They love committing these crimes in concerts, you see, because literally Satan is the fallen angel of music, right? So they go into these settings. But at any rate, so I had all this intelligence. What am I going to do with it? I need to stop this insanity. So who do I call? I call Abraham Foxman, the chief of the ADL. And you would think, for a guy whose organization says it shall never happen again, that's their mantra. Looking back at World War II Holocaust, it should never happen again. It should never happen again. So I call him because it was happening right here, right now in front of his face. And I'm saying, what are you going to do about this? You know what he says to me? Get this. He says, you're not really a Jew. You accepted Jesus.
Boy.
Are you kidding me? What hypocrisy. He's worried about anti-Semitism, but he doesn't even recognize the beauty of Yeshua, Jesus. His whole mission and ministry was all about love. He doesn't even recognize the power and the blessings of the Christian community, blessing the Jews and even Israel.
Neither does Ben Shapiro, by the way. Ben Shapiro is one of these bloodthirsty neocons screaming to level Gaza, and he denies Christ. Not only does he deny that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, Ben Shapiro, in his own words, when pressed, says, no, we don't even believe he was a prophet. He was just a guy.
These guys are sick. And you see, what they say through their mouths is the opposite of jihad of the tongue. And it's the opposite of what Moses' law, thou shalt speak the words that do not create this jealousy and this divisiveness. You know, you've got to realize that there are fundamental laws. And now when you start to get into the laws, there's laws of physics. They're math-based, musical mathematics. Now you begin to come out of the insanity and realize the technology to set us free. The technology is in frequency dynamics, frequency therapeutics. It's engaging this whole understanding that spirit, including our soul's evolution, is engaged in what's called the musical mathematical matrix of divine design. It's the law of the universe. So when Moses comes out with his 10 commandments, which is the law for human beings to follow, to be blessed instead of cursed, suddenly now you realize there's a relationship between the way the Creator created the entire universe and the way that we should live our lives, the way that we should be thinking and acting and speaking, not this insanity. So now this is what Jesus said: come out of her, my people, lest you become infected by her plagues, hypocrisy, and this insanity, so that you can have a free life in divine communion, be in the zone of bliss, take on this Holy Spirit power of love. That was Jesus's mission and ministry, to save souls. The energy of us individually, our sovereigns, is in our souls. That is what the salvation message is all about in Christianity. So for any Jew to say that this is bad in any way, they're insane, frankly. And I say that I'm a Jew who studied Yeshua, accepted Yeshua, Jesus. When you pray to Yeshua, he's here right now. When you pray to God, God's here right now. So why do we have this divisiveness? As a Muslim, I am very, very good friends with some very spirit-filled Muslims. And I tell you, when they pray to God also, he's there right now. So why the disparity? It's actual criminal psychopathology. And you must diagnose that. And you must diagnose the source of that, which is in the indoctrination systems that include academia, the institutions, Harvard, all of these institutions, they in the woke mentality included, they're causing society to become divided and at war with each other, people at war. So, Sean, you got it right. Now we've got to get at this message. So everybody listening, please share this video with others, because it is really the fundamental issues that we, the people, must deal with globally in order to overcome the challenges that the globalists have literally administered.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it is a radical, intelligent evil, which is in control at the highest levels of this world government. And I'm talking about the rulers of the darkness of this world. All right, I have one more question for you, and then we're going to talk a little bit about at least a couple of my favorite products. Oxy Silver, as we're moving into flu season, that's a product people would want to get for $40, but if you buy the 6-pack, you get a good discount. Instead of $240, it's $199 in Liquid Dentist. But here's my question. I'm coming back to you, then we can talk about some great products. World War III, is the narrative, the biblical Book of Revelation narrative, is it being brought about by these people on purpose? Is it contrived? Are we being manipulated into World War III, or is it one and the same? I mean, this is exactly what the Bible described. We're just getting there in a way maybe people didn't expect, because we didn't know who the rulers of the darkness of this world were, but now we do. Are they manipulating us into World War III? Are they bringing this about in an unnatural way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about it. You're not only seeing that correctly, it is following the book of Revelation to a T. In the book of Revelation, in the great apocalypse of the end times, you have the great powers of China coming and devouring the last bastion of freedom is the United States with our fantastic Constitution, you see. spirit-based constitution. There's again your laws of righteousness. That's what's happening right now. The World War III concept is exactly what they want for depopulation, globalization, and the quote greening agenda. This is all what it's about. So they want, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, these are properties that are overpopulated, that require depopulation now. And look at the insanity. Open borders so that they can become more populated, have more crime, more totally, actually disgusting, disease-inducing illnesses that are coming about because people are stressed, they're on the street, they don't eat well, the food shortages, the water shortages. Think about the war zone. Think about the fact, and this is my area of expertise in emerging diseases. Every single plague, every single major pandemic in Earth's history has evolved out of this kind of social chaos where there's high stress, then you have an elimination of the physiological needs for food, for water, for safe shelter. People become stressed, the immune system drops, and people drop dead from various diseases and infectious diseases included. That's what they're engaged in. So it's a World War III agenda, but it's also beyond that. It is literally we, the people, are causing our own demise by our lack of intelligence, our lack of discernment, our lack of seeing through, diagnosing to the root of the disorder. Now, we can come out of that. We have the opportunity and the choice to do that right now, and it's urgent.
It's a call for our survival. It's a call for our very survival, right? And it makes me wonder, these people who are beholden to whatever it is that they're beholden to in Washington, D.C., who will just go along with whatever the narrative is, and it seems like Israel first at every turn. It makes you wonder, are they being extorted? Are they being bribed? A combination of both?
All
it
of the
really
above.
makes you wonder. All right.
All of the above. That's how they're doing it. They're administering it. Sean, I'm working on a new book. Actually, it's supposed to come out by the new year, January, hopefully. It's titled Spiritual Warfare, Salvation and Survival in the Age of Chaos. And the subtitle is Artificial Intelligence, Frequency Weaponry, and Transhumanist Conversion of Civilization, Threatening Extinction. Now, we talked about the sleight of hand, the magician's sleight of hand. They've got us all worried about what's happening on the battlefield in the Middle East and elsewhere. What about what's happening in every single computer on a desktop where you're starting to be manipulated by artificial intelligence? It's extreme now. Everything is going artificial intelligence. So fundamentally, what is taking place in the vaccine arena and the population manipulation, population management, population control arena is the injection of graphene-laced neurobiological devices that permit this level of total control. That's what the new book is about. And again, if we don't handle that, as well as the issues that we've been talking about, humanity is doomed.
Yeah, I concur. I mean, that's my analysis too. And as I was referring to those demon creatures in DC and around the world who are extremely excited about World War III, you do have to wonder, where is their sense of self-preservation, right? I mean, I think the whole COVID-19 thing, the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine thing, people who still wear masks, they failed the IQ test. If you're still showing up today to get your booster from Pfizer and or wearing a mask, you have failed the intelligence test, the IQ test. And the same is true with these bloodthirsty demons. I don't care what your name is. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a rhino. It doesn't matter if you're DeSantis or Trump. If you are bloodthirsty over World War III, you have no more sense of self-preservation. And that's the part I don't get. But thank God, you know, I just had a conversation with a friend and I said, I pray that cooler minds prevail. I said that to Harley Schlanger. Harley, we need cooler minds to prevail. And he said he doesn't see any, Len. I mean, with the exception of statesman Ron Paul, there are no cooler heads.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with you again. We're on the same page with virtually everything. Rand Paul, however, I have a bone to pick You see, as a medical doctor, he knows exactly the intelligence that I have as an editor of medicalveritas.org. That's a journal online. My journal, I'm the editor of medicalveritas.org. Great articles on Medical Veritas dealing with vaccination intoxication issues. But Rand Paul knows exactly what I wrote about in my last book, which is called COVID Coup, The Rise of the Fourth Reich. And in that book, I cover Fauci's inner circle, and I cover what the real issues were and still are. On January 30th, and that weekend, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Fauci's inner circle had a horrible time having to deal with the scientific evidence that had come out saying that the spike protein gain of function bioweapon on the virus itself was a derivative of HIV/AIDS. The genetics, they had spliced the genes from the AIDS virus into the COVID-19 vector, and that is what COVID-19 was about. That came out in the science, powerful science by Prashad Pradhan and his group from India and the Pacific Rim. Powerful revelations in science, determinations of the genetic manipulations. That's what panicked them. That's where they started. Everything that you're hearing in the news about that weekend of the February 1st, January 29th, 30th, that weekend that Jim Jordan actually showed Congress, said, we got to investigate this. Well, they stopped investigating it. And Rand Paul also knows all about it. But what has he done about it? He's kept his mouth shut about this fundamental reality. They've been poisoning us with everything from HIV, AIDS-laced COVID viruses to these vaccinations that contain the graphene and the graphene oxide that sets us up to become a cyborg, a virtual cyborg. And mutating our genetics in this way makes us a GMO. How do you like being a GMO if you take a vaccination? You're now literally subject to all of the manipulations that they have bioelectronically, bioenergetically, and that's where the real field has been moving. In fact, if you want to think about the power of frequencies, laser weaponry, and the nanotechnology in the human body now that has been installed by the latest vaccinations, you begin to realize that's what they call the dome in Israel. That's killing, that's literally destroying the missiles that are incoming. They have a laser frequency weapon that actually is eliminating those missiles as they're incoming. That's the latest technology. So as they've diverted us to this literally insanity, suddenly now you realize what they're doing with the other hand is enslaving humanity technologically. The most advanced technology is for total population control and enslavement. And it's all about creating the cyborg village.
Yeah, it's all about transhumanism and returning us to the days of Noah as well. I mean, they're truly communing with demons. Look no further than CERN, where they admit that they're trying to pierce the veil between the seen and the unseen. They made a movie about it, in fact. They literally made a movie. CERN made a movie, guys. But that's what we're up against, friends. And the good news is that God has given us everything we need to be healthy. We certainly do not and should not rely on pharmakeia and big pharma. That's why I really like this Oxy-Silver product. I have some myself. And every time I feel a little sickness coming on, I feel a little under the weather, Len, I take 3 capfuls of Oxy-Silver and I say that prayer you told me to say, which is for blessings, peace, and health. And you say you see a white light every time you do that. I did not see the white light, but it has kept me from getting sick. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And it's the model. You see, what I love most about Oxy-Silver with 528 is it literally holds the memory of pure tone love, the universal healer, which is what your heart in faithful, loving intention, in faithful prayer is coming out in 528 frequency. So that's the heart of the rainbow. So if it's true for the heart of sunshine in the rainbow, it's true for God's heart, your heart, my heart. So now the technology, it's electroceutical. And electroceutical is what Oxy-Silver with 528 frequency resonance is. It matches, it pairs, and amplifies your prayer to stay healthy. It's beyond placebo. The science of this is fantastic. And the impact, staying healthy, within seconds of taking 3 capfuls of oxysilver with prayer, whether you see the light that I see or other people see or not, you get a vibration that moves through your body because your body is mostly water. It's about 80% water. Water is a liquid crystal superconductor of sound and light frequency energy. So it instantaneously moves through your body. And within seconds and certainly minutes, suddenly that disease that you had coming on, that flu or cold that you think was coming on, is gone. And you can thank God for that technology, and you can thank God for the 528 frequency, and you can thank God for the blessings I've been honored to receive to share this intelligence with you, to model true healthcare, spirit-based, God-based, loving healthcare with civilization.
I love it. All right. I want to share another piece of good news too, guys. If you think God isn't actively involved in what's going on here on this planet as the Great Awakening rears its beautiful head, and those who want the Great Reset start to fear the Great Awakening, so they literally are starting to pass laws in places like Canada to prevent people, journalists, grassroots folks from speaking truth on the internet. They are now passing laws to prevent what they call misinformation and disinformation from being shared on social media. That's how scared they are. They're losing control. That's what we see happening. And it looks like God himself has preserved the evidence of the directed energy weapons that were used in Maui, specifically this church. So let me just play this clip, guys, and I'll shut up.
A Pentecostal church. The address is 1382 Olona Place. And it has some very interesting damage.
Yeah, I'll just jump to the chase. So it appears, you see this line? Okay, this entire area of Maui, of Lahaina, was devastated. Every structure around this church was destroyed, burnt to the ground. But this specific church survived, and it's got a slice, like a precision laser cut, right down the center of the roof, guys. Let me go back so you can at least see the structures around this church. Okay, so there's the before, guys. I want you to see the after. There's the after. Everything destroyed except for that church. And right down the center of that roof line, a precision cut that looks like a laser beam did it. And you know what? A laser probably did do it. Len, it seems like God himself might have preserved that bit of evidence in Lahaina.
Yeah, we're seeing that kind of evidence all over. It's compounding. And as you have more facts that literally support this thesis that this is being created by energy weapons, then you understand also what's taking place in Israel. They're testing the most advanced of these right now. They're getting rid of the old technologies that literally they don't need anymore, send them to the junkyard. Instead, they'll use them up and basically say, oh, this is, Hamas's man-made, homemade weapons, missiles. This is what's going on right now. And again, when you start to realize where the big money is going, Saudi Arabia money, American money, Bill Gates money, the World Economic Forum investors, those big money, Sheikh of Qatar's money, they're going into these green cities that are all artificial intelligence controlled. They're all engaging this more advanced technology. So big biotech is really completely engaged in this. And there's the overlap between big tech, Silicon Valley, people like the US data miner. The #1 US military data miner in Silicon Valley is Peter Thiel, who advances the psychotropic drugs. His Palantir Corporation financed and developed 20,000 hits of psilocybin mushrooms, which the United States government has been promoting for post-traumatic stress disorder for military personnel. This is what's going on. We're being played across the board. And the new technologies is what we're increasingly seeing, and this evidence is compounding. So then the presumption in law that we must make by all the facts is that this globalization, manipulation, transhuman agenda is unfolding, and everything else is a diversion and a distraction, and unfortunately, a deadly manipulation of the human mind. That's what we're witnessing, particularly with the Hamas striking the way they did. They're not jihadists. the jihadists, the real Muslim, beautiful people, are good people. Just like good Jews, they're good people. Great Christians, they're good people. So what are we doing? We got to diagnose, see it for what it is, and then develop the strategies. And we've talked about at least two of the strategies, not only public awareness, but also this understanding of a commission. We must have an independent commission of righteous individuals who are knowledgeable scholars in the various fields of manipulation, so that they literally create the, quote, censorship of the insanity. If they're censoring everything else, let us censor hate. Let us censor this mentality that causes people to become evil. And then let's move on to the technologies that we already know by divine blessing, 528 frequency, products such as OxySilver or Liquid Dentist that you mentioned. All of these are wonderful products that integrate the greatest intelligence civilization has ever received. That is the power of divine administration over our electromechanics, our bio-spirituality, biology and spirituality connected. That's what transhumanization is all about as well, but for evil. So we've got to come out of that. We've got to take control of not just our individual lives by making smart, wise, informed consent decisions, but we've got to do this as a civilization, internationally.
Yeah. You know, Elon Musk was on with Joe Rogan very recently here, and he used the term at least a couple of times, mind virus. And he was referring to how Twitter had been captured essentially by the deep state and the U.S. government to do the bidding of the U.S. government. And so when he bought it, he set it free from that mind virus. I'd like to take that term mind virus and apply it to everything we just talked about here. Those who are bloodthirsty for World War III, they've been captured by a radical, intelligent evil and a mind virus. And that's what we're trying to provide the antidote for in this conversation, guys. And we'll show the site one more time, healthyworldstore.com. I really love OxySilver with 528 as well as Liquid Dentist. We talk about it every time you're on. It gets raves from people who buy it. I wish it came in a bigger bottle, but it's great stuff. Liquid Dentist and OxySilver with 528. You can get it all right here at healthyworldstore.com. Len, I'll give you the final word as we say our goodbyes. Thank you so much for your activism, for your ability and willingness to speak truth. And thanks for the balanced conversation here in a world that's certainly gone mad while we are all being played.
Well, I want to thank you. It's really a privilege and a pleasure to join you. You're so unique in this segment that we've done. You're not only brave and heroic, you are actually a world leader in revising our intelligence so that we could really become all that we can be and have the peace on earth that Zionism is truly about.
Thank you so much. Your words are very kind. And I will never have as big a platform as Ben Shapiro, but I think Ben's got a platform that's pretty darn large. And now we're starting to understand exactly why, because you need the support of the apparatus. You need not to be censored. You need to have the algorithms work on your behalf to ever build an audience that large. I was headed that way when I was on YouTube with 670,000 subs back in 2020. How many subs would I have now, I wonder, Len? How many subs would you have? How big would your following be if the game wasn't rigged and the algorithms weren't literally changed to work against us?
Absolutely. I used to have like 7 million hits when you did a search on Dr. Leonard Horowitz. Then Wikipedia censored me. I actually published on waronwethepeople.net the dialogue that the editors of Wikipedia had in deciding to pull Dr. Leonard Horowitz off of Wikipedia. And every single editor except one, the main CIA operative, said, no, let's keep him. Everybody said, this guy pulled Horowitz off the internet. So listen, they're censoring us left and right. Let us use censorship against them. Let us say no more hate. We're done. It's insane. It's criminal, psychopathic, and it's demonic. Over. Done.
Totally right. It is literally insane, and we're all being played. So anybody that is excited about and not working to actively stop World War III has a mind virus. I can't say it any more clearly than that. They literally have a mind virus. All right, guys, our guest has been the one, the only Dr. Len Horowitz. The website, it's right here, healthyworldstore.com. Go get yourself some OxySilver with 528. Check out the other great products and books. And until next time, Len, thank you. On behalf of humanity, seriously, thank you so much for providing great analysis and balance.
Love you, Sean. You're wonderful. Keep it up.
All right, brother. God bless. Back at you. And friends, if you're still with us, please spread this far and wide within your sphere of influence on social media. And I'll remind you every single day for free, check us out at sgtreport.com. It is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those mockingbird mainstream media lies. May God bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
It's not an isolated event. This person went and got the jab, and very soon thereafter, she started abandoning her own children. She stopped caring about her family. She turned into what I felt deep down when I tapped into this. It felt like a Jezebel spirit. And if you're to look at what a Jezebel spirit is, it's a demonic influence that creates rifts in society and marriages through cunning, deception, seduction, and in this case, narcissism.
You're funny there, Rob. It's like that. He says, I saw a short video this morning of a car in California. On the back window, they had unvaxxed sperm, 3,500 a load. Oh, Lord. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the laugh, man. I needed that. Oh, right on. Right on. All right. We're going to keep moving along here. We got lots of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff to oh, hey, let me throw up let me see if I can throw this link up so that people that are on Facebook can see it. And that's the link for the information that that they were just talking about there. You know, it's crazy, you know, for a Sunday, you know, it's awesome to have 113 of you here tuned in. You know, I'm filling in a lot of stuff that normally I don't really cover all that much because of the fact of my steadfastness with X22 and we know and such. But these were all things that that I saw that I kind of I felt that even if it was only 20 minutes out of an hour-long podcast that really resonated with me, I felt that more and more of this could be beneficial to you as well. You know, and it kind of fills in a lot of gaps that we've been, you know, attempting to do, which can be extremely irritating and a major pain in the wazoo. You know, and we just, you know, we keep plugging along, and that's what we do. We, you know, we find it, we bring it to you, and then you use your discernment as to, you know, what pieces of that you can take away, because, you know, I understand that not everything resonates with an individual, but sometimes it's those little crumbs that are in there that help to fill in your map, the map that you're building for your mind. That allows you to be able to communicate with others and be able to share that information. And that's, you know, and it's so vitally important. It really, really is. Okay. Up next, we got Hulkinator and Space Shot. This is their morning show. I'm gonna have to be muting a couple of minutes because I know that there's going to be music at the beginning of it. So I'm going to try and kind of fast forward us through that music to get us to the start point of their communication. But they talk about a lot of things, and these are the things. Sometimes the conversations that we listen to surrounding particular topics can help to fill in so many pieces of that puzzle that we have been living with. Here we go.
Jeez, good question.
TV, and were you there when you saw it? Did you see it played live? Who saw the first music video ever played on MTV? And what was it? Roy T. Cooks, what's up? No, yeah, you can't just do that. We got to get chat out there. Got to get somebody in the chat.
All right, I'll give you guys
Audience
a hint.
participation.
There you go, Tommy. Tommy, two-tone, 16, 148, nailed it. Video killed the radio.
What's the second song played on MTV?
Jeez, good question. I have no idea.
And it's a very, very famous video.
Let's see. Going off of what I thought was some of the most famous stuff, and I don't know if that was even out back then, but let's see. What's it? Motley Crue. Was it?
Nope.
No.
Nope. It's 80s. You got to go way back early.
Huh.
Nope.
Hot for
It was.
a Teacher?
It was the. I'll give you a clue. It was a hand-drawn video.
Oh, Peter Gabriel.
Nope.
All right, R-Doc, tell us. Beat it.
Aha. Remember, it starts out, and it's very fake. We got live on YouTube yet?
Yay. Claudia Seebeck says, I want my MTV. Claudia, I kind of agree with you. It would be awesome if at the time period in which in which we see that particular MTV came out, it wasn't a bunch of political rhetoric and everything else. And so I agree with you. I would love to see the old MTV come back, but I believe that your song choice, Take On Me, I believe is 100% accurate. I believe that was the hand-drawn one that they're talking about. But we'll find out here in a second. But I totally agree. Ganja, welcome back. I hope you had a good nap there, young man. I know you hardworking man over there, and Ganja, he's a driver over in over there on the other side of the pond. And it's awesome when we get to have him tuned into the chat, and that's Fred Blogs returns. For those of you that don't know him, he's a very, very good friend of mine. As a matter of fact, I can't wait to get to the new location so that he can come and visit as soon as all this stuff is over. But here we go. Let's back into this.
No, I'll go pull the song up. You don't remember this song?
I don't know. Maybe
Pull
if you
up.
see it.
I don't want to do it from here. You have to pull it. You'll find it. I just don't want to do it here while I'm on this side. I don't want to pull up another window.
So who sings it?
Take Me On. There it is. Take Me On by Aha. That's your song.
Oh,
Take Me.
Oh,
That was your second song ever played on MTV. You guys rock. See, we got smart audience there in the background. Should we flip on YouTube and say hello to YouTube?
I think
Maybe.
they are asshole, but it's up
Yeah,
to
we'll say
you.
hi to YouTube over there. We'll see what they're doing.
I do have a remastered version of that song for you.
Well, we'll put it in the list for the exit song out there because we're eventually going to be going that direction itself. So we'll bring that one back up over here because I'm sure we should be live over here. So let's drop that over. Oh, I didn't change the name of the song. I went live and didn't change it from last night's show. Oh, yay. Saturday morning getting up late. Well, we can kind of change that on some of the channels. No, we're not playing video games either. I forgot to go into Reams Teams and I just named it Table of Titans, but it should be the Ultimator.
It happens.
It is Saturday morning, guys. How you doing? Hey.
Sorry if our brains are a little mush, but the world is disheveled, I guess we could say at this time. But gonna be very, very interesting next couple of months because stuff is heating up faster than a crackhead spoon, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Let's cycle that back off on Twitter for a quick second. Back over there, we'll go offline so we can rename it over there on Twitter. So, yay! Look, she's already got it there. Dixie Gal, old school follower, way back in the days. We're older than dust here at this point. Putting the songs in there, much appreciated, guys.
Nice.
Hitting that.
Okay, on the Facebook side, if you are having audio problems, you might just need to refresh. Sometimes these playbacks do have that issue. I'm getting a no sound on that side. Let me type in refresh and put that up on the screen. And one of the reasons that I'm playing this now is because they have they do a little comical conversations and things like that. During this podcast, I kind of thought it would maybe break up the monotony a little bit as to everything that's that we're going to be hearing today. There's a lot of serious stuff that we're going to be going into in just a little bit here, and I figured that this would be a good way to kind of break that up a little bit. All right, here we go.
That stuff in there. I love it. Hope you like some of that 90s stuff. I think I'm going to stay in the 90s group for a little bit. We'll kind of go through some of that stuff that everybody remembers, late 80s, early 90s type of stuff after Nirvana, whatnot. So we'll probably delve into some of that stuff and hit some of the one-hit wonders and remember all the songs that you missed, right?
Oh, yeah. We can do that.
It says 2 people are watching your stream, by the way.
Yay, on Twitter? Surprised
Yeah,
people even
right there. See it on the right?
see.
There's you and somebody else watching right now.
Whoa. I'm not watching it, so.
Well, you count because you can see I'm right here and nobody's watching me. I'm all by myself over here. But that's okay because we're here for the content and whatnot because it is the Hulk and Space Shot show. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Did everybody get their coffee in their hand? Are they ready for some fun and excitement? Or non-blondes throwing out the music out there. What do you guys think? Dire Straits? Money for Nothing? Well, yeah, that's a good song, but I'd put that in the classic rock style. That'd be mid-'80s if I remember right.
Money for
What's up? Hi, YouTube.
Chicks for free.
Okay, so you're not getting sound over there either, huh? Let me see if I can figure out, maybe do a refresh my share screen and see if that will help. Okay, let's try this. Susan, let me know.
Dude, I'll tell you what.
There's some good stuff. There were some good videos done to music. They're pretty incredible. And I should have done some Peter Gabriel. Yeah, Stone Temple Pilots. That's what we just played.
I heard somebody
Not on
talking the
YouTube.
other day about how like some of the best music was in like the late, in the 90s.
Yeah, we're talking about on the Facebook side there, Michelle.
A lot of good stuff, but a lot of good videos too.
Creed, wait. Creed could be drug out to the street and shot. So I'll leave that there. I'm not a big Creed fan. He kind of reminds me of Foghorn. Don't get me wrong. He's got some great hits. He writes some beautiful music. He's a Christian type of deal itself. It's just not my cup of tea. But yeah, I've listened to plenty of it, but I don't own any of the albums and would reach for the radio now.
Red?
Something new.
Rockin' Mom all day. Jake Jiglio
We
says
did
he's
burn
not
it
ready
down
for
the house.
show. We gotta wait for Jake. Jake, let us know when we're ready. We'll resume the show. Oh, do we joke?
What was that?
Burning down the house. What's that?
Oh, burning down the house. That's we already did Talking Heads.
Yeah.
I almost did the version where he does it a cappella by himself back in. I think it's like the early 80s somewhere. But
Yeah, we did that one about 6 weeks ago, I want to say.
Yeah, it was good. What's happening, Big Dean? Just let you guys know we went live over there. We did an intro song, but not for YouTube and their copyright and whatnot there. So what do we got to play with here? What's some of the stuff that we didn't get to talk about on Thursday's show that we wanted to include in here? I thought this was an interesting combo coming out of Josh Harley about your the problems that you point out, because we've seen plenty. Because we had I can't remember the name of the Democrat on the Senate side that was on the foreign relations committee. I remember he got raided because he was speaking out against Iran about money and whatnot there, and then they went and raided his house, and he had the gold bars and all that. What was that guy's name, Senator?
Oh, Menendez?
I want to say, was it Menendez?
I'm pretty sure.
I'm trying to remember. I can't grab this window out.
Yeah, Bob Menendez.
Yeah, and then we just had Adams get raided with it because he was heading over to DC, right? He got raided for the investment guy in his campaign from 2020, which is interesting. So we're seeing Democrats speak out and go, "Hey guys, I'm not so sure this is not working out for me. Let's have a conversation." And they're like, "No, you get no conversation whatsoever. It's not going to happen." That's what we're seeing. That's pretty much a totalitarian government. QAnon sex, versus the internet, pedogate, the flu. Interesting. I just saw that in the corner of my eye.
That dweeb Titus Frost. He's actually from Massachusetts, if I'm not mistaken.
Go visit him.
Dude, I
Pinata's
was
been
thinking
around
about
for a
it
while.
one day, to be honest with you, because he was driving around, basically filming where he's driving. I'm like, I know right where he is. Interesting.
Go knock on his door.
Yeah,
but
like
this one's over here.
Sorry about that. Smug little sons of guns.
No
but
problem.
I love Holly, dude. I think, if he keeps on the straight and narrow like this, he could be perfect for presidency. And hopefully he doesn't have any, connections underneath. But I like what he's saying anyway.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I hadn't thought about a Josh Hawley president. I mean, how would that work out for you guys? Just put that in the back of your head. We'll play a clip right here and we'll continue on. Because could you think in the back of your mind, would Hawley make a better president over Jordan?
What about people who say things like F Israel and any Jew who supports Israel? This person works for you. This is Nuja Ali, an employee of the Department of Homeland Security. That's not all she posted. This is a paraglider, a Hamas paraglider with the celebratory Free Palestine. Is this typical of people who work at DHS? This is an asylum and immigration officer who is posting these frankly pro-genocidal slogans and images on the day that Israelis are being slaughtered in their beds. What have you done about this?
4 things I'd like to say to you. Number one, your question to suggest that that is emblematic of the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security is despicable.
I'm sorry, what have you done? This person works for the Department of Homeland Security. Have you fired her?
That was one of 4 answers.
Have you fired her?
One.
Have you fired her? Don't come to this hearing room when Israel has been invaded and Jewish students are barricaded in libraries in this country and cannot be escorted out because they are threatened for their lives. You have employees who are celebrating genocide, and you are saying it's despicable for me to ask the question? Has she been fired? Has she been fired?
So that individual has been placed on administrative leave.
So she's not been fired.
Number 2, the individual was hired in 2019.
Why has she not been fired?
Number 3, I cannot speak to an ongoing personnel matter.
Why has this person not been fired? Your answer is you can't speak to it? This isn't sufficient to fire her?
I am not in a position.
She's still on your payroll as we sit here today.
I'm not in a position to speak about an ongoing personnel.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you how many cases she adjudicated.
My answer remains.
Did she adjudicate any cases involving Israelis seeking asylum in this country?
Same answer.
I think the American people deserve to know, has she admitted, contrary to law, individuals who should not be in this country, or denied Jewish refugees whose genocide she's advocating asylum that they deserve?
Same answer.
You're not gonna tell us what this person's done? You conducted a review of her cases at least?
I cannot speak to an ongoing.
You said that she will not. I can't believe that you would come to this committee knowing this. You know about this. I've written to you about it. You know all about it. And you come here unwilling to answer and suggest that it is wrong of me to ask you the question. And I think the fact that you are not willing to provide answers to this committee is absolutely atrocious.
I don't know. I think he speaks pretty good. What do you mean Holly can't spell well?
Holly can't spell.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, but I mean, he's doing pretty good going after Mayorkas. Said some of the stuff that we did miss because he was standing right next to Christopher Wray there at the time as they were getting grilled back and forth. And obviously, Director Wray did say that the increase in terror suspects had increased exponentially at the border itself. And he's sitting right next to the guy and didn't want to point at him because it's his fault. That didn't happen. They should have, but that would have said you kept pointing at him.
Dude, check this out, and maybe you should pass this over to Ardoc on the live on X right now. Ursula von der Leyen is addressing the members of the Verkhovna Rada. Whoops.
Oh wow,
that's not going to go over well.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the Rada is Congress, but I don't know if that's the Ukraine Congress. I'm not sure if that's what it's called over there. But Radas normally means Congress, is what I'll know over there on that side. So I'm not sure exactly where she's at. But over here on this side, because Holly came out and it's going against the talking points. Read that one right there.
Absolutely. Breaking. Senate GOP leader Mitch McConnell has warned against signing Josh Hawley's bill to limit corporate donations in campaigns, called the Ending Corporate Influence on Elections Act. McConnell himself has benefited millions from corporate donations. Oh, we can't have these people coming in here and taking our money train away. Come on, Hulk. You want me to sign this saying that I'm not going to take, money from these corporations and whatnot and do what they want for me? Come on. What else are we doing here in Congress and Senate if we're not taking bribes? Because we're not doing anything to help the people of this country or any other country on this planet. So what else are we doing if we're not taking bribes? We might as well just pack it up and go home.
Yeah, it's not like Mitch McConnell's wife is is from China. They're married. The father-in-law owns a freaking big giant shipping company, and they did find cocaine on one of the ships that he indirectly owned at one time. So that's where the cocaine Mitch comes from, if anybody was wondering.
I was just gonna say, is that where the cocaine Mitch comes from? Yeah, big time. And it's
directly, yeah.
Like you said, one of the biggest shipping things in the whole shipping things in
pretty
the
big
world.
one.
Yeah, huge. And
one of the big ones.
Just think how many shipping things these people send over all the time. If they found cocaine on one ship, I'm sure they're gonna find them on others as well. But yeah,
I remember that one time. We're just talking about shipping, about drugs and whatnot. There was the largest methamphetamine bust out of California, out of either LA or what was it, LA or Long Beach. And they were shipping it to Australia. And it was the largest bust of methamphetamines being exported out of the United States to the Australia area. That was, 2019 or something? A crap ton of it. So that happened. What else do we got for you? Oh, I wanted to bring this up. Did you hear about this? So this happened the other couple of days ago.
All Dem 3-judge panel for DC Appellate Court issues temporary hold on Chutkin gag order, expedites appeal process, oral arguments 11/20. This part I don't think I had seen. You do, because just like I kind of said in the beginning of the show, there is so much crap going on out here that we're liable to miss something, right? And of course, this is something that was one of the things I did not see. But and the other thing is, the judge in the case doesn't seem to care about these other temporary holds and whatnot. They just keep kind of, saying, "Screw you!" Essentially, we're going to do what we want over here, right? And that the fact that they essentially already basically says this guy's guilty, right? Like, so we already know what the verdict's going to be and stuff. The thing I find interesting is you have the people at my work, like I've told you about, like the Never Trumpers or whatever. They're like, "Oh, he's going to go to jail, da 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 da," and I'm like, "This is interesting, guys." And they're like, "Why?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just never seen, somebody go to jail over a civil matter. Like, can you show me, like, where this has happened before? This is civil. This is nothing criminal here. So, like, he might have to pay some fines. At the worst, they may take his business away. But the whole jail thing, come on, dude. They'll try to do anything they can to obviously put him in jail, but they're bending and breaking every single line and rule that they can to try to get Trump out of there. And it's becoming obvious to a lot of people out there. But as I mentioned in Table of Titans on Thursday, there's still, believe me, an overwhelming amount of people that just are, whatever, just living my life, don't really care. and are just letting this stuff pass them by without noticing most of it. So it's kind of scary out there in both respects.
Yeah, again, it's interesting to watch the same story repeat itself. If you're around long enough and you pay attention, the players change, but the damn story's pretty much the same as they repeat the same playbook. So it's interesting to see some of the stuff we saw happen in 2016, 17 being replayed now. And then we do see the new people that are wide awake now seeing those same things, thinking this is new or whatever. And then it just ends up being that 80-20 bullshit. So be careful. That's what I want to make sure, because the Alex Jones shit is coming. I wanted to go by this and talk about what happens if Trump won. I thought this was an interesting thing because we are seeing more of these election issues come to more light and decisions are being made and whatnot. So we'll just throw this out.
We have, as I pointed out in my papers, numerous references to the election being lost by Donald Trump. In fact, in the introduction, the state says that not only did Trump lose Georgia, but he and the other defendants charged refused to accept that Trump lost. Well, what happens if we show that Trump won? And there's three things that could happen. Number one, if Trump won, there are no false statements. The indictment goes away. We have, as I pointed out.
So that number one is pretty damn important right there, right? Because, I mean, it's not like we have any evidence of any women ballot box stuffing that haven't been prosecuted.
Well, yeah, so this woman is delivering a stack of ballots, and the person behind her rolls down the window and hands her a ballot to put in the ballot box with her stack. And then she goes back to her car with the stack of ballots again. And I think at that point she realized that the ballots were not signed. And so you're going to watch her sign each ballot in the vehicle. And she signs them and then puts them on the dashboard individually. First she searches for a pen, so it takes a second, but we've got this speeded up so you can see. But yeah, so she's signing, and when it's slowed down, you can see the pen in her hand when she reaches up and puts the ballot on the dashboard each time.
Oh, classic.
Awesome.
Yeah, so
That's
man,
it.
You guys are
Good find. Good find. That's
yeah, they did a great job.
find.
They did a great job finding this, and as you can
Yes.
see, there it is right there, and they did a close up with the camera. The footage is very clear. There she goes, right to the Dropbox. So, mission accomplished.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And what's interesting when the video is
So my question is how much fraud has to be shown to show that there was a fraudulent election in Georgia? A little bit? A lot? Do we have to get in there, start counting ballots? Do we have to rerun an audit of some sort? I mean, that's a pretty tall question to ask when you really think about it, because you're arguing that Donald Trump knew that the election was lost and chose otherwise and tried to thwart the election, when there is no video or audio of him saying this anywhere. Nothing's written down, and he's holding to his guns the entire time, and they're trying to bring him in jail. So where's the limit? How much do we actually have to show?
Well, apparently for them, it's going to be a lot, right? Of course, they're going to need more and more and more and more. But if it was on the other side, this would have been case closed already. Everybody knows this. How many votes did he lose by in Georgia? It was like 10,000. And, you know, we use the air quotes around here when we say he lost. Yeah, because clearly there was some issues. And, you know, for the people who don't remember, like one of my personal favorites, which is obviously my anti-favorite, was Philadelphia. Remember, we got our ballot watchers kicked out 6 feet, and they got kicked out of the out of watching the people basically process the ballots. And so the people from the Republican side went to the court in that area, and they got a judgment basically saying, hey, you got to let these guys in. They need to be able to observe these ballots. Oh, and basically what do the people there do? They essentially symbolically wiped their ass with that paper and said, yeah, okay, great. But we're not letting anybody in, right? And then what was it, Detroit, where they were blocking up the windows, and so many freaking issues, right? Like you could just see if they flipped the script on this and if they were pro Trump and anti Biden, how easily this would have been to make the case for the other side, right? But then, you know, they'll of course say, oh, there's really nothing here. But if it was on the other side and Joe Biden got this election stolen from him, like we know Trump did, it would have been easy as pie for them to just drip out 10%, not even 10%, 5% of the stuff that we do have that we can prove, which would absolutely flip the public narrative if you had an honest media behind them. But of course, we don't.
I mean, Ruby Friedman in Georgia, the whole pipe burst, which happened, 18 hours before, but they said it happened then, and everybody had to leave and go home. We're not going to count. We have the video itself. We have the audio of them talking to the police afterwards. She looked like she was going to jail. They were going to pin everything on her, and she needed a lawyer. I have a story to tell. This is bad. We've seen all those stories come out of that thing. So, and then you can go into the Brad Roethlisberger, it was Governor Kemp's daughter's boyfriend died in that fiery car crash, and then the investigator out of Georgia Bureau of Investigations committed suicide thereafter. I mean, if you want to talk all conspiracies and one little thing about elections in Georgia, that would be one of them. And a Medal of Freedom she got. That's right.
Yep. Absolutely disgusting. The Medal of Freedom awarded by Joe Biden. Yeah. And, it's just disgusting. Right. And then we have, wasn't that like her mother? Or am I thinking of two different women? Was that one of their parents, the mother of the girl that was like threatening people? Like,
I think it was her or mom, if I remember, Ruby Friedman and the mother or something, if I remember right. Been a while.
Yeah. It's been a few years. But of course we've seen what these people do, and we very well know if the script was flipped, if the script was flipped, then of course we would have what we want on our side. But they're against truth and freedom and doing things the right way, and we see why when you see like people like you showed in the Holly clip that are in our administration, and whether you're pro-Palestine or pro-Israel or whatever, you should never be commenting like that. When you're in an official position, right? And it's just disgusting. And that's pretty amazing. The picture, those had to be Photoshopped too, Hulk. Did you see like one of them, the paragliders, right? They had like a machine gun hanging out one side, and it almost looked like they were grabbing the paraglider with the other hand as they were coming down. It's like, oh, talk about friggin' propaganda 101.
Yeah, exactly. What else I had for you guys over here? Go ahead and read that, because I thought this was pretty good from Awaken Outlaw.
Says, so I talked with a source familiar with Department of Energy. Now, this is interesting too. Dude, and I hate this, and we'll probably get to it, but I think you dropped something last night that I was gonna post a couple days ago, and I think it has to relate to this, but I'm like, I didn't post it, and then I'm like, damn, I should have. But anyway, so I talked with a source familiar with the Department of Energy security Q clearances, and the only reason Trump would still have his after leaving office is it would have to be tied to current actionable documentation that would require the clearance to be maintained. Once out of office, save for maintaining clearance for things he was directly involved with, his Department of Energy security clearance would have been instantly deactivated. This would imply at the very minimum that it remains tied to one of his executive orders that Biden has re-upped. But that's the case. But that, in this case, is much more likely to be tied to a PED, Presidential Emergency Action Document. If true, this is huge. So this part of it I don't understand, Hulk, which is we know that people keep their security clearances, right? Like their top security. We know presidents get their presidential daily briefings even after they're not the president anymore. So he's talking about specifically just the Q clearance out of the Department of Energy, right? Which
I think that would be all encompass the things that would be on the presidential daily brief. So I agree with that side that most of these presidents are still active enough where they're receiving this type of intel like Trump and, the Bushes or whatever, to keep up with whatever current situation that their administration at the time might have had action with, and that they might need to give forth information or whatnot. That's basically what it comes down to, is the way I see it itself. It was interesting to see it out of the case from Julie Kelly saying he had clearance until July of 2023. So that's interesting on that side. So in the end, I don't know what it means, but it's pretty damn interesting. We know that the Q level clearance out of the Department of Energy was an important PSYOP that we did watch and operate and see how it went. So, I mean, it's interesting things to put together, watch in the end and see how stuff falls together. So who knows?
Absolutely. I got another one for you, dude. And I should have dropped this the other day, but I just dropped it to our DM. But Bree had sent this over, and I saw it a couple days before that. But apparently, it's a big deal here, and some people are like looking at it like it's a Q post, like talking about because it's a ball that they're canceling, right? And like call the ball. We had a post like call the ball or something like that. So people are thinking maybe it's call the ball, but essentially they are canceling their marine ball this year. So I dropped that picture at the bottom of our DM here.
Yeah, it got canceled in 2020 also due to COVID.
Yep, but if you read what it says here, it says due to unforeseen operational commitments and the nature of our current mission, it is with great regret we must cancel this year's events. So we'll see.
Kind of like that Minuteman missile that they were testing last Thursday morning. That was blown up for unforeseen circumstances.
Yeah, it got blown up by some weird thing that they really can't tell us, right? Some anomaly. Interesting. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I don't personally think this is a call the ball like decode, but I think that's something big that they're doing because essentially that they it says basically while we must forego this opportunity this year, it is a reminder of the sacrifices we make through our service in our country. Please know the decision was not made lightly. The chief consideration was the need to uphold the highest standards of readiness and the completion of our operational responsibilities. Thank you for your understanding. So yeah, apparently they got some issues with one of the guys that's like the head over there was sick, and they had like a stand-in as well. So hopefully everybody's all right. What is up with that? Why are there two stars on a red flag up there? That's something I just noticed, which I should have noticed a lot earlier.
Probably has to do something with the central command type thing. I'm sure some smart person in the chat's going to come up with an answer here. I wanted to jump back over here of Elon Musk talking about Twitter and Democrats and behest of the deep state. I don't know. Did you see this interview at all, or just bits and pieces?
Yeah, I saw a few clips, and I'm still trying to wonder because I didn't watch the whole video. Is what the hell Joe Rogan was dressing up to be? Is that Puerto Rico? Is that a Puerto Rico jersey? And why does he have a blonde wig on?
It's Halloween. Well, it is Halloween.
No, I know, but I'm
they
just trying
got
to figure out the
drunk and
character.
whatever. He went down and shot an arrow into Elon Musk's Cybertruck right through the side and tried to shoot it through the side of it.
I saw that. Just put a big spark.
Yeah, this dude likes anchovies a lot. Yeah. All right, let's play the clip.
What was that like? Because that, to me, that was the most bizarre, was the Twitter files. When you let Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and all those guys get in the Twitter, and the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
Yeah, it's weird. No, I mean, the degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public, and it was whatever the official government. I mean, it was like Pravda basically. It's a state publication is the way to think of old Twitter. It's a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are progressive liberals, they have the right intentions, it's important that they stay in power, the progressive liberals stay in government and power, because this is their...
There was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, could be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right. I'm not talking about like far right. I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Now that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the far left.
We've been saying that for a while. It's good to see because he's been talking a lot more about these types of topics and exposing more of the people to it. And I think it's a positive thing to show how much totalitarianism is involved in our world.
Absolutely. But it's good to see him coming out and saying things like this and exposing it. I still don't like that little mustache though. What is up with that? What is up with that? He's got the little side of the lip mustache there. Like, what's the deal there, dude? Like, what are you doing?
I couldn't get over that they did double pineapple, double anchovy pizza. They ordered it and they ate it. What the hell kind of shit is that?
Double
Pineapple, okay, but
double anchovy?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He talks about Rogan talks about it. He had to stop eating anchovies because he's eating 3 cans a day and there's so much salt in it. The doctor says you're going to kill yourself.
Ugh.
Here's the other part I wanted to get to when he starts mentioning George Soros and whatnot. So this is interesting.
One often hears of the sort of George Soros boogeyman, but I mean, Soros actually, he is, I believe, the top contributor to the Democratic Party. The second one was Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah.
So, and Soros, I don't know. I mean, he had a very difficult upbringing, and in my opinion, he fundamentally hates humanity. That's my opinion.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, well, he's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. Getting DAs elected who refuse to prosecute crime. That's part of the problem in San Francisco and LA and a bunch of other cities. So why would you do that?
Was it humanity or is it just the United States as a whole? I mean,
He's pushing things in other countries too,
He's
not
doing
just
the
here.
same thing.
Yeah. Now, George at this point is pretty old. I mean, he's not, he's basically a bit senile at this point. But I mean, he's very smart. And he's very good at arbitrage. Famously, he shorted the British pound. That's sort of how I think he made his first money, was shorting the pound. So he's good at spotting, basically arbitrage, like spotting value for money that other people don't see. So one of the things he noticed was that that the value for money in local races is much higher than it is in national races. So the lowest value for money is a presidential race. Then next lowest value for money is a Senate race, then a Congress, and but once you get to sort of city and state district attorneys, the value for money is extremely good. And Soros realized that you don't actually need to change the laws; you just need to change how they're enforced. If nobody chooses to enforce the law, or the laws are differentially enforced, it's like changing the laws. That's what he figured out.
But is what's
It's an
stunning
arbitrage.
that this trend that people haven't pulled the brakes on this and have it reverse course?
I'm pulling the brakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is pulling the brakes? No one is pulling the brakes unless it's going to be a Trump, and somebody along that caliber. Other than that, it's going to go back into the same shit we've always done, always seen. And Tron picked this up. I thought this was cool. You want to make a comment?
Let's see. Chuck, what did it say? Oh, Chuck dropping in.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Crumbs. Messy. Elon on Rogan spotlighting Soros, dropping at 416. 416 Soros takes orders from P. You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. Fight, fight, fight. Day of days, game over. And then Chuck Grassley says powerful RX middlemen called PBMs receive a lot of public funding from Medicare, Medicaid programs with upcoming changes to Medicare, Part D, pharmacy, reimbursement. CMS must do it all, can protect seniors, access to rural pharmacies. Soros takes orders from P. You have no idea how sick and evil these people are. Fight, fight, fight. Watch. Elon says George Soros fundamentally hates humanity, and what he's doing things that erode the fabric of civilization. Interesting. 416 post. Chuck Grassley there, huh? Interesting. In 44. 44.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how he was putting it together. These things, because it seems to repeat itself. And I don't know who's writing Chuck Grassley's tweets out there, but they're up there with the decodes and stuff that Dan would do. He's done a pretty damn good job at it. But we know that Pesor was the popular name over there that we always saw. The other one that we'd take to is the Piso that Ardoc talks about, the original writer of the Bible and whatnot, the whole story that he goes into with that. So just interesting things. Huh?
I was going to say, before you go off of this, two things. Yeah, similar post right there. That's a new feature that will give you posts that are similar to what you're looking at. So if you see like decodes like this, you can actually click that similar post decodes. And then without saying anything, Hulk, because I know you know the answer. Let's listen to the people in the chat's answer. We'll give them like a 30 seconds, then you can tell them. The Pacer decode. Somebody exposed Pacer, and somebody took credit for that. And somebody didn't really come up with Pacer. Who came up with the Pacer decode? Don't say nothing yet, Hulk, because I know you know. And there may be some people in here from the, and if you're in here from the Patriot News days and you remember who came up with the Pacer decode, please put that out.
I know the group of people that did.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but there's really one person that takes credit for it, though.
Yeah. That's the person who took credit for it.
Oh no, that's them. They came up with it.
I don't think Shitty was connected at the time with Matrix when he came out with that. That was out of the Q Army group. A lady named Tupelo, Tupolo, Tupelo, and I was in the Discord with them. This is, I don't know, a year after it all came out, and talking with them because I know they were diggers and part of the Q Army and all those guys back there. And they're like, yeah, well, we came up with it. We brought it to Matrix because we needed somebody to carry the weight for social media on our side. And we're just a bunch of people sitting in the Discord digging. We put all this shit together and it all fits together. And then they came out and used it. So the information came out either way you wanted to, gatekeepers, this or that. That's kind of the real story behind it. Not a lot of people know about that, but yeah. Q Army, Tupelo, dude, great fucking digger. Holy shit, was she a really intelligent person. Yeah, but there was a lot of people in that group that facilitated that research. So hat tip to all you diggers out there that spent all the time sitting inside Discords, talking in chat, digging on topics, putting the connections together. Because it took hundreds of you guys to put that shit together. So hat tip to all you guys that put forth. Because it's just not me, it's not just Space Shot, it's everybody out on Twitter interacting, putting the information forward itself. That's a big hat tip to you guys. Our talk came up with it.
And there, guys on the right, if you see on the screen there too, some really good decodes from Captain Roy. He's got some really good old decodes on Reddit too there. So a lot of old decodes in there. You guys can take a look at his Reddit and see a bunch of really good decodes. And remember, he was one of the people that were instrumental. Captain Roy was, as far as pushing that QAnon Welcome to the Great Awakening book that came out. You know, the one that we were not allowed to put on Amazon anymore. But then we have those idiots like what the hell is that dude's name? Will Schaefer or whatever. Not Bill Schaefer, but the typical shill over there. He puts out a book that, you know, is QAnon, and you see it at the friggin' Barnes and Noble bookstore, and it's like, oh, okay, you can have a QAnon book in Barnes and Nobles, but as long as it's talking trash about Q and not anything positive, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. But just to go back on that previous story I was talking about, this is what was told to me, and they seem pretty damn credible. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Right here. Debbie Rauch. We are the plan. Stop waiting for somebody to come and save you. They aren't coming. You are the plan. Exactly. You're wide awake, well above anybody else out there that's following news channels and information or whatnot. Local level, make a difference in your own damn town. Elections are coming, guys. Time to get the foot traffic going. Spread the information. Poll watcher. Whatever you can do to help out the elections.
Yeah,
I'd greatly help out.
Definitely poll watchers.
And Scott Peterson's doing training for people that you can go follow his channel over there. Hope all well with him, because I know he got sick with like blood cancer or whatever. But go get up with him because he's putting a lot of that stuff active. I think last time I heard from him, he was out in Pennsylvania. And what was the other?
Pressler? What is his
Peterson?
name?
Yeah, Pressler.
Yeah, he was the one, the skinny kid with like black long hair, right?
Yep.
Yeah. He was. Yeah, I definitely seen something here. He was sick recently, but yeah, he's out there, definitely out there. You know, doing a lot of boots on the ground work out there, right? Like, you know, getting people to register to vote, helping clean up. Remember, they went out and helped clean up. Was it Baltimore? I think it was. Where they took out tons and tons and tons of trash out of one area. I forgot exactly where it was.
Yeah, they thought we were crazy 6 years ago. And it says, how do you stop the cheating? You got to get into the poll watching spots. We know that their Democratic money market is low because we had FTX go down. That guy just is probably going to do a lot of time or whatnot. We'll see what happens with him. What was the other one that happened? Because the Act Blue thing is getting exposed for the Black Lives Matter, thanks to James O'Keefe. So that's got big, huge eyes on it from the donor side, where all these retired people are donating hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. So it's going to be hard for them to facilitate that, and they don't have the Black Lives Matter to really light up like they did before. And this Palestine thing that they're trying to pull, try to get the emotions of the left, is not going to really hold on for very long, or people are starting to see it once they understand what it actually is. So in longevity of it, of trying to pigeonhole somebody in there to feel like that, like they did with the Black Lives Matter, pull the racist card, is not going to work with this Muslim type thing. I think people see it more for what it actually is. So that's how I think we can make a big difference between those two. And, as of the cheating and whatnot, it's getting exposed. They're starting to see it. We'll see what happens in the next 6 to 9 months as more of this Trump case happens, and what other evidence they might bring forward showing more of this fraud that happened in Georgia and the other areas there. But is it enough? Can they crest that 45,000 vote that Trump actually lost by in the totals? In the the Electoral College, they play the numbers. We'll see, because they're trying to get him off in Colorado, and that judge is probably just going to go ahead and say, "Yeah, you're off the ballot. There's nothing you can do about it."
Yeah, it's disgusting, and we got all these lawyer groups, right? Like Mark Elias, one of the top thorns in our side since the very beginning. If you guys remember, very connected into the whole Russia deal. Trump's a Russian asset, all the way moving along to pre-election legislation, to even now post-election and pre-election again legislation to make everything easier for them to try to steal stuff. It's disgusting.
Let's go look. Did I have
Decent
something over here?
Yeah, and there is a lot of good stuff coming out for sure. So don't
Did I
think that
follow
there's
him
not.
already? It looked familiar. Yeah. I'm already following Jonathan. Yeah, he does good stuff. I thought that looked familiar. So I do go back and get it. I also follow the guy George out there. He DM'd me the other night during the show, said thanks for sharing it out there. Follow these guys. George is another one that does great information that's out there. What else do I got for
Look at
you
that, dude.
guys?
Connected these two to Israeli Elite Intelligence Unit 8200. I'm sure that'll never be relevant again. Oh, geez. That's
Tucson
crazy.
Mayor. What else is in here?
There's a lot of stuff that's coming out, dude, in the last couple of weeks that is very positive. We touched on a few of them on Table of Titans the other day, right? And then
yes,
and then there was another one out of, I want to say, New Jersey, where some Democrats are also getting arrested as well. So we had the Connecticut one, the New Jersey one that I just discussed, and was there another one too, right? But a lot of these people are
he's
actually starting
posting
to go
this
down.
too. Look, he is reposting this too. I'm just saying he's posting this stuff to the team, which is cool. Means he's been paying attention. He knows where to decorate the correct information. Does he have any of the bigger stuff down in here? Yeah, look, here's Ruby Friedman right here. Look at that. Ruby Friedman right there.
So I'm working 7 days a week, but I'm getting it done. I was out for 10 days because I ain't like the way things were going. So I just said, yeah, anywho, I'll see y'all when I see you. But I'm back, ready to work. I'm gonna let y'all see this. Okay, don't say nothing. Listen, look.
Let's fast forward a little bit.
I'm going to give you a 5. I come to work, y'all, and they talk about me. Oh, they talk about me.
What are they talking about? Yeah, that's interesting.
Watch the water. Yeah, and I remember
we were never left unsupervised, and she's all by herself.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, I remember that, Mary. Remember that marriage?
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. Who is it? Most famous celebrities
That
in the
was
world
supposed to
drop
be
in Halloween costumes. Anna Nicole Smith.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, let's get into show stuff. Let's go back to show stuff. Where are we at?
Yeah. Well, hey, actually, in response to that video that you showed a little while ago, the one where they were talking in court about like what if Trump won. Remember, we had that posting the other day that says that he's going to
No,
be
it says,
dropping
what if
some.
we show Trump won? There's a big difference.
Yeah. So you kind of add that to his post the other day where he was talking about how they're going to be dropping classified information to basically prove such. Plus, 1 and 1 together equals 2 for sure.
Right. I forgot about that.
This
I
is gonna
forgot
get
about
fun.
that post.
How do you legally
Yeah, that's
introduce evidence into a court case? I would say this could be it, baby.
Yeah, let's play this about a little bit about RFK.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Would you support Hillary Clinton again should she run in 2016?
I love Hillary Clinton. I love Hillary Clinton.
So just wanted to throw that in there for a quick second out there before the
Even he said
copyright
that,
stuff
though.
comes up.
Even Trump said that though before. Remember, Trump? Oh, I know Hillary, I know Bill. They're good people. Da 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 da.
Yeah, what was that nickname? The beautiful Hillary or whatever. You know how he always does that.
Yep, beautiful Hillary. It's not crooked Hillary because Joe has it now. Now it's beautiful Hillary. Oh boy.
All right, here, let's throw this out here real quick.
The world has changed because of what Trump has done. And the American people, including independents and some Republicans, know how bad he is, know how much he's misrepresented, know how he's getting close to getting us in a war. I said, as the walls close in on this man, I'm worried he's going to get us to war in Iran. Unfortunately, I may have been right. The fact of the matter is there's a lot at stake in this election. The war.
War with Iran. Gee. So Afghanistan, Israel, Iran, China. We're getting a big list of countries to go to war with, right? Am I missing any?
I'm sure. Don't worry. The month is early. I'm sure he can offend a few more countries, and get us into some more battles. Don't worry. It's easy for him. But yeah, it's disgusting. It really it's so one-sided that it's almost comical. If it wasn't, if we weren't living through this and we were watching it on like a TV show, we'd be like wrenching our hands going like, why do they not see this? This is disgusting. And we are doing that to a certain extent here, but I think it's starting to come out more and more though. They are just exposing themselves because not only are they exposing themselves, but they decided to like take it a step further, right? And I don't know if that's because Trump got in there that they needed to kind of re-up and go faster at what they wanted to do, or they just think people are just not going to say anything from now on and we can do whatever we want. But people are definitely noticing for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. So let's play this clip I picked up with what's his name? It's got Ben Affleck in it. It's also got what's his name? The freaking co-host that always it's a libertarian kind of conservative. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. We're going to play this clip because I haven't watched all of this. I want to just watch a little bit of it, but they're talking about the pro-Palestinians.
I would argue that liberals have failed us. And the crucial point of confusion, thank you.
Thank God you're here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the crucial.
Are you the person who understands the officially codified doctrine of Islam? You're the interpreter of that, so you can say, well, this is.
I'm actually well educated on this topic.
I'm asking you. So you're saying if I criticize you're saying that Islamophobia is not a real thing. That if you're critical of something,
well, it's not a real thing when we do it.
Right.
Well, no,
it really isn't.
I'm not denying that certain people are bigoted against Muslims as people. And that's a problem.
Big of you.
But
But why are you so hostile about this?
It's gross. It's racist.
It's not. But it's so not.
It's like saying
so not. You're
shifty Jew.
You're not listening
Absolutely
to
not.
what we are saying.
You guys are saying if you want to be liberals, believe in liberal principles like freedom of speech, like we are endowed by our forefathers with an inalienable rights, like all men are created equal.
Ben, we have to be able to criticize bad ideas. And
of course we do. No liberal doesn't want to criticize bad
ideas. But Islam at this moment is the mother lode of bad ideas.
Jesus.
So we have.
But Nick, or how about the more than 1 billion people people
Those
who
are
aren't
Muslims too.
fanatical, who don't punish
Well, I
women,
think
who
that
just want to
that's-
go to the store,
okay, wait a second.
have sandwiches,
Wait a
pray
second.
5 times a day,
All right.
and
Wait a
don't do
second.
any of the things that
Okay,
you're saying all Muslims
okay,
right.
wait a second.
You're stereotyping.
Wait,
You take
wait a
bad
second.
things and you painting the whole group religion with that. What is your
Of the
solution?
Muslims
What is your
who-
ask?
No,
Just condemn Islam?
the solution.
That's the
No,
question.
no, the solution is very much what
We've
Nick
killed
is
more Muslims than they've killed us by an awful lot. We've invaded more Muslims.
I am not for more killing.
An awful lot. And yet somehow we're exempted from these
okay.
things because they're not really
All
a
right.
reflection of what we believe in. We did by accident. That's why we invaded
We're
Iraq
not-
and put
okay.
4 million people.
We're not convincing anybody.
It's not
Okay.
I'm specifically
Okay.
telling you that I disagree with what you think.
I know, and we're obviously not
I
convincing
don't understand
anybody
it.
of the
You don't understand my argument. Your argument is like, black people, they show each other.
that is not an argument.
You're talking ISIS couldn't fill a AA ballpark in Charleston, West Virginia, and you were making a career out of ISIS.
But no, it's not just ISIS. It's all jihadists. It's global. It's a phenomenon of global jihad.
I think that's the opposite.
There is those things. There's ISIS. There's global jihadists. The question is the degree to which you're willing to say, because I've witnessed this behavior, which we all object to on the part of these people, I'm willing to flatly condemn those of you I don't know and have never met.
They never listen to the story at all. Never listen to their side. You just kind of do the talking points right over the top of it, not get into the history of what's actually happening there itself. He's not condemning the people. It's the Muslim terrorist extremists that they have a problem with, not the actual people that are there, but it's indoctrination into the country itself. How do you change that? You can't, unless you're going to wait 20 years like they're trying to do here in the United States.
Yeah, it's so it's such a touchy line, right? Because on one side, here's the bottom line is we know that both sides, unfortunately, are doing atrocities to the other. And it's never, like I've said before so many times, right? And you'll hear me probably go to this well many times, which is if you aren't make Israel great again, you are pro-Hamas. Amazing mind fuckery. Yep. Dan's Ministry of Silly Walks. Great comment right there. And that's it. If you're not with us, you're against us. That's the motto, right? But the whole thing is like he's right? Like you're gonna go in there and basically level a place and make a parking lot out of a place that essentially they say, anyways. And like I said, you'll never hear me say for a fact because I don't know for a fact. But what they say is it's mostly women and children that are over there, right? And then they're telling them, well, hey, you need to get out of here, but then they're not allowing them to leave. Is the going story, right? Well, we want them to get out of there because we're going to bomb this area, but then hearing that they're having trouble leaving as well. And then so they're just bombing the crap out of these people. So you're never going to hear me completely side with, Israel. You're never going to hear me completely side with Palestinians because you see that there is, what do I call it? The fringe. The fringe is always the issue, Hulk, right? It's never the everyday person that just wants to live or whatever. It's the fanatic person or the fringe fanatic that keeps pushing people to do these horrible things and just making our world a messed up place. Never the everyday people, though,
Yep. Just wanted to throw that clip out there. That was interesting. It didn't end the way I wanted it to. I thought that they were going to come back a little bit stronger on that side. But then let's go ask the average college student what they think. What do they think about this?
We're in our quick petition to help Hamas free Palestine. You're all in? All right. Oh, yeah, you're in? Easily. I just have to read terms and conditions just so you know what you're signing. Okay. By supporting Hamas freeing Palestine, you agree to the following. You agree that every Jew, Christian, and non-Muslim in the world must be slaughtered. I don't know about that one. You endorse making homosexuality punishable by jail or death. Oh, no. You don't agree with that? You believe Iran should use Palestinians as puppets to spread radical jihad and destroy the West? No? No. I'm glad I read the terms and agreements. You support strict Sharia law, which bans women from showing their knees, hair, playing sports in public, not being able to travel without a man's permission. I'm sorry. Not interested? Oh, okay. You want a terrorist group that beheads babies and rapes girls to replace only democracy in the Middle East? Not sure that's something to support. So if I sign, I agree with this. Yes. Maybe no. No? Okay.
Oh, no. Thank you.
No.
I don't support any of these two things that you just read to me, so then I won't be able to sign this then.
That's fair. Yeah, thanks for not signing. Yeah, all right.
You've seen that space shot?
Yep.
That's a great little video.
And that's the thing, right? Because like you got that propaganda coming out, right? That they, the Hamas people just want to kill and rape babies and kill people and da 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 da. But is that the truth, right? Is it just the fringe people that want to do that? Or is it the average everyday person trying to live their life? That's like saying that me and you are like, or the people listening here are these fanaticals. While we know that there are certain people in our movement that are kind of more fringy and would maybe do more bad things, we're not wanting to do that. We're just wanting to live our life. We're wanting to, not be oppressed and not have all these crazy restrictions on us, right? But that's like lumping us in with somebody who would go, put ricin in a bag or anthrax in a thing and like, oh, let me go send it to these people or whatever. We would never think about doing something like that. So they just lump it. I just don't like the idea that they lump it all together. Oh, you support Palestine or whatever? Yeah, okay, yeah, if I sign this. But oh, well, you agree to, cutting babies' heads off. It's like, come on, really? So it's it's the all or nothing technique. You know what I mean?
Well, I find it also interesting the amount of disinformation operations running out there on Twitter to go against a lot of the stuff that supposedly Hamas did in Israel or whatnot, and the shills that are out there just pushing known false information. It's quite interesting to see a lot of that stuff happening. I mean, some of it got discredited, some of them didn't, but it's funny to see it, and they keep repeating the same stuff over and over again. Highlighting wrong information and not putting the facts together. It's just some of it's better than Babylon Bee. I just find it extremely funny. So even though they're getting very popular out on Twitter, it's happening a lot out there.
True.
I wanted to read this. Here, read that.
Ella Emhoff. John Levine, new from me. Kamala Harris's daughter, oh boy, is publicly raising money for, quote, Gaza on her Instagram account. Experts say the cash will find its way to Hamas. Yeah, absolutely.
Get a bigger photo of that. Does it come up? I just wanted to bring it up, see if it says anything.
Ella Emhoff, 24, whose father, First Gentleman Doug Emhoff, is Jewish, supporting urgent relief for Gaza's children on her personal Instagram. That's a little conflict of interest. Whoops. A little conflict of interest-y.
Makes no mention of the scores of Israel children murdered among the 1,400 innocent Israel killed by Hamas on October 7th. Her promotion puts the funding appeal in front of her 315,000 Instagram followers. The fundraiser, which has netted more than 7.8 million so far, is being operated by the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, a nonprofit in Kent, Ohio, which has ranked in more than 21 million since 2021. Yay, free money. Speaking of money, $16 for a burger with fries and a soda. McDonald's customer slam franchise fuming. It's no longer affordable. You guys hear about this? This is California's answer to Gavin Newsom's $20 an hour minimum wage hike. So they've just increased it. I've heard as high as $18 for the same combo. This was out of McDonald's, and then there was another joint that did the same thing. I couldn't remember.
How do you like that dollar meal,
Pay that
buddy?
much?
How do you like that dollar meal?
They don't.
Yeah,
they
no.
deleted that shit. That shit don't exist no more.
Well, we knew this was going to happen too, right? We've talked about this even on Table of Titans a couple of years ago, talking about how when you do something like this, what does it end up doing? It ends up, well, you got to pay you got to pay your employees more. So what does that mean? If you have the same product and all of a sudden you have to start paying an employee a lot more money, well, what does that mean? That means that you're either going to have to start giving smaller portions, or you're going to have to start charging more for your food, which in this case, clearly they're doing that. And I wonder, dude, how many, if they had a thing for like fries, you ever go to like get a, I very rarely do, maybe once or twice a year for myself, like a McDonald's fry if my son wants to get some nuggets or something. But you ever like go get like a large fry or a small fry or a medium fry, and like they mound the crap out of these things. So I bet portion control would be a little bit better as far as making these people save money. But in the end, if you're going to have to start having these people pay ridiculous money for people that have no, basically you don't have to have any, skills to go punch a register, right? Hey, I can go make $20 an hour by punching this register. Cool, no problem. And it's like, well, now you're going to have to start paying $16 for a burger and fries and a soft drink. Oh my word. It is bad, dude. I mean, even here in Rhode Island, it's not even that, my buddy got DoorDash the other day, and of course they charge you a lot more, but even if it wasn't DoorDash, the things that he got was like a sandwich, a fry, and a drink would have cost him like $13 anyway.
Well, I mean, fast food was always designed to be, cheaper than go and sit in a restaurant. It's convenient, feed the kids in the back of the car. But when you're spending for, family of four, what is that going to be? $30, $40 going through the drive-through. Might as well go down and sit in a restaurant and pay a few dollars more and actually have a bigger meal with better quality food there at that point. I haven't eaten McDonald's in forever, and the last burger I had was In-N-Out. So that was a couple of weeks ago, which I do like. They haven't raised their prices, but this is going to be interesting. So yeah, probably just going to go back into restaurants at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost cheaper that way. Look, a big sexy anon, dude. Rent is $2,500 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment, and I mean, I know for a fact from a
That's
couple.
what California is. That is a standard in California, right there.
Damn, dude, that's yeah, and I know too. San Francisco was crazy expensive too. That was you're talking about $2,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment in some places. So yeah, it's Andy Social. I ate a small cheeseburger 2 years ago. It set my stomach 20 minutes ago. Yeah, that's what it will do. All this processed food. So try to cook at home, guys. People don't really want to cook at home because it takes a little bit of work and you have to do the cleanup and stuff. But you can make a nice dude. I made a really delicious teriyaki chicken the other night. My wife's like, "Oh, where did you get this from?" I was like, "No, I made this. It was easy." And some nice chicken with a little teriyaki. Duck that sucker on the grill, and you're ready to rock and roll. You know what I mean? Make some old sweet potato fries out of some actual sweet potatoes rather than getting them bagged from stores and whatnot. Do the stuff yourself. But you're right, Hulk. It's going to get almost cheaper to go sit at a restaurant than do fast food.
Yeah, exactly. And you get to take it home when you have too much. But portions and quality controls, you can see it happening at the restaurants because people don't want to show up for work, so they're having problems. It's going to get interesting.
Ooh, look at the bottom right,
but-
Hulk. Ooh, 3,200 for 700 square feet in Irvine. Isn't Irvine like near like Hollywood and all
That's
that?
next to me. That's pretty damn close. It's about a half hour for me. I couldn't do 700 square feet, dude. I mean, I went up a little bit. It's three grand for the place I'm at, but it's a 3-bedroom like condo house thing. It's separated, but they're right next to each other.
Damn.
So it's expensive. That comes with the elevated living style. When you're especially in San Diego for $2,500 for a 2-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, go find yourself a nice
The
little
last
meat
apartment
market.
the last place I was at, it was like almost like corporate housing, high-end living type of thing that I was at. But the rent went up like $700 or almost $800 over the time I lived there. So I said, screw it. Between storage that I had been paying for and the last place I was at, I might as well just move up.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Rent's going up. Now I got a 2-car garage. F it. Right.
Yeah,
But shit's always expensive.
If I can't eat at Ruth Chris's, I will cook and eat at home. Christy, look at that with a little snooty comment there. Now just busting your beans. But yeah, I've ate at Ruth Chris's a couple times. Very expensive, pretty good. I mean, I don't know. The one of the best places I ever had a steak at, dude. It was this place called, and they have them in Michigan and they have them in Florida. I know for sure. It's called Black Rock Bar and Grill, where they actually heat up those stones in the oven at like 700 degrees for like 10 hours, and they bring you this hot plate with the stone. So they tell you, okay, would you like your steak cooked, or you can cook it yourself? And I'm like, oh shit, I'll cook that myself, because when I eat, I'm very temperature oriented. Whereas like milk's got to be cold and the food's got to be warm, and if it's supposed to be cold, it should be cold, and it's supposed to be hot, it should be hot. But nothing better than cutting off a little sliver of a ribeye, and then putting it down in the hot stone for like 3 or 4 seconds on one side, 3 or 4 seconds on the other, freshly cooked. Boom. Oh, that was so good. I'm getting hungry for steak, even though I had some last night.
I've been really happy with my cast iron skillet. I don't actually own a barbecue, and I don't cook tri-tip on a barbecue. I just use a 14-inch cast iron skillet and burn that thing like 5 minutes on either side, as hot as it can get, and then throw it in the oven at like 320 and just keep flipping it every 8 minutes, and you can almost cut it with your fork. It turns out really nice.
Yum, 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 yum.
That's me.
I'm gonna make some of my mom's mac and cheese. Very, very easy recipe. So for a whole box of macaroni, maybe take out a half a cup of macaroni for the rest of the stuff you'll put in. Boil a pound of macaroni elbows, and then put in extra sharp white or extra sharp cheddar cheese, Cracker Barrel, one block of that into a simple roux, and then add yourself a tablespoon of mustard, Worcestershire sauce, and hot sauce. Mix all that stuff together. Throw on some a ham steak, cut up ham steak. Throw that in there if you like ham, and then put some breadcrumbs on top and mix it all together. Breadcrumbs on top, bake for 350, maybe 40 minutes. So good, dude. So
Tree
that
hugger.
yeah,
Tree hugger.
new
Oh, go ahead.
cast iron. Oh no, I'm good. New to cast iron. Yeah, I've never used a cast iron.
Biggest thing is temperature, because if you're using oil on there, vegetable oil and stuff like that, it's going to burn at like 160. If you use the extra virgin olive oil, that's going to burn and start to smoke at 180 or 190. So that's what I'll use on that side. So it's very important because you can burn stuff pretty quickly on there because those things don't cool down as much. So as soon as that thing starts smoking, I know I'm at temp, I throw meat right on there at the top. And that's when I'm burning it as hot as it can get. Just burn it. If my steaks are normally 3 pounds, 3.5 pound tri-tips, or whatever you want to use. But if it's a thick steak, I burn the hell out of it on both sides, and that's where it's going to smoke the most for 5 minutes. And just flip it, do it over, and then I toss it into the right into the oven, and I bring the temperatures at like 320, 350, and every 8 minutes. Just flip it. So 3 pound, 3.5 pound steaks, maybe 40 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. But if you pull it out, and throw it in tinfoil or whatever in a different container and let it sit for 10 minutes and let it finish cooking before you cut it. And then when you clean your pan, I normally turn on the sink as hot as you can get that thing. Get it as hot as you can. On the cast iron, I like to use like a metal spatula so you can scrape the bottom of the thing itself. So I'll go ahead and get that thing back to a smoke temp, and then I'll scrape all the stuff off the bottom if it's burnt, and I'll go right over to the hot side of the sink with it on as hot as it can get, and I'll rinse out that inside and scrape off the rest of it, and then I'll throw it back on there. So don't use cold water. You got to use hottest water as you can get out of that sink tap, so that it'll basically clean the top of it. I'll throw it back in there. If I need to do that one more time after heating it one more time, just do the final clean on that thing. I'll throw it back on the stovetop and let it come up to temp, and then coat that whole thing with oil again, and then you're done, and let it cool and put it away after that. And that's how you're going to keep it. Don't use soap or water or anything on it.
Looking at Cheshire's comment, says that they use to make papusa in the skillet grill, which I looked that up. It says papusas are thick corn tortillas that can be stuffed with various fillings.
Extra virgin olive oil, because it burns at a higher temperature, like 180, 190. So if you're cooking steak, hamburgers, or whatever, because on the cast iron you need a little bit of that fry because you don't have direct fire. It's still cooking with the heat. You throw a little bit of the oil in the middle, and it spreads out to the edges just a little bit to make the meat actually kind of fry a little bit if you're doing like hamburgers. Not much.
Clarified butter. What is that? That's interesting. And there was somebody on the right side of your thing there that said that they're on a carnivore diet. If you could, whoever that was, can you leave another comment and leave your experience since you've started the carnivore diet? Because I'm very interested in that.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
Go read his.
Yeah, you had somebody like Jordan Peterson who wasn't like a fat guy by any stretch, but he apparently, what he said is he said he was very strict on this for a month. He ate nothing but water, salt, and milk, water, salt, and meat. And that was it. And he said he lost like 40 or 60 pounds or something like that. So that's amazing. Yep. And that's the thing, Hulk. I've been saying this for a few years now. Yeah, sorry, Texas tan girl. Now I'm hungry. No kidding. I'm thinking about all this stuff too. What are we really supposed to eat, right? Because let's go back to the 5 food groups or the 4 food groups or whatever. Remember what shape were those all set up in, Hulk? Remember the 4 or 5 food groups or whatever it was? What was the shape that they used? Or anybody in the chat can put it up. What was the shape that they used for those 4 or 5 food groups? Come on.
The pyramid.
Yeah, you go. So again, are we supposed to be eating fruits and vegetables, right? Thank you, Big Sexy Anon. Nailed it. Yeah, are we supposed to be eating fruits and vegetables, or are we carnivores? Like, what's the deal? Like, we can't. You have certain animals that are out there supposed to be eating vegetables only, and then certain things that are out there supposed to be eating meat. My guess is, I bet you they're lying to us. I bet you we're not even supposed to be eating, mainly fruits and vegetables as our main deal. Because my wife eats this stuff right all the time, and I'll give her credit for that. She eats some horrible stuff, like I consider horrible. A bowl of boiled broccoli, squash, zucchini, Brussels sprouts every day. But then she's always hungry after that. So it doesn't satisfy your appetite. Even having a big bowl of that stuff, it's like eating, air essentially. So I wonder
But
if,
hey,
we're supposed to eat
you
meat.
think vegetarians, their mouth waters when they see somebody cutting the lawn?
That's good.
I want to make a comment, right? It says, DK, I can't even say it, DKKNAJ says, I use cast iron in a Weber charcoal smoke grill. I use cast iron in the winter, but there's nothing like a ribeye over charcoal. Cast iron does not compare to fire and smoke on a steak. I agree with that 100%, and I'd probably never cook a ribeye in a cast iron skillet anyway. I'd still do a barbecue or I'd buy a smoker for that, to be honest with you. But anything for regular steaks and tri-tips and beef tips and all that, cast iron's fine. But when you get into a nice cut of meat right there and you're going to smoke it because you're going to spend that money for that, yeah, I agree with you. There are certain things I will not cook and ruin.
Yeah, like if you go to like a supermarket, what's the price of a ribeye? You're getting comparable to the price of a ribeye at a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I like that fat. I got to give me a little bit of like a porterhouse or something. I don't know. I'm kind of old school. I like that fatty, beefy type of taste itself. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ribeye's good, but when you're drunk as hell and you want something good to eat with a little bread, little potato, and a big old giant porterhouse.
Check out Dr. Chaffee on YouTube. He'll make anyone a carnivore. Yeah.
Cyber X Speed is, I'm eating steak right now.
Not fangs for ripping flesh. Look at the grass eaters and how big they get. Cyber X Speed eating steak right now. Yeah. Mine always has been the one you were talking about earlier there, the ribeye. Love the ribeye. When I went to that Black Rock Bar and Grill, I got a ribeye, and the guy I was with, he spent crazy money for a friggin' one of those Wagyu steaks or whatever it was, and he gave me a couple bites of it. My ribeye was better, dude. I'm sorry. I don't see
you like
double,
the fat
triple.
taste.
Yeah, the marbleization and stuff
the
like that.
The lean meat stuff. A lot of people don't like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does your mouth water when you see a cow get slaughtered? Yeah, actually it does.
I like when they bring the whole cow over and they come out like a potato and they're like, look, here, cut off what you want and ride the rest home.
Look at that. Bamlo Porterhouse at Texas Roadhouse last night, $36.99. Here's a tip for you guys. Go to Longhorn, which I get gift certificates all the time for that. And by the way, birthday's coming up in a couple of days there as well. But we're not gorillas, SGT Justice. If you go
to the Porterhouse,
yeah, it's got to be a huge one. If you go to like Longhorn, they have ribeyes and whatnot that are like $23, $25 for the big one with the bone in or whatever, right? They have steak tips there, which they give you more steak than they give you with the ribeye or whatever, that are delicious for like $17, dude. And I'm not even joking. It's literally like $17. Comes with with 2 sides and a salad, right? So freaking good. And it's like, well, dude, you can't really beat that, right? Like a bunch of steak, steak with some sauteed onions and mushrooms, by the way, and a baked potato and a salad for $17. Can't really beat that. No Longhorn and Cali, huh? Oh, too bad.
Yeah, I've got a good recipe for sauteed mushrooms, and it requires you need. Normally I do a big pan of it, and I use probably like 3 or 4 flats if I can get it in there. But I'll hit it with butter, some Montreal, a little bit of Montreal seasoning, a little bit of Lowry's or whatnot. But a good couple of scoops of butter. It needs the Bernstein's Italian marinade, not the dressing, the marinade. You use a little bit less oil. Sometimes I'll use 1.5 of those. And then a Corona beer, probably a good 20 ounces of that. And you just sit there and let that stuff cook down and cook down and cook down. When it gets down to where it's right before it burns, just throw more beer in it until those mushrooms cook all the way down, and it turns out absolutely excellent.
Yum, yum. Who is that? We should do a cooking show. Big sexy Anna. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah. Oh, well, I like that. Spirit of 776. We are not apes or monkeys or gorilla anything. Yeah. And I think we showed that. Did we show it on our show the other day? The evolution, right? It's like, well, if we evolved from gorillas and monkeys, then how come there are gorillas and monkeys still, right? If there are these that came from this, then why are there these still? So very interesting. That whole
Iron
thing is just
shuffle.
BS.
No, I was taught at an early age to cook when you have a single mom that works and calls you from work and tells you to cook shit from home. Get this shit ready. Okay. I'll be home in 2 hours. Okay.
And how old were you then?
11, 12.
All right. Now so
11, 12.
here's the thing I'm talking about, the difference, right? Like while we grew up having to do stuff like that because I, like you, was a latchkey kid, right? My mother worked from 3 to 11, and I had 2 older brothers who were generally not ever at home either. So it was basically me there after school and whatnot. And my mother would do the same as like you. All right, put this on here and whatever. Da da da. My son is 12. He'll be 13 in a couple of weeks, and we don't feel comfortable, doing that. So maybe the times are changing quite a bit, right? And and I gotta say, at one point, thankfully, my wife came home from work, and this little guy put on some water boiling on the pot to make himself some spaghetti. And then she came home, and he was outside running around with the friends while there was water boiling on the range. So that's kind of what our concern was, not really paying attention to certain things. And can't say I didn't have any, stupid things when I was growing up. I remember starting a fire in my fireplace because, hey, fire's fun, right? And then all of a sudden the fire's getting big, and I'm like, oh well, I gotta go put this fire out. So what does my smart self do? I go take a big pot of water and throw the water into the fireplace. And what does it do? It shatters the glass around the fireplace. So I call my mother crying. I just started a fire. She's like, fire? What? What? And I'm like, and then I threw the water and it broke the glass. And she's like, and what about the fire? I'm like, the fire went out. And she's like laughing almost. Like, all right, we'll talk about it when I get home. Like, oh boy, thought it. She went from thinking I burnt the house down to like, oh, okay, it's some broken glass. Okay, good. That
The
is the
super
mix.
secret chat.
That's the restream. So he gets his chat from YouTube, Twitch, D Live, etc. I got that app too. I can play those games as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the super secret chat. You got to be over here. That's okay, Tweedle. We don't put YouTube on that much because they hate us over there. I mean, I burned mom's shoes in the oven before because she forgot to tell me that in the directions to make Cornish game hens about, taking shit out of the freezer and defrosting it and then opening it up and wrapping it in foil and butter and, turning the oven on, and didn't tell me to open the oven and double check that all her sneakers weren't in there and they were cooked at 350 degrees. So I burned all those. And then if you're talking about my own daughter, she made a chicken pot pie, which has the microwave convection oven, and then it has conventional oven directions. And one has directions for 4 or 5 minutes in the microwave, and one says 45 minutes in an oven. She got those confused and tried to cook a pot pie in the microwave for 45 minutes in the middle tin. Yeah.
Interesting.
I know it took me forever to get that burnt smell out of that microwave. I was boiling water with cinnamon sticks and shit like that inside the microwave for hours trying to get that smell out of it. It was so bad.
Grilled veggies with a tri-tip cooking alongside. Oh yeah. All right, so that was our cooking segment of the show. We had to stop at $16 burger, fries, and a soda. Oh boy.
Oh, what else did we go? I got funnies, or we go to the Glenn Black clip talking about Target.
Let's just keep going right down the line. Boom.
Right down the line, see where we're at. So we're just no fresh. Let's just go.
So I just think this is wonderful. The CEO of Target was on CNBC. By the way, I live in fear every time I pass one of those stores with that Target sign. It says Target. It's got a bullseye. I feel unsafe. I don't know about you.
They're targeting you.
But Brian Cornell was on CNN yesterday, and he actually said that the boycott in May posed more danger to their company and to their employees than George Floyd riots. The conservatives that were upset over the trans merchandise were more dangerous than the riots of George Floyd.
How many stores did they burn down? Because I missed that.
I missed that.
How many conservatives went to stores and burned them to the ground
Right.
or looted them completely empty of all goods?
Right.
I missed almost all of that.
Yeah.
You know, that's white privilege right there.
So, and then you also have Salon Magazine advancing the claim that MAGA and Christian nationalism is a greater threat than Hamas could ever be. Remember the days on October 7th and 8th and 9th when we were all together? Didn't take them long, but they're turning this whole thing around. And you once again will be named more dangerous. Let's show them that we are not. Let's show the world.
That's what Ardoc talks a lot. He talked about that 2-3 years ago. He's all, they're going to point that cannon right at us and mark all us as these terrorists or whatnot. And the real terrorists are not going to be marked as terrorists. And here we are, 3 years later, sitting in that spot right now. And we're domestic terrorism. Right?
Yep. We're the dangerous ones, apparently. Not the people that are going down looting places and running into stores randomly across the country. It's us that, have a problem with the people that are doing corruption. We're the dangerous ones. I always find that interesting.
Yeah, never mind the $2 billion in damage across the United States. What they do? Burn down half of what was that town began with an M over there where they did the riots at? Where they burned down the police station. I'm drawing a blank.
Wasn't it in Oregon?
No, it was like Minnesota. Well, that was 2018-19. I'm talking the George Floyd. Minnesota. Yeah, Black Lives Matter shit. Remember when they burned down half the town?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's just what tried coming. Yeah. Then I think that was Ronald Reagan that said that communism will come back disguised as liberalism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nailed it. But yeah, dude, I do like that. I do like that post that you see down there. See similar posts. So like for earlier, if you saw like the Tron decode, if you click on similar posts from that, you'll see similar decodes and stuff like that. So you can actually start making yourself little lists of little groups, because you have the communities up there. You can make little communities out of certain groups that you follow. So people that would be doing like decodes like Tron and similar posts, you can add that to one community that you can make, and then you can kind of go into that one side community, and that will be your Twitter or your X experience. So they've actually, I do like some of the things that they've done to basically make it so you can kind of interact with the people that you want to. And unfortunately, we're still getting some of these people that we don't want to see, like that scumbag actor, Michael Rappaport or whatever. Like, dude, I don't follow him, and I've made it sure that anybody that I follow doesn't follow him. But yet somehow every time I go on Twitter or X or whatever the hell you want to call it nowadays, I'm seeing this scumbag every single time, dude. To the point where last night I even put up a post saying, like, Elon Musk, how do I make it so every time I turn on X, I don't see this loser? Like, please make it stop.
I like this comment right here. It says, Target's chief executive officer insinuates that Christians are more dangerous to his employees than Black Lives Matter terrorists who burned down a city blocks in the nation. Meanwhile, Target has rolled out its gay-themed Christian decorations. Gay pride, yay. It's a nutcracker. There's your guy right there. Oh, yeah, we forgot about this. Let's go. This was all during Black Friday and Target. Just to let everybody know. So this is their sale that they're having when you're going to go for Black Friday and get that TV for half price. Oh, my God. I wonder how many stores he closed. Get into some other stuff. You ready for another one that I happen to run by here from Matthew Perry?
Yeah.
Check this one out. Check this out. He had a member of Friends. He had just died a week or so ago. We're going to refresh it.
I'm a drug addict. I'm a person that if I have a drink, I can't stop. And so it would be following your ideology that I'm choosing to do that. That I'm choosing.
That's exactly not my ideology. It is my belief. Yes, you do choose.
It is. And
You have a
it's a
choice.
belief that you wrote in your book. Correct?
You have a choice over whether you drink or not. You have a choice over.
But your book is the only book in modern times that has this ideology. So doesn't that teach you something?
Well, it's quite often unfashionable ideas are unfashionable because they are unpopular with influential people.
I'm in control of the first drink. And so I do all these things to protect myself from not having the first drink.
Sure.
But once I have that drink, the allergy of the body kicks in. This is all documented alcoholism proof. Then I can't stop after that.
Which I find interesting coming from him saying this, because this is, relevant to a lot of people are having, but he's talking about this in 2013, having these particular issues. And he looks under the influence there as he's speaking. So yeah, alcoholism is a lot more than just an on and off switch. You just can't turn it off. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, apparently they get those cravings and whatnot that, they say it's bad as heroin sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. He knows nothing about addiction. Yes, exactly. Just wrote a book and we're selling it. I got funnies and a whole bunch of other stuff. What else do I got in here? Anything else good out there? Yeah. Big hat tip to you guys out there that are non-alcoholics anymore. Good for you guys. What else do I got for? Oh, we had to go by this. I had to make sure we get this in here because Chris Christie was giving a speech in Florida. So, how well do you think he was received? Think they're cheering?
I would say booing more likely and heckling.
What a shock. You're for Trump. I'm going to fall over dead. Now look, every one of those boos, every one of those catcalls, every one of those yells will not keep it. Yes, sure. Will not solve one problem we face in this country. Will not solve and will not make this country better. Your anger against the truth is reprehensible.
Come on, you're smiling watching that. I was smiling.
Now, what is he talking about anyway?
He was over doing something in Florida, Christie there. I don't know if he's still running his campaign or whatever, but it was another stump speech that he was giving over in Florida with another group of people that they're all trying to, go against Trump. And yeah, he did not turn out very well over there. So yeah, I don't know the context of behind it, but I find it quite interesting. What's he putting here? Is this a game? Oh, painting videos, stuff like that. Thought it was a game. So, what's the other thing I wanted to show you? That was him out there on that side. We can do funnies. You guys ready for funnies? Or whatever I got over here on this side. Oh yeah, dude! Holy crap! This thing right here. I had to watch this a couple of times. Oh, Trump is speaking today at 6 p.m. I don't like Christie guy, either do I. The whole Bridgegate thing. He's getting paid. It doesn't matter. I agree with that one right there. So this horse has a hole in its neck. Look at this.
What the hell?
I have no context behind it. I have no idea. I just was like, what the F? So that's like the spine, like the throat came disconnected or something like that. I just was like, what?
Almost looks like where an eye should be or something like that, but
no, that's a head over there.
A word. Got shot.
I don't know if it got bit on the neck and it came separated in some sort of injury and grew itself back together or something like that. That's a holy horse. Weird shit that I find on the internet.
President Trump.
Oh
said it too.
yeah. This is interesting right here. Talking about the whole cooling effect on the Earth and whatnot here. You know, the whole ice age stuff that we talked about for a long period of time. I found this quite interesting that he brought up the same thing that Trump has said.
President Trump said it too.
What did he say?
Climate scientists, basically, they're talking about, you know, global warming. And he basically interrupts and says, it's going to cool first, though, isn't it? And the scientist is like, oh, that's not what the evidence shows. And he kind of laughs. He goes, I'm not so sure you know that.
Okay, it'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you. And I'm like, of course he would know. People are like, oh, Donald Trump's anti-science, he's stupid. I'm like, he didn't just pull that out of his ass. And I'm like, I look at what Musk is saying and this evidence of the pole shift. I think that the true data on Earth is that the Earth is cold most of the time. That right now we should be grateful that it's nice and cozy because we can live when it's warm. But I think that the data might indicate that Earth is cold more often than it's hot.
Interesting thought process just to think about. They're going to sell you climate crap. Might as well wrap it the other direction. We've seen the ice age. You know, supposedly we had meteors come down and, you know, take out the big giant North America ice sheet and, you know, melt in the United States, make the Grand Canyon, all that stuff. Just find it quite interesting how those stories kind of align and where the truth actually is. Because remember the Time magazines you were talked about before Space Shot? Everything in the 70s was talk about ice age was coming.
Trying to unmute here. Yeah, no, they definitely they were warning of a ice age up until I want to say the late 80s, early 90s. But that is something, I think that's even something our doc has talked about before too, right? Like even before, if we were to go into a global warming type of scenario, that it actually would go into a cooling phase before that happened.
Yeah, polar bears might drown. Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you listen to these clowns, you know, we wouldn't have the East Coast and the West Coast right now, right? We would already be underwater if you listen to what Al Gore and his ilk say.
What was that thing I was reading the other day that somebody says when Al Gore started that thing about the polar bears, there was like 7,000 polar bears. Now there's like almost 24,000 of them. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah. El Nino. Antarctica used to be tropical. Oh yeah, they talk about that in the Mideast too. The entire Africa continent and Egypt and all that was a lush tropical vegetation all over the place. Now it's buried with hundreds of feet of sand.
And how did we know the area, the landmass of Antarctica before we could even see it? Because remember, it was covered with ice.
Exactly. What else we got? Let's see what else I got. What else I got for you? Oh, I thought this was cool. This is how a variable gauge system train changes track and switches gauges. I just never seen this, was just cruising through some stuff, and this train is going from one gauge to a larger gauge on the same train while it is moving. So you're going to see the wheels spread apart here. We'll go back to that.
That's crazy how it separates and then goes up and then reconnects.
I like science mechanical shit like this. Some smart guy figured this shit out. Because Russia and Ukraine, they use different rail system, different gauges. So this shit would work out over there for them in different countries or whatnot. So you didn't have to trade trains. What else I got for you? Oh, mechanic tricks. Oh, wait. This I thought was interesting. We have to turn this one down so I don't blow your ears out. Look at this one. So this is a impact gun with a socket with a upside down soda bottle inside of it with some water. And this is what your mechanics are doing while they're fixing your car.
Gentlemen, if you just joined us, we have a spray bottle. Exactly like that. Because the rotation is increasing now.
Centrifugal force. Look at that. The whole bottle, almost the whole bottle. I don't really care about the guy talking. I just thought that was interesting.
Now, did it make the bottles like get longer?
No. All that happens is the water's having a centrifugal force because it's being spun like a tornado. So all the water that's at the bottom of the bottle is being thrown against the sidewall, and then it ends up having the air bubble in the middle of the bottle because all the water is being compressed around the outside of the bottle because it's spinning so fast. Centrifugal force. I turned off the sound because it's just this dude talking. I didn't want to care. I don't think it. I think it's my mechanic. Yeah, exactly. You look at it right there. That's the last part of the water at the bottom. Almost the whole bottle. The air bubble is now in the middle of the bottle, and the water's around the outside. That's what's happening. I just
Very
find it cool.
interesting.
What else I got for you? Racing. And what else I got? Oh, that's a good one over there. That's a good one. This one we won't be able to play on YouTube over here because that'd be copyrighted there. But a guy sounds just like Kurt Cobain. But then again, racing. I don't know if you guys ever seen this for the racing soap opera history. They do this all the time. This guy's got an interesting car here that I've never seen before, and they do haul ass. And here you go. Look at this thing leaning. So the rule is you have to dress it up and then go down this thing or whatever you want to make it to be. So these guys got this slalom car I've never even seen before. Oh, and you can't use brakes.
Look at the face of the pilot, Eric. He's done a brilliant job. Look at that. Oh, my word. Wow.
Whoops.
No way to stop it. And both of them come an absolute dropper.
Ow. That looks like it hurt, but they're up and rolling around there. What else did I got?
We won. We did it.
And then I found this video. This was interesting. Coming out of Shady Group, he had popped this up here talking about red mercury. I don't know where to put it. I just thought it was kind of interesting. Attracted by gold, repelled by garlic. I don't know how to fake this if I was going to do it, but I just find this kind of interesting.
Garlic.
It's like a vampire.
I don't know if he could be tilting the table. Oh, I'll take it that way. Are they faking it that way? Maybe.
How come you can't see it in a reflection?
Just makes me want to go look at it more to figure out what the hell they're doing here. There's weird shit like that I was putting together. Just see what else we got there. I can't do that one there because that will give me a strike on YouTube.
All right. So, yeah, it's the rest of this video is pretty much antics like that. So let's get back into some serious stuff. How's that sound? Sound good to you guys? All right. Let's get into this Jason Q. And We Not Me. Let's see here. Where is... I thought I made a thing for them. Yes, I did. Okay. Now let's really expand the mind, right? Right. Now, Auntie's the one who turned me on to these guys. Well, I knew about Jason Q before, but the We Not Me channel, they cover a lot of really, really good stuff. Some nice deep dives and everything. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this. Here we go.
All right. Hello, everybody out there. Glad you could be with us today.
How's the volume?
Great big family. Hopefully you're sharing and expanding the family. And it is my pleasure to host We Not Me with Jason Q and Jack Lander. It's the 54th episode. Today's the 5th of November, 2023. And hey, don't let your distaste for politics and politicians be the reason why you don't get involved and be heard and stand up for what is right. Be involved. It's the only way things really shift. Keep gaining knowledge, keep learning, keep sharing what you learn, and verify what you're learning to be the facts. Don't trust any one individual. Don't trust me. Always look for yourself. And I'm sure we will make it through, but it will be bumpy, troublesome. You might get impatient. All these things, you could ask a soldier how they feel when they're deployed. They go through all these emotions on a regular basis. And just keep focused, think good thoughts, and live in the moment of today and what you need to get done today. You can project your future by what you accomplish today. You can't project your future by doing nothing today. So
Yeah, give me a second. Looks like I'm going to have to do a refresh on this. It's been open. I've had the page open for quite a while. So a minute and 48.
Guy was beyond a genius, right? And Jefferson, in his actually it says it down here, right here, yeah, and his and the when it turns out he was actually one of the good guys, so they all are
connect name Patrick.
like
No,
he's trying to the things that Rittenhouse had screwed up.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is what actual event though that we witnessed was General Flynn and what's his name, Patrick Byrne, met up in South Carolina at Linwood's new home.
Okay.
I just thought it funny that it said Flynn in South Carolina connection.
Yeah.
It was kind of
yeah, and the guy's name is Garcia Flynn, so General Flynn, and people think he's the bad guy when it turns out he was actually one of the good guys. So they all start working together. And Rittenhouse is named after this guy, a real guy in history, David Rittenhouse. This was American astronomer, inventor, clockmaker, mathematician, surveyor, scientific instrument craftsman, public official. Member of the American Philosophical Society, which Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson were in, and the first director of the United States Mint. This guy was beyond a genius, right? And Jefferson, in his actually it says it down here, right here, yeah, in his book Notes on the State of Virginia, which is considered the best book ever written about the American colonies. Thomas Jefferson listed Rittenhouse alongside Franklin and Washington examples of New World genius when disputing French nationalists Georges Louis Leclerc, Ponce de Guzman claimed that the environment and climate of North America had stunted the intellect of peoples living there, both native and European. Yeah. So this guy was incredibly smart. Here are things that he, what the hell is it? Here's surveys, Pennsylvania, Maryland. Remember, Jefferson's father was a surveyor, so was Jefferson. You know, Pennsylvania, honorary degree, discovered the atmosphere of Venus, observed the transit of Venus. Okay, to Philly, engineers, committee of safety, and professor of astronomy, again at UPenn. Again, same thing. I don't know what the hell that fish is doing there. That's weird. And treasurer of Pennsylvania, completed the survey of the Mason-Dixon line. Yeah. President of the American Philosophical Society, and first director of the U.S. Mint, founder of Democratic Republican Societies of Philadelphia. Yeah, this guy was incredibly smart. And they think that, yeah, the blue field of stars in the American flag, that might have been his work. So who knows? But yeah, interesting guy, to say the least.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is, like, his grave is cracked. Yeah. This one's fine, but this one's broken. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that, I think you can see this show on, like, yeah, I actually want to watch the rest of these because I watched a few of them and then I kind of, oh, what the hell happened? But it was a good show. It was really interesting to see him travel through time to, you know, try and fix all of these problems and, you know, make sure that this evil corporation doesn't get set up and all this. So definitely worth taking a look at. So
All right.
Man, these guys are just something else.
So real quick here, you know, you caught what he was saying there, right? Using time travel to go back and stop these evil corporations from getting started in the first place. Project Looking Glass? Could be. We'll find out.
So today in history, something happened in 1943. World War II, the bombing of the Vatican.
Okay.
Vatican getting bombed?
Never recalled ever hearing about that.
Here. Me neither. See, you've got the American Civil War and American Indian Wars going on at the same time. 1862, yeah, the American Civil War. Abraham Lincoln removes George B. McClellan as commander of the Army of the Potomac. 1862, same day. American Indian Wars in Minnesota, 303 Dakota warriors are found guilty of rape and murder of whites and are sentenced to hang. 38 are ultimately executed and others reprieved. Now, do you think these Dakota warriors are actually just raping all these white women? Because kind of like, you know, the whole Emmett Till deal that, you know, little black kid fucking whistles a white woman, they fucking hang them, burn them, and all that shit. Yeah. We have issues.
yeah, that's for sure.
1911, after declaring war on the Ottoman Empire, Italy annexes Tripoli and Cyrenaica. Now, September 29th, 1911. That's when they declared war on them. So the Ottoman Empire was still around in 1911. So the whole thing is the Ottoman Empire getting their shit back. Ottoman Empire of the Turks. And it goes to the whole Qing dynasty. I mean, even three facets of them. One of them is a Mughal, one of them the Romanovs, and the other one I have here somewhere. Just a lot of there's so much information on it. It's insane. So you got that. There's 56 days remaining in the year today. Tomorrow's 5/5. And this is also, so you've got November 7th, 7/11. It's the 311th day of the year. It's 11/3 reverse. So also on November 6th, though, 1789. Remember, we actually went away from, when we founded United States, the whole Judeo-Christian values, which is absolutely bullshit. There's nothing Judeo about it. It's, the Jews are the Canaanites that's them. They're the ones in blood libel. They're always doing blood sacrifices. But 1780, Pope Pius VI appointed Father John Carroll as the first Catholic bishop in the United States. There started the cult. The cult that runs the world is Roman Catholicism. The Catholics are the cult. I'm sure we know that now, but who do they worship? You built the Vatican on top of a pagan, massive pagan burial ground.
Yeah.
1861.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, and it's, Jesus's church, but he never lived anywhere near them.
Yeah.
Why is it there? Yeah, it's built in Rome. Yeah. Okay.
And then, they say, Jesus of Nazarene, right? Or Nazareth.
Uh-huh.
There was no Nazareth back then. None of it. It's all fucking fake. Every bit of this is fake. It all goes back to Babylon and everything like that. So now when you go on the, and here's how, check this. So.
Okay. Just so everybody knows, the opinions of Jason Q are not the opinions of those playing the video. Okay. But there are some things that correlate, some things that don't. So just listen to what he's saying.
On the Ingersoll Lockwood site. Right here. Something really weird about this. Look at the rabbit down here. It's a gray rabbit, and it's like, just right there. It's not a white rabbit, is it?
Nope.
Nope. Right here. The year is 2023, 5784. That's the fucking Hebrew calendar, right? When you subtract 2023 from 5784, you get 3761. Anybody want to add those numbers up?
17.
That it is. Remember we went over this last time before, and remember there was like this hyphen was red, you click on it. But look, they're changing them all. On here, it's like on a day-by-day basis, they change this.
Yeah.
Got the rabbit anymore. Why not? Odd. And so
and like that the year is that S wasn't a hyperlink before, I don't believe.
Oh yeah, it was. This one.
Oh, there you go.
What it is that so now they're talking about like all this war in Sudan and everything. Guys, there is no war in Sudan. Mnuchin actually signed the peace treaty for the Republic of Sudan. Right there.
Wasn't witness. Yep.
Why would you have Mnuchin sign it? Treasury, not the Federal Reserve.
Treasury. Right.
Everything goes to the Treasury.
Yep.
So, it's just this whole thing just fucking stinks. D. This is me. Now, this came up like a day or two ago. Mary Poppins bank run. There's something getting ready to pop like this week. Gotta be. Because guess who was elected president for the Confederate States of America tomorrow, 1861. Jefferson Davis.
Yeah.
Switch. Trump is Jefferson Davis. Remember Abraham Lincoln? They switched. Jefferson Davis went to the north with Biden, and Trump took Abraham Lincoln and went south. They switched the whole the Civil War. They mirrored it because Jefferson Davis and the Confederates in the South, they were all pro-slavery, right?
Right.
You look at what he did is that you take Biden pro-slavery, fucking hates anybody that isn't, Zionist, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. Then you turn around and you look at the North with Abraham Lincoln, the Union soldiers. They were all, humanity and everything. Well, they're clashing. Well, they're fighting Indians. They're fighting two fronts. It's like, well, why are they fighting Indians? The Native Americans. It's like you're fighting Native Americans and then you're fighting the South as once. But I think the Native.
Well, yeah, you had what is it? Shit. What the hell? Biden, Catholic, not Protestant. Remember, they got to stay in that church, man. They always got to stay in that Catholic church.
That's the thing. If he's such a devout Catholic, then why did they refuse for him to take any of the Eucharist and all that? They flat out denied him.
Yeah, abortion.
They're all pro-abortion. Even the fucking Catholic Church is, they can't say they're not pro-abortion because they fucking sacrifice kids all the time. But they're doing it when they're young because you get the drugs and the meat. It's just it's so fucked, this whole thing. And 1928, Arnold Rothstein, the head of the Jewish mob in New York, was shot and mortally wounded on November 4th and died on November 6th. He was assassinated by George Hump McManus for failing to pay a large gambling debt. So the Jews run the mobs, huh? Yeah, we already know that with the Khazarian Mafia. They run Hollywood. And if the Jews run Hollywood and they openly say it, but then we say it, and they're like, oh, you guys are being anti-Semitic, but you guys brag about it. Well, if Hollywood's satanic and the Khazarian Jews run Hollywood, then that means the Khazarian Jews are satanic. It's simple math. It's just, you just do it by deduction. But also, 1935. Why not be November 6th tomorrow, the day that Parker Brothers acquired the patents from Monopoly? Monopoly money, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's 55 days left in the year. 310th day of the year. You've got
Today was when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament.
Yeah. Would have been a fucking great thing there. Talking about that's what they're going to do now. They need to. 42, World War II, Carlson's patrol during the Guadalcanal campaign begins. Well, it just so happens that the Guadalcanal, good old Admiral Nimitz actually used maps in a National Geographic magazine to find the Guadalcanal.
No shit. Wow.
So you think they're still working on the globe? No. If you're working on a flat map, just doing that. 1943, the Soviet Red Army recaptures Kiev. Before withdrawing, the Germans destroyed most of the city's ancient buildings. Sure, the Germans, or is it the Nazis, which are the Jews, which we could prove it under the Mossad, because the Israeli army, they go by, their name are, the nickname are the Mazis, M-A-Z-I.
And in 2 days, on Tuesday, it's November 7th, which is technically the day of the Russian Revolution, because they switched, they call it the October Revolution, but that's on the Julian calendar. On the Gregorian calendar, which we're on, it technically what happened on November 7th.
And 1971, tomorrow, the United States Atomic Energy Commission tests the largest U.S. underground hydrogen bomb No, it's after 1945. So why are we still fucking testing these bombs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we said that, hey, you know what? No, this is fucking too big. No. What do? They keep on plugging away. But they did this. It's codenamed Canakin, like Anakin Skywalker, Canakin, on the Amichka Island in the Aleutians. That's in Alaska.
Right.
The thing is, in the Aleutian Islands, there was also a typhoon that recently hit in Alaska. And FEMA, they're kind of getting investigated over it, because if FEMA was sent there to actually help these people, but all the, because they speak Inuit and all that, they don't speak English. They have their own languages. So what if they put a bunch of gibberish on some papers and passed them out as flyers? Nobody knew how to get food, nothing. That's what FEMA did. They took the money and ran. Just like fucking you've got Maui. I mean, all these. And they're all run by FEMA, the whole just.
Well, you look at remember the train derailment in Palestine, Ohio, and FEMA wasn't allowed to go in. Like they said, no, we're not declaring an emergency, because they knew FEMA was going to come in and do awful things. But where could they go into? Hawaii and Alaska, which technically are probably still territories and are going back to those people. So they can still operate outside what would be the continental U.S. and steal the money that way.
And they have.
Yeah.
Unless Frogger, FEMA's billing Maui for their services, and FEMA's taxpayer funded. Yeah, all the Florida hurricanes, going in there looting all these homes. I mean, look at Maui. They're going in there and stealing everybody's shit, saying, "Oh, well, they don't have land deeds or anything. They can't prove this is their land, so well, it's not their land."
Right.
Literally, like, torched all via laser. And who created the lasers too? Israel.
Oh, and FEMA's annual budget is $30 billion. $30 billion. And then they say, oh, whenever a disaster strikes, hey, we got to fund FEMA. You get $30 billion a year.
Yeah.
Like, what more do you need?
No. But
I mean, we can't build a highway across Florida, but yeah, FEMA gets $30 billion a year. And somehow they go through it all every year. They just somehow money just goes away. Just ridiculous. Oh man. I'll be right back. Screaming headache for some reason.
Trump was yesterday in Houston, Texas, correct?
I think so.
All right.
Everywhere.
So if we do this, here's where Houston is, everyone. Right there, right? Now, if we do this, what is this? Oh. What's the format of this we have?
Oh, stuff. If you want to hit that thing, I got the sound thing on. It works pretty well. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, where? Right here. This one right here. So this photo right here. Notice where the coin is. It's over Houston. And what was it, a couple days ago, like 2 days ago, right here, North Dakota, South Dakota. Notice how there's no separation of a state? A couple days ago is when they became the 39th and 40th state of the Union. Well, if they're the 39th and 40th, then how in the hell did all these other become states? So if they're 39th and 40th, well, you got the rest of them here. But yet Oklahoma is still Indian territory. I think they're giving all this land back.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Got to.
Yep.
The shit they did.
Well, and think about how much federal land is out there. You know, all that land is almost all federal. It's not like they're taking private property from people. It's all federal land. The federal government owns 33% of the land in the United States, but yet we have a homeless crisis. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And one of the things from the Revolutionary War all the way up until the Civil War was part of the pay for soldiers was getting land.
So, a lot of fucking shit that happened this day. On November 7th, there's going to be something big. It's the 311th day of the year, 11-3 reversed, 54 days remaining, 54, 45, the whole golf and 45. But this day marks the approximate midpoint of autumn in the northern hemisphere and of spring in the southern hemisphere, starting the season at the September equinox. Yeah.
And that's why they have Samhain or Samhain, however you want to pronounce it. The Druids, they used to split the calendar. So Samhain or Samhain or whatever you want to call it is, you know, their best estimate of being right between the autumnal equinox and the winter solstice. And they have 4 of these events a year. And they used to, you know, the Wicker Man, where they would put, you know, they said they'd put, you know, adults in there. No, it was all children. And they burned them alive as a sacrifice. That's your original Holocaust. And that's what the Burning Man ceremony is in August, which is right in between the summer solstice and the autumnal equinox. And what do they do at the end? Oh, they burn a huge effigy of a man. It's all satanic, crazy shit. But the other ways, like the Burning Man happens, at least in the Druids, in, you know, Samhain or, you know, Samhain, October 31st, and in May. Then the other 2 types of human sacrifice that they would perform was they would drown people and hang them. So what do you think? That maybe those were the other, you know, in between holidays? And these people were crazy. But yeah, if you ever want to have the literally living shit scared out of you, go watch the movie The Wicker Man from 1973. Oh my God, well, that scared the living shit out of you. That was great when, you know, I was going in the, on, you know, the other show. It's like, yeah, I saw this movie in like 82 because, you know, we were one of the first people to have cable in our neighborhood for some reason. And, you know, nobody knew what HBO was. I go up, and surprisingly, in Fulton, New York, my grandma Petey, she also had cable, which is the weirdest place to have cables in Fulton, New York, which is in the middle of nowhere. And so I would, I'm like, I'd go up there and she'd like let me watch HBO. She had no idea what it was. I mean, nobody did. But then, you know, we got it in our house when I was like 5 or 6. And I remember this movie coming on when I was like 6 or 7. I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. I'm like, oh my, it scared the living shit out of me. So whenever Burning Man, like whenever I found out about it, like the late 90s or whatever, I was like, dude, this is all satanic. Like, this is not good. Like, holy crap. So yeah, that was an interesting way to find out about what Burning Man and the Wicker Man were. And they did a terrible remake. I mean, it wasn't bad with Nicolas Cage, but watch the original one. And what's so scary about this movie is everybody, it's on an island, surprisingly, in the northern islands of Scotland, you know, where like Trump's family's from. And like this detective goes to investigate a missing person. But once he finds out what's going on, like he tries to reason with people and they all have the exact same beliefs, which are totally opposite of, regular human beings. And it's just like, oh my God, like this guy had nowhere to run to, nowhere to go. And then guess who got to be the human sacrifice in the Wicker Man? You got it, the detective. Yeah. Oh, but one thing that where the hell did this thing go? This is interesting timing. That we know the federal government runs out of money on either the 15th or the 17th, right, of November, and look what's going up into the atmosphere. World's largest rocket ready for mid-November launch. What a shock! Yeah, yeah. Ready as soon as mid-November. What the hell is on this thing? And yeah, so they're dealing with the fish and wildlife. Yeah. But yep, it's all ready. It's waiting just to get the approval, and then it is go time for this thing. See if I can find this.
So I have something interesting to share real quick.
Wait.
I had a great sit down for about 2.5 hours with a gentleman that had to flee the Lahaina fires.
No way. Holy shit.
He had lost his house. And so I can confirm he has a very big distaste for FEMA, the Red Cross, and the only money that he's seen so far that he had received actually came out of the foundation of the Oprah rock ordeal. He did receive money out of that. And then he got his insurances, their first settlement up amounts. But he's still holding on to his land. I told him, I said, don't let go of your land, bro.
Yeah.
He says, well, his situation is a little bit different because there's a landlord that owns the land because he'd bought a condominium home. So
yeah,
a little bit different there. But yeah, he said it was pretty horrific.
Yeah, that's awful. Holy shit. Buddy's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, Jason, one thing about, like one thing that's produced during the solar storms is huge, either radiation storms or geomagnetic storms, is carbon-14, radioactive isotope, and then it breaks down into radioactive carbon dioxide. Is that the reason that, because you were talking about that underground nuke test, right? The largest.
Yeah.
One thing they found out is they didn't really know until 1959 that nuclear tests were producing massive amounts of carbon-14 in the atmosphere, just like if a massive solar storm, one of those NIAC events happened. That's why they moved everything underground. Like they must have some type of allergy, or it is lethal to some people with some DNA problems. But that's why they moved all of those nuke tests underground worldwide. And then guess what else happens during the nuclear power reactors? They also produce carbon-14. That's why I think they shut them down, because it's not lethal to regular human beings at all. In this report by the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Department of Energy, in 2016. So, and it states that, oh yeah, you could have birth defects and all sorts of things from carbon-14. Except that never happened because people have been living next to nuke plants for 60, plus years. No problems. But what if carbon-14 is very lethal to some other people with some weird shit? But yeah, I mean, it's nuts. And yeah, just because you mentioned that nuke test underground, that's why they moved them all underground. It's so strange. Oh, one other byproduct of nuclear power generation is methane. What's the one thing they want to get rid of? Methane. Unreal.
Yeah, there's something
we are missing something that is lethal to these people.
So, this motherfucker. So, this November 7th date, massive, massive day. So we've got 1619, Elizabeth Stewart, remember the Stewart family, Stewart bloodline, crowned Queen of Bohemia. Grove, that shit, right? The 1837, Alton, Illinois, abolitionist printer Elijah Lovejoy shot dead by a mob while attempting to protect his printing shop from being destroyed a third time. I mean, why wouldn't the Simpsons put a Reverend Lovejoy in their cartoon, right? 1900 People's Party is founded in Cuba. 1917, the Gregorian calendar date of the October Revolution, which gets its name from the Julian calendar date of October 25th. So on the 7th is when the Bolsheviks stormed the Winter Palace. But remember, they went off the Julian calendar, so technically it's like they're doing it Tuesday, but it's actually future versus past, which Back to the Future, all this shit. And
yeah, and the reason I think that they named it the October Revolution back then was Russia hadn't switched over to the the Gregorian calendar yet at that time.
No reason to, I mean, shit. They had the 1918 influenza epidemic spreads to Western Samoa, killing 7,542, 20% of the population by the end of the year. Funny, I thought it was just because of the Rockefellers, poisoning everybody during the war. So now it's all the way in Western Samoa. It's like they knew what they were doing.
Oh, absolutely.
1929, New York City Museum of Modern Art opens to the public. That's why this is so big. Remember when Trump they had that building destroyed in New York City that Trump bought, and they were supposed to save all those reliefs for the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Museum of Modern Art, and he just had them destroyed anyways because they're all like fucking satanic. It was all Shiva, and it was all those old just not good symbols. I mean, look, gargoyles, all this shit. It's like, well, why do they have all this stuff on there? 1944, FDR elected for a record fourth term. 56, Suez Crisis, United Nations General Assembly adopts a resolution calling for the United Kingdom, France, and Israel to immediately withdraw their troops from Egypt. Remember, just 11 years later, 1967, they had the 6-day war. Why is it 6 days? Because they're not going to go 7 because they got to keep with their 6s. 1967, I think this is what really, really destroyed us, was U.S. President LBJ signed the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, establishing the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Fucking legalized brainwashing. That's all they've been doing. The TVs, the Black Mirror, all that shit. Then we go to 2000. 2002 big things happen. Not only did the bitch HRC elected the United States Senate, but also that year is when they had the election, the hanging chads for Bush and Gore.
Remember 2000.
Yeah, when they all left DC, and then they went down to Florida. They're like, oh, well, so the whole thing with capturing the flag. Yeah, see, that's real.
Like I actually took that butterfly ballot because I was in Palm Beach Gardens. So yeah, I mean, it was the most confusing. Like none of the holes lined up. All this, it was the worst thing ever. I mean, I had to sit there for a few minutes and look at it to make sure I know who I voted for. But yeah, it was nuts. But you know how all these people, all these super rich people, are all flocking to Florida. I mean, from actors to billionaires, are all moving to Florida. What if Florida is actually still owned by the Spanish? Because remember, Ponce de Leon, he's the guy who basically discovered Florida. What if that's still owned by Spain and that's why they're moving there?
But what if it wasn't Spain at all? What if it's all the Tartarians? What if the Tartarians actually ran everything? And we can actually look at our Constitution. Our Constitution isn't something that they just like drew up and it's like a masterpiece. I mean, it was copied off the Iroquois Constitution, which was the Native American Constitution up in New York. So it's like they took some of the stuff out of there, they put it in there, and they instilled it in there because they were the true Tartarians. They were the red race. The Iroquois were.
Yeah.
Were the red race of Mu.
Yeah.
Like,
Or if or Florida's going back to the Seminoles, like if that's going back to Seminole land, they're trying to find a place to hide. Trying to find a place to get out of jail free card or asylum or something, because all of them. The funny thing is where Billy Joel had his house in on by the Hamptons. I gotta find this because this is nuts. Like all the people there moved to Florida, and this is not a good area to be. Let me see if I can find this.
It's not a good area to be.
No, not this place. And no, in Long Island. I just gotta find it here. Let's see.
Don't say. What else was there?
So, Jack, somebody said, Denise says, Sag Harbor is where Billy Joel lived.
Yeah, it's a private community. That's what I'm trying to find because there was an article on it in the Post, and he sold this place like last year or something. Ah, here it is. All right, this might lend a little credence to things. And here it is. And, just look at the title of the article. Billy Joel's Long Island community has become a ghost town after many fled to Florida. It's an interesting word to use.
Yeah.
Who flees? Criminals flee. But this is the area here. It's got one road in, and just read through it. Real estate agent Connie Maxwell has long rep property deals in a certain Long Island village, one that's famously linked to Billy Joel. Once a popular spot that attracted not only the Piano Man but also other big name residents, Maxwell says the area also is slowly cleared out over the years. Welcome to Center Island, an isolated community with no gas station, no grocery store, and no post office. All that exists are houses with scenic views of Oyster Bay Harbor and Cold Spring Harbor. Intentionally kept this way. Yeah, look who. Yeah, they don't know. They know who they know, and they know who they don't know. Maxwell said, and that gives people like Billy Joel, Rupert Murdoch, who once lived there, and even Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, who rented for the summer there, sense of security. Center Island holds about 200 homes, has seen a massive selling spree. Interesting. That's it right there. Yeah. Now, more than 50 homes have traded hands in the serene Center Island town since January 2020. Additional 9 are on the market. One of them, one of them, newly constructed 7,500 square foot house, has been on the market since July 2020 with no takers. What is on this island?
Well, no.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Of course.
I'll show you.
Well, how about this right here? 525 homes there have listed since January 2020 with 338 selling. Think of that number. These people, were they forced to sell? Were they all arrested? Who knows? But this is one creepy ass community. Most residents fled. Again, the word fled to Florida, which includes Billy Joel. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to Creep Island. There it is, right here. So it's up over here. And that's it. One road in, one road out. Yeah. And, you know, Billy Joel just bought a property. And I don't know. But then he sold it all. Like, this is just one weird story. People are selling bigger estates and getting smaller houses. These people are super rich. They don't sell houses.
Yeah, they just collect more properties. Why would they sell?
Yeah, they wouldn't. I mean, look at this. I mean, that's Billy Joel's place.
That's off of Long Island, right?
Yeah, it's right. You look up here. Obviously, this is Long Island here, and then this is that island that right here, and one road in, one road out. Yeah, that is.
God damn it!
Like Amityville. That's Billy Joel's former house. But think about that. I mean, look at these numbers. I mean,
that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, these people don't sell houses. Where the hell is it? Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. Center Isle is a village within the North Shore town of Oyster Bay. So thank you to the person in the chat who said that. 525 homes there have listed since January 2020. 338 of them selling. That is a tremendous amount of people. And this place, the Center Island, holds only 200 homes and has seen probably all of them sell. These people, I think, are all gone. And this article came out a while ago. Yeah, August. So
Damn, over
that's just a
64%. That's over
Hmm.
64% of the inhabitants of the place that have shifted out.
Gone. Yeah, at a minimum. And that's what we know about. We don't know about the off-market deals, you know, that trade hands. But yeah, I mean, that is strange to say the least. Like, why did everybody from this place flee? Oh yeah, because they got caught. Oh man, I burned my mouth on a piece of pizza. I don't know if it was like a shuttle engine that was in my mouth, but like my whole mouth is fried. Ah, it is an annoying feeling. Eyes are all screwed up today. I'm a mess.
So
The wheels are coming off, Jason. The wheels have flown off.
Oh fuck, me too. I mean, my knees all fucked, back, everything's.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, my back actually feels good. It's just my eyeballs and mouth that feel like I want to pop them out. Oh,
Yeah. You know what? I think that Riz Flex, she uses these glasses that are tinted like a blue because it helps with the glare on your screen.
yeah.
2020, but you know, that might help too. I was even thinking about getting a pair of those, just not real glass, but I mean, you can still read. But
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just like I get a lot of dust in my room. So when I sleep, it's, you know, some days are good, some days kind of suck.
so what harbor did you mention? That is
Sag Harbor?
Cold Spring Harbor, right?
Cold Spring Harbor?
That's one of them. That property is look upon.
Here's why. It's a laboratory. Cold Spring Harbor is a laboratory. Right there.
Oyster Bay Harbor.
It's right in the same area. In the same exact area. Now, when you look at this, right, it's in Laurel Hollow, New York. It's right in the same area. And look at their sub research programs, right? Listen, number one, they partnered up with Suzhou Industrial Park in Suzhou, China, to create Cold Spring Harbor, Asia. So you think Cold Spring Harbor, like School of Biological Sciences and all that shit, what if that actually is a part of Plum Island as well? Because they're saying that this is a cancer program, National Cancer Institute. But guess who funds them? Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Well, look what they're working on right there. Cell biology and genomics.
Interfere. Biological process which RNA molecules inhibit gene expression, typically by causing the destruction of specific mRNA molecules. Co-suppression, post-transcriptional gene silencing, quelling. You mean they're literally trying to fucking alter our DNA so that we cannot ascend? It's basically. Right. So if you're doing with all this with the RNA, you know, the DNA is you're taking the mRNA and you're adding it to the DNA and it's creating a complementary DNA, which like the stem.
Like, why do you need to do DNA replication and RNA splicing? Like, why do you need to do that? Unless you have a massive problem with your DNA.
They're involved in COVID-19, cancer research. Let's face it, whole thing. Stem cell.
It's like they're funding.
What is that? Neutrophil extracellular traps, nets.
Where's that?
A net, right where COVID-19 is. It says neutrophil extracellular traps, nets.
Which bind pathogens.
Neutrophil kills extracellular pathogens while minimizing damage to the host cell. Interesting.
Yeah, right.
Well, these people suck.
Stretches of DNA, globular protein. Good thing I excelled in science.
Yeah, you need both. Man.
But the best part is that, you know, we're all learning together and we have to pay fucking $300,000 for a fucking stupid little degree. He says, oh, look, you're an idiot. You follow what we say. No. And this whole thing, the whole Cold Spring Harbor, the laboratory was created by the guy who found, you know, Watson, which is one of the ones that discovered the, DNA, dual strands.
Yeah, if you go up there just a bit to funding. Yeah. So 34% from the National Institute of Health, National Science, 26 from auxiliary activities. What is that? And then 22% from private philanthropy.
Yeah.
Fascism.
Yep. Why don't you just say Bill Melinda Gates, the Open Society Network? I mean, all of it.
Exactly. International Federation of Eugenics Organizations. Nice. That's great. Nice people.
Eugenics.
This so awesome. Yeah, wait a minute. I'm brown. They'll come after me first.
Yeah, but you're big. They ain't gonna come after you.
Yeah. They'll come after you last, right?
I still got good sight picture.
It's all based off eugenics. I mean, this whole thing had to have been created by the Rockefellers. They just used the, shill to get in there and because it doesn't make much sense. Carnegie Institution of Washington merged with the Biological Laboratory to form Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory of Quantitative Biology. 1970, the name was simplified to Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Yeah, because you really don't want people knowing what the hell you're doing over there.
Yeah, eugenics lab.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, right in Oyster Bay. Have a nice day.
Unless
the Sanger Institute for Killing People.
Yeah, I mean, right here, this should tell you. Since 1994, biochemist and cancer biologist Bruce Stillman had led the laboratory as a director. Since 2003 as president, he's a member of the National Academy of Sciences and fellow of the Royal Society.
Oh, great.
Devoted to the study of DNA replication and chromosome maintenance.
Origin recognition complex. Ah, there's your orcs. from, the Rings, was Lord of the Rings. That's what it is. The Rings. What am I doing?
These guys are just pure evil.
Yeah, they're probably researching how to make all of these things fail in people. All right, let's make sure we know how these things. How can we find how these fail?
Yeah, look at this. See also, Salk Institute for Biological Studies. Guys, Jonas Salk was a fucking evil prick too. Don't think that the polio vaccine was actually good. It wasn't. Whitehead Institute, Massachusetts MIT, Harvard University, Rockefeller University, Technology, Scripps Research Institute, Rockefeller University, huh? Oh, it's in New York.
Yeah.
Biological sciences, medical sciences, Nobel laureates. Look, between 63rd and 68th Street along York Avenue. Yeah.
Surprising they don't have a football team. Oh, right. They don't want people to know this exists.
Well, plus Jews aren't good at fucking sports. So let's face it, they're better at fucking killing people. That's what they're developing. They're developing this whole thing because when people are like, Jews, it's like, okay, so here's the problem I got with this. So if they could go around saying, oh, biggest problem we have with fucking Mike Johnson is that he's a fucking Christian. Fuck him, right? But we're supposed to be sympathetic to the Jews. Guess what? We have separation of church and state in this fucking nation. So explain to me why in the fuck we're playing the sympathy card with the Jews when Judaism is a religion. Let's cut the shit. They chose that. There's no land. There's nothing in their DNA. There's nothing in their genomes that say that they're Jews. They're Jews because of the maternal bloodlines. See, the Jews don't go by paternal bloodlines. They go by maternal bloodlines. To watch the wives, right? Watch the Jews. Also, C before D. Watching that Robert Seffer video. This C before D sounds like it is pretty much spot on. They know the bloodline of Christ. They know the family lineage. It's the Desposinis. C before D would be Christ before Desposinis. The Desposinis are the ones that have the Christ blood lineage in it, and most of people don't even know they have it in them. Despozini. Desposini. Also,
oh, hold up. Oh, go back there real quick if you can.
Yep. Right here. Yep.
Yeah, look at research breakthroughs. Infectious agents, syphilis. They identified autoimmune diseases, developed virology as an independent field, developed the first antibiotic, obtained first American isolation of influenza A and influenza B.
Hold on one second, Jack. Let me a little bit so it makes it easier to read.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yep. And
oh, sorry, right here.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, and then what else? Genes are structurally composed of DNA. Discovered blood groups. Resolved that virus particles are protein crystals. Developed the field of cell biology. This fucking thing is always in the way. Resolved antibody structure. Developed methadone. Oh, for treatment of heroin. Oh, we got to get right. Devised the AIDS cocktail. Identify the appetite regulating hormone leptin. Why wouldn't people know about this university if it's so well renowned and they don't want people to know about it?
Look, I mean, I'm a private university. I knew about it a couple of years ago, but other than that, I didn't know Rockefeller had a university at all. Oh, and look, but wait, there's more. So, Mark Tessier Levine, right? Previously executive vice president of research and chief scientific officer of Genetitech. That's what Genetitech deals with, cloning. Because we have an entire fucking.
Because they're evil as shit.
Genetitech.
Oh, hey Carol, welcome.
Hey. Oh, and happy birthday, Kelly.
Oh, Kelly, happy
Oh,
birthday.
happy
Awesome.
birthday.
Yeah, that's I saw some
Great.
Kelly, happy birthday, Kelly with a Y. You know, the other Kelly's with an I, but it's Kelly with a Y. Happy birthday. I love that.
Awesome. That's great. And everybody else's birthday, happy birthday.
Yeah. So why wouldn't we dig in this, right? Genetech, subsidiary of Roche. Yes, so Roche, it's based out of Europe, and they're the ones that have the hexagon as a symbol. Roche is one of the big ones in this. You know, Gilead, Roche, all this shit. Yeah, biotechnology. No. Products. Look at all these products they create. Gallium, Klonopin, everything that actually has like destroyed humanity, they created.
Oh,
All those drugs. Pegasus.
I was just about to say Pegasus.
I mean, all this. You know, founded in, you know, recombinant DNA technology. Could restriction enzymes could be just scissors to cut DNA fragments to manipulate your DNA. Exactly what they're doing.
Want to destroy your DNA.
That's it. All they want to do. And
what was it? Yeah, it just said on the last screen that they helped develop synthetic human insulin.
Anything to
giving everybody diabetes.
Thanks, guys. It's awesome, right? And
'cause what does your body do? It reacts to all these things in the wrong way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. I mean,
yeah. Let's mess with the endocrine system. Great idea.
Yeah. And so you'll love this, right? At the bottom, January 2015, it signed a $60 million deal with 23andMe that gave Genetech access to the genomic and patient-reported data held by 23andMe. Now they're fucking you. That's it.
I'm sure they got approval from every person who, oh, right, when you send that in, you have to sign it, which means you're signing over your DNA to them.
That's it. That's all it is. Remember when all these drugs and all that they used to that you can't even pronounce? Like this one, the monoclonal antibody. Monoclonal. Cute. Tecentric. Look at that formula, Jack.
Yeah.
How do we know that's bad? Just look at the fucking formula for adrenochrome or anything like that. I mean, by them installing sulfur is not one of the four basic building blocks. Carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. That's it. Once they add sulfur is it's fucking it's satanic. It's exactly what it is. That's why when they say the burning of sulfur, it smells like the gates of hell. That's exactly what it is. That's why Pittsburgh, you know, they have all the steel mills right on the three rivers, and the fourth river goes down. It's a portal to hell. That's all this is. They're just going through these. Here's another one. Growth hormone. Look at the formula. Add that sulfur in there. It pretty much ends.
My grandmother was a nurse in the early 1900s, right? And it was all sulfur based. Thank you, Rockefeller Medicine.
Yep.
I'm sure there's a time and place for sulfur for an astringent or to clean an area, but holy crud, put it into your body? I don't know about all that.
Sulfur, they just use that in like steel making. That steel mills, that's the only place where I encountered sulfur. Remember what they want to pump in the sky to dim the sun? Sulfur dioxide.
Right.
Why can't you put sulfur dioxide in the air? Sulfur is a lot heavier than oxygen. Sulfur will actually go down, and we will all suffocate in sulfur because sulfur will go to the ground. It's just like any gas. why is oxygen here? And then when you go up in higher elevations, you can't breathe because it's all nitrogen. Nitrogen is the 7th, 8th is oxygen, and the 16th is sulfur. So it's going to be the heavier gases are going to go down the ground, can't breathe. And plus sulfur, it's going to destroy plant life, everything. It's what it does.
Yeah, it salts the earth, basically. Sulfur's the earth.
That's the thing. Sulfur, salt. Think about when they said, when they turned like the whole Bible story. Lot's wife turned around and fucking turned a pillar of salt. No, maybe they fucking just did something like this. They just dumped a bunch of sulfur, used sulfur bombs. Why wouldn't you? Right?
Yeah.
We don't know what the fuck they did back then. Like this.
Yeah, it's funny. Where I don't want grass to grow in my gravel, I put out rock salt. Hello. Pretty easy way to keep life from growing.
Yeah.
To treat the wet type of age-related macular degeneration.
What's the chemical formula?
Yep.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
Look at the half-life. It's 9 days.
Jesus.
Yep. That's something you definitely want to put in your body. No, not at all. And
that's pretty bad for the eyes. To treat macular degeneration of the eyes, you putting that into your eye? Screw that.
Why not? They're putting fucking those little things in there in your left eye, wraps around your optic nerve, goes right to your fucking pineal gland, kills your consciousness. But that's all.
And you also look at how many of those drops are being recalled because it's causing blindness. What are they putting in these drops?
Yeah, it's like.
See all these? What these are? All these right here. There's actually more of them. These are from Genetech. This is what they create when they build clones. Every component, molecular function, cellular component, everything. They have everything dialed in to create these clones. All of these. Biological processes in cellular copper ion homeostasis. You don't say, why do you think they were asking for all that copper back then? Remember, you see the cash for gold places, and you saw copper spike. People are ripping off fucking houses and stealing the copper out of their walls.
Right.
They need the gold and the copper for the clones. It's exactly what they use them for. But the copper, they instill the liquid copper into them, and it creates a battery. So that's how they run for a year. They just use liquid copper. They're fucks. I mean, all this like cellular response to camp. I mean, mating behaviors, cellular response to stimulus.
Alkaline behavior? What the hell is that?
Yep.
Nervous system development?
Oh yeah. So if you could do all this, why can't you fucking cure any of these diseases?
Yeah. Or male pattern baldness. Let's start with that. I mean, let's keep it simple to begin with.
You know what?
That's why they make ball caps for. You don't need hair.
Humanized antibodies from a non-human species. Protein sequences have been modified to increase the similarity to antibody variants produced naturally in humans. You're literally playing God. You're creating these half human, half the chimeras.
Hey, can you click on that? There's a human anti-mouse antibody. What the hell is that?
Yep. Antibodies developed as anti-cancer drugs. Well, if you've been sitting here saying you're fighting cancer with all this money, breast cancer, guys, don't donate to any of these fucking foundations anymore. None of them go to any of that money. They don't look into it. They don't care. If they created the disease, they know the cure. Because if any of them get it, then they're like, hey, I need that fix. Like, okay, here you go.
Right.
Here you go.
Yeah, and all that money is just money laundering.
Yep. They're adding fucking just human parts of sodium brown. So because you're human, and they start adding all these fucking animal fucking clones. They start putting all this animal shit in you. Don't make you right at all. Yeah. Simple chimeras of this type are not usually referred to as humanized. No, because they're not real at all. They're This is shit they're doing underground. These are these. I mean, look at Pan, right? Half man, half goat. That's what they're doing. And all these, they have them all washing up in New York from Plum Island. All these fucking beasts that are these pigs that have human fingers. I mean, what the fuck? Then they go out there in boats with black bags and they're fucking gathering them all. Everything that was accidentally dumped out.
See that right there? If you go back one, yeah, this one. At the bottom, it says Remicade and rituximab. Those ones they gave me to treat rheumatoid arthritis. That rituximab, how much did that? Just one, you get like 4 treatments a year. So like 2, like you get 1, and then 2 weeks later you get another. You get another IV, and then you wait 6 months and do it again. One bag of that rituximab, just one IV bag, it costs 25 grand. 25,000. So every year I use that. That was 100 grand. It was covered by my insurance, but you know that's 100 grand. Like, yeah, why don't you just give me some hydroxychloroquine? That would have worked. Yeah, let's just keep pumping in this crap into people's bodies. Yeah.
Or ivermectin.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the stuff they were pumping in. Like, yeah, we'll try this, and then we'll try
There's
that.
effective
Like,
use on lupus. That's a nerve issue, right? So
yeah, well, it's autoimmune. So yeah, like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis. That's what they used to use was HCQ. Till they came up with all this other stuff. Apparently, it was working too well, so they had to get rid of it.
And people too long. And the funny thing, Shamiric antibody contain a G stem. You think that's why, Xi Jinping it added to this? I mean, mutagenesis.
That sounds great, doesn't
it?
A mutating growth, huh? Awesome.
Yeah, right there. Humanized Shamiric currently in critical trials for treatment of rheumatoid arthritis.
Mellitus.
Myelitis, yeah.
Receptors and DNA coding.
Yeah. Who knows what they put into me?
And that's, I mean, all this stuff. It's like, guys, building 32. 23 Ping. Vacaville. Look, it's all California, Oregon, corporate headquarters in South San Francisco. Hi, boys.
Yeah, the Hillsborough one. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look at that. June 2007, Genentech began the construction and development of an E. coli manufacturing facility, also in Singapore. Why would you want to manufacture E. coli?
Yeah.
It's deadly.
No lice. The bulk drug, Lucentis, Lucifer, they always put that Lucy. They're all fucking Satanists. That's all it is. All these people are. All shitbags. This guy's the one that started fucking Genentech. He's the former chief executive officer, chairman. Oh, he's the chairman of Apple now, CEO of a Calico, an Alphabet Incorporated venture. Look at that too, because figure. Apple, Broad Institute, MIT, Harvard,
Rose,
Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. Yeah.
Princeton. Yeah, there it is again. Go Tigers. Harvard, man.
Harvard, man.
And he talks about, when Trump talks about prevent defense in football, right?
Mm-hmm.
California Institute for Quantitative Biosciences, QB3. QB, quarterback, prevent defense. That what he's hitting about? No, I mean, the guys.
People suck.
Here's Calico. Backed by Google, with the goal of combating aging and associated diseases. It's called cloning. That's what this California Life Company. Are we starting to see where
Area served worldwide. Oh, it's everywhere. Wonderful.
right? Look, now it's Calico in partnership with AbbVie. Will be opening up a research development facility focused on aging and age-related diseases such as neurodegeneration and cancer. Who owns stock in AbbVie? Oh, well, you can just fucking look on the Q drops and well,
Billy Gates.
no, good old fucking Schiff.
Oh yeah, Adam.
And one with ancestry DNA based on conducting research into the genetics of human lifespan. Why don't you just look when people die? That might tell you.
Yeah.
Just go to any insurance company. They'll tell you their actuarial tables, what you eat, how you exercise, what your life factors are. They'll tell you pretty much within, a couple of years when you're going to die. In a law of large numbers. I think it's like 77 for men and 83 for women, something like that.
Yeah. Right. Leading the AI efforts left to pursue a venture in applying machine learning techniques to drug design. Machine learning techniques.
Yeah, and all these guys were all pro AI. Now they're all against AI. Why? Because the white hat seized it all, and that's what they're using. They're using it for the military to control drones. They're using it for the quantum computer. The white hat seized it. Now they're like, uh-oh, it's being turned against us.
Yep. Look, and this is the guy who plays Steve Jobs. This Levinson. Arthur Levinson.
Doing a bang up job. Have they invented anything new in the last 20 years? I mean, since 2007 when they came out with the iPhone, and the Apple Watch. That thing's just. Why not just get a regular watch?
I mean, this guy owns
that one out.
a million Apple shares. That's a lot of shares to own of Apple.
That's a lot of apples.
I wonder how to get on Apple early, huh? Congress? I mean, because he won an award in 2016 for his contributions to the scientific community. How about helping out the drug community, the homeless community you guys created in San Francisco?
Right.
That's all the shit they're doing to people. Here's another fucking Shire. This had to do with the whole pharmaceutical companies, originated in the United Kingdom.
In a Jersey registered, that is the island of Jersey, out in that's out in the right off the coast of England. That's where you're looking at companies. Look there. Hey, Adderall. There you go. Shire company. They haven't made any money off of that.
Then you've got
Advance.
growing franchise in oncology. Guys, that's cancer. That's again,
Cambridge, Massachusetts. There's their sanctuary city.
Oh, and Chicago and in Zug, Switzerland. Let's not forget Chicago. That's where AbbVie's based out of Deerfield. Because who actually?
They're actually saying they like to study cancer. They're not saying that they like to cure cancer. They like to study cancer.
No, it's going to be like McDonald's. Like it's what it is. It's what it is. It's a business for them.
Are they relocated to the Boston area? Nice.
Yeah, to Lexington, Massachusetts. Yeah, I'm sure the Minutemen statue is really pissed. If that guy could move, he would have fucking gone right in.
And it's headquartered in Lexington, Massachusetts.
That's where that Minuteman statue is. Like if that guy could move, he would have stepped right in.
So let me run something by you guys that hits me in my brain sack here. Metastasizing tissues is what? A cancer, right? Growing of cancer.
Yeah, yeah.
call your brain a sack if you're coming out with metastasizing as the first fucking word. That'd be a first thing there, Conan. You're a lot smarter than you realize, but to say your brain's a sack and then you come out and say metastasize, it's like, well,
Well, now let's put this to the synthetic meat industry that they've came up with.
Oh my God, yeah.
And now, why is it so important for them to study cancers, but their abilities of growth of tissues, and now you got synthetic meats?
Yeah. Who the hell would ever eat synthetic meat? What is wrong with these people? Like, seriously.
sites in Lexington, Massachusetts, and Social Circle, Georgia.
Hmm.
That's an SC. Georgia, deep state, corporate leadership, Shire, AbbVie's inversion deal. Yeah. AbbVie's an offshoot of laboratories that was based out of my Fermi lab. So Enrico Fermi was one of the people, along with Oppenheimer and all that, and Einstein, that created the atomic bomb. Not good people. If you're creating the atomic bomb and then you're going around and you're starting to fuck around with genetics, yeah, you're wanting the elimination of humanity. What this is what it's been all along, you know? Oh, natatorium. When they said NatSec e-briefing, like nat with dots under it, they're talking about cloning. A natatorium is a building containing a swimming pool, but is also used to refer to any indoor pool, even if not housed in a dedicated building. Any indoor pool, like, you know, indoor pools.
Oh man.
Indoor pools. And this was taken at Dolce. You don't fucking doing this shit. Of course there is. They've been doing this the whole time. People say that they have not done this cloning. This goes way, way past any shit.
Well, you know, and like Elon Musk said, you know, the Earth is severely underpopulated. How many clones are walking around?
Wait a second. We have an issue with this, though. So if they're trying to, do the whole, reverse aging and all that, right? So answer us this. You've already done it, assholes. We have the CIA documents. This agency announces that the aging code has been permanently broken, making biological immortality a certainty. Please note that this is not a future event and the data has been proven conclusively at this time through scientific testing.
Yeah, and a couple months ago, the head of Google, he's a guy who kind of like predicts the future or whatever, and he just quit. And he said, yeah, people will immortality be achieved within 10 years or less. Human immortality. Came out and said that.
I mean, all we need is that.
Somebody made a good point. The cocoon, remember the swimming pool where they go in and it's like the fountain of youth. What if that's under Mar-a-Lago? It's actually the fountain of youth. Ponce de Leon discovered it. It's like, hey, I found it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, Barron Trump's actually Donald. It's like, yeah, no wonder they couldn't find him.
Yeah. My God. November 8th is. Ooh, Wednesday's show is going to be fun.
Oh, yeah. 11 to 8. Yep. Definitely.
When Trump says April Fools, I don't know how much of a reach this is, but April Fools is what date? 4/1, right?
Yeah.
November 8th 1889. Montana is admitted as the 41st U.S. state. Remember the clock that we showed with the Mickey Mouse clock when you overlaid it with the map of Mount Rushmore, and the two, the middle hand was pointed at Keystone, and the other hand was pointed at 10 off to Montana, and we went through whole Montana, how they created the fifth wheel RV and all that shit. All the everything's done by water. It's like, but also 1644. The Sun Zhui Emperor, the third emperor of the Qing dynasty, is enthroned in Beijing after the collapse of the Ming dynasty as the first king emperor to rule over China. And king is spelled Q-I-N-G. Misspellings matter, right? Now we talk about the whole, three families like Romanov, Mughal, and there was another one. It's like, well, Melania's in the Romanovs. Trump's Secret Service name was Mughal, and it just seems funny that they would say that a Pakistani Mughal went down with the Titan sub.
Well, and then you can't forget Ivana, because she was from that area as well.
Yeah.
So who is she related to? Is she related to the, the Holy Roman Emperors of back in the day from Germany and that area, Bavaria, Czechoslovakia, all that area?
And the thing is, when people talk about the CCP is it's communist, but it's command control persons. It's the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the CCP. They're the ones that created communism. So whenever people when Trump talks about China, China and King can actually be interchanged.
Right.
When he says China in a different tone, and then he says China, that's China, or also China.
China.
Totally different, I mean, people understand it's like the Jews have overrun everything, but then they sit back and look, oh, well, this is our religion and this. No, fuck your religion. Everybody else's religion ain't doing that shit. Oh, and Mecca. This is where Fantasyland comes in. Mecca is not in Saudi Arabia. It's in Jordan. Mecca is.
I could see that because if you look at all of those, like the Valley of Kings is in Jordan, all of that stuff.
Yep.
I just posted something about that. I'm like, man, if you look at what's in Jordan, that is, and nobody ever goes there. But you look at all of those amazing religious, that carves out of mountains, things like that. Yeah, it's big time in Jordan.
When they say Moab, right? Jordan is Moab. It's the same land. Yeah, Jordan, Syria, that whole area, it was never Israel. Never. Israel's just a fancy land that came about, and they said they were going to create a Zionist state in Israel in late 1890s, but Israel's named after Benjamin Disraeli, Disraeli, and he was one of the head guys in England. Right. And the guy was just pure Zionist, and like he was one of the I wouldn't say one of the first ones to create Zionism, but he was up there. I mean, he just did not like humanity.
Theodore Herzl, I believe, was the guy who really created Zionism, late 1800s. That was the guy.
Well, he's the one that said he was going to create a Zionist state in Israel. So Zionism was openly inactive because they had that in the Zionist world shit. You know what? In fact, guess when they meet? The World Zionist Congress. They meet at the end of October every year.
Huh.
Right around like October 25th, 28th, right there.
Yeah.
Every year.
31st. Happy Halloween.
Yeah.
Burning Man. Samhain. Yeah.
So
the Wicker Man.
Wicker Man.
These people.
Not Wicked Man, but Wicker Man. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, wicker. Yeah, made out of wicker.
Jack, you're your Bostonian accent came out. I thought.
Yeah, the Wicca Man, dude. Yeah, it's right next to the Wicca Man. The Wicca Man, Packy. You know.
And also, what? How do you pronounce it? A Saley Star. We have a Jordan River in town in Utah. Oh, there's a big town in Utah you got to visit. Bluff, Utah. Not Bluffdale, Bluff. Because there's a lot of shit going on in that town. A lot of just weird people driving down the road and see a hitchhiker, and then 5 miles down the road, they see the same hitchhiker. I mean, there's some serious shit going on there. Let me find this real quick. You know, I was watching this.
Bobby says they live in Utah. Bobby, go see if you can find the same hitchhiker.
Just the shit that they talk about, fucking so creepy. I'm like, whoa, there's a lot of shit going on there.
Yeah, I enjoyed my time out in Moab, out in Utah. That's a beautiful area.
Moab in Utah, Moab in the Middle East. Yeah. Because the date they had on it, I'm like 16 something. I'm like, odd. Oh, and yeah, about the Palestinians have every right to be pissed off. Look what they did to their flag. Look at the Palestine flag, and then look at the LGBTQ flag. They literally took the Palestinian flag and made it the queer flag, and add all the pedophilia shit in it. It's the same flag. Has the V cut, all the stripes. It's exactly they're egging Palestine on. That's what they're doing. They're like, oh, we're just gonna fucking do this and that. But fuck that, man.
Oh, here, take a look at the flag of Jordan.
Yep, same thing.
Yep.
The exact flag.
And you can see like all the sacred sites in Jordan, like two that every Christian should visit. 2000, Pope John Paul II visited Jordan for the first time during his pilgrimage.
I know, I fucking have a hard time too. Pilgrimage.
Yeah. Jeez, I suck. During the pilgrimage to the Holy Land. Today it welcomes everybody. You have this place, the incredible biblical site of Makawir, whatever. Previously known as Sheres, which is located an hour drive from Jordan's city of Madaba, was once the palace fortress and home of Herod Antipas, whatever, Roman appointed regional ruler during the life of Jesus Christ, and son of Herod the Great. Herod Antipas, or Antipas, whatever his name is mentioned in the New Testament of the Holy Bible. Wasn't Pontius Pilate the regional ruler of the Romans during that time? Well, or maybe he was the governor.
Yeah, well, Pontius Pilate was he was the judge. Remember, he's like the judge of everything. And Herod.
Yeah, but I think he was the governor. That's why he was the judge, I believe.
Yeah, and like Roman appointed regional ruler of the life of Jesus Christ. So Roman regional ruler and the son of Herod the Great. So if Rome appointed him, I remember Herod the Great said, hey, we got to kill every firstborn male. It's like,
yeah. And then take a look at this thing.
Hey, did you know? Look how they put Holy Bible. They didn't capitalized holy. They just put lowercase h. Right here. See? Holy means
And
pretty different.
this site, Mukawara, is believed to have been the place Herod imprisoned and beheaded John the Baptist following Solomon's fateful dance of the seven veils. Interesting. Ancient palace ruins include a dungeon where some archaeologists believe John the Baptist was imprisoned before his execution. This is all in Jordan. Pilgrimage site for many Christians. Then we get this place, which is Bethany beyond the Jordan, Jesus Christ baptism site, situated in a tranquil environment south of Jordan's capital city, Amman, and near the Dead Sea. Why wouldn't this be in up north? Yeah.
Go in that water, and we go and see Jesus real fucking quick.
Went to John at the Jordan River, baptized him there. Let it be done. We should do what is right. And yeah. Then how about this one? Like sacred sites of Jordan, and they've taken it all down. Like you can't find any of these. Like you go to here and up, Great Temple of Petra, which you can see over here.
That's Mecca.
Anybody saw? What's that?
It's Mecca. That's the real.
Yeah. And that's why they probably used it for Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
And so now the Great Temple, right? It's like, well, who built it? I mean, let's face it. You're not going to just have a couple guys go up and say, hey, there's this nice fucking mountain here. Hey, let's start carving out and carve out the whole inside. And you have got to be some of the dumbest fucking people to fucking believe this shit. Even the last quarter of the first century, I think all time is off. The years are off. Everything's off. Way off.
See if I can find this in here. Yeah, this is it here. It's different. It's a different one. And amazingly, they found this in 1992. You know, like, oh, hey, look what we found. Oh, yeah. Massive amphitheater. Oh, I don't know what let's see here. Yeah, this is the Great Temple of Petra right here. How do you miss this? Like, yeah, we just, you know what, we got lost and oh, hey, here it is. Oh yeah. So that's different than
Hey, look, I missed this 5 football field complex.
Hey, look what we found. Come on, man. I mean, seriously. I mean, does it look like they did any excavations on this? No, because there's no dirt anywhere.
Yeah, this is like exposed already.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. What's in here? I mean, this is all deep underground. Got to be dug all into the mountain.
A place to stay cool in a hot night.
Yeah. I mean, look at this thing. That's a huge temple. And look how small these people are.
Yeah.
This thing is massive.
Okay, maybe that's like a 8 football field complex, maybe 10 football field complex.
That's probably 10 field. You know, that's probably, I mean, look how big. I mean, that's got to be at least a football field or two. That thing's huge. And look at how the pillars that were on the outside. Holy shit.
Hey, Jack, when did you say they found Petra?
Well, they found this area, this thing in 1992. The other thing here, you know, this, where the hell did it go? This is different. Like this thing is the lost city of the ancient world. Let's see if I can open this up. That was a book. All right. I don't know what the hell this is, but probably a bank. But yeah, this is what they found, and somehow they just discovered. And hey, look what we found. Yeah, that's the Holy Land, probably. I mean, if this thing's sitting around in Jordan, where are all these things in Jerusalem? Like, they never find any artifacts in Jerusalem. Like, they came up and they said, oh, we found like 200 coins from the Roman era. Like, that's it. It's like everything is in Jordan. And if I could click on any of these, like, yeah, like you click on, let's just click on character, Carrick Castle. Like, once an important city in the biblical kingdom of Moab. Yeah, but it's like they've taken down like all the pictures. Where the hell is everything? What's that?
A little bit. You
Yeah, but
Dad?
huh?
Scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Right there. Hold on. Paganus the Butler.
Where's that?
Right here. History of Carrick Castle. Scroll down a bit. Right here. In 1126.
Oh.
Steve Carrick from King Baldwin of Jerusalem. King Baldwin, huh? That's a nice fucking Middle Eastern name. We're starting to see that this whole thing's just all fucked up. This.
Yeah, who came up with that name? Jeez.
Sorry. This is what's so strange. You look at, like, you can't Google the map doesn't work here. Like, what? Oh, for development purposes only. Like, why is this not working? Let's see if we can find this thing. But yeah, let's see what this is. Yeah. Hey, look what we found. This is, I mean, look how small these people are compared to this thing. It's massive.
Maybe it was just a stone carving training facility.
Yeah. There's Putin. He must have got it off his horse. Let's see if we can find a picture of this castle, Carrick Castle Images. Yeah.
Look at the size of that thing.
Yeah, this is easy to miss. Like,
Tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, we just found this, guys.
Yeah.
We built all this, though.
Yeah. Hey, we're gonna build some condos next to it too. That's gonna look good. Yeah. Hey, look at the bus. I mean, this place is massive. Look at all the stones. Probably took an hour to build. Let's see if we can find another picture. Yeah.
I mean, look at they built all these other buildings in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, they're the
2
condo
years.
buildings. Yeah.
Everything takes 2 years to build.
Yeah.
Take
I mean,
line right is more like it.
Holy shit. See if we can find another one of these sites.
Do those hyperlinks even work?
No, I mean they do, but they don't show you any pictures. Like that's it. And then if you want to find it on Google Maps, it doesn't work. Yeah.
That's just bullshit.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
The Mormons lied, the fucking Jews lied, Christians lied. They all lied. Everybody lied. Oh, bullshit. This whole thing is the Holy Land. Okay. There's nothing holy in Israel. Nothing. You have to go to a land to become holy, you have a problem. Yep, that's
there is. There's a lot of holes in their stories there.
This is the Byzantine church. That's what we were looking at. It's a Byzantine church.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. That looks easy to build.
Mm-hmm.
See, and they make it a church so they think religion was actually a big thing back then. Nope. They didn't fucking believe it.
Look, there's an altar.
Yep.
Yeah. Right in the middle of the pillar.
Please place the sacrifice here.
Please place your baby here. It'll be fine.
Golly.
Let's see what else. Check this thing out. I get a lot.
All right. So what I'm going to do, well, actually, I'm going to drop the link for this into the chat for anybody who wants to watch the rest of it. It's at the hour and 40 mark. I want to get into some up-to-date stuff. Melissa Red Pill. Let's jump into that. But it just goes to show you how much stuff that we believed was going on is coming out now to be incorrect information. Part of the thing about Jordan was, certain areas of Jordan were actually part of Palestine during that period of time. And he is right. Nazareth was not there at the time that that Christ was born. Nazareth came about 30 years later. And Christ was born in Bethlehem, so that's that kind of puts a kibosh on that part of it. And Herod the Great didn't order the firstborn killed, as they stated in this. He actually ordered the death of all male children under the age of 2, from 2 years old and lower. It was Pharaoh who ordered the murder of all firstborn males, because it was prophesied in the stars that the savior of the Israelites in Egypt, that would the savior of those guys was Moses. It's I don't like it when they talk about religion and they get their facts all jumbled and everything. But for the most part, a lot of good information in that video. There's the link for it there for those of you who want to watch the rest of it. Again, we were at the hour and 40-minute mark. It had another almost 2 hours left to it. So what I want to do is I want to hit Melissa Red Pill, and then we're going to hit X22. And then I believe there was another one that came out too. Which was it? X20. Oh, and then SG Anon with Patriot Underground. So I want to make sure we get all of those in. And I'm waiting on somebody to get here to come and get my gas cans to go get me fuel. So we're going to try and keep going for as long as we possibly can. But if I start having problems fuel wise, I will have to cut it back. We'll see about that. All right, but let's go ahead and get into Melissa Red Pill. Here we go. Just getting rid of the song. We'll be back with it in a second here.
We're off to Never Never Land. I thought that was really cool that Dan Scavino posted that, because we're all like waiting to see if something was big going to happen on 11.3 and 11.4. I'm going to show you what I think is happening, okay, behind the scenes, and we're supposed to be able to see it, to identify it. So I'm going to help you hopefully to do that. But did you notice the Batman? Did you notice that right here at whatever the? Let me play it again. There you go. He's sending the bat signal. He's sending the bat signal. He's letting us know, hey, watch out, guys. Something big is going on. And Batman is, going to Never Never Land. Never more of this continual wars and all the deception and all that. That's where we're headed, right? I'm Melissa. Red Pill the World. I'm glad to see you guys. I love getting to come on here and share all the research that I've done over the past several days. And I'm glad that we're here together on our social media. If you guys are new, you can go and find us on freedomforce.live. And I have probably 1,000 videos. Probably by now, 1,000 videos over there on how this is biblical. I've been teaching God's word for many years, 40 years, and a missionary for 10. And this is it. This is, a lot of people realize this is Armageddon, but I think what a lot of people don't realize is that we're going to cast these creeps out. We're going to cast these ones out, and we're going to have beautiful, wonderful, amazing days coming up. So definitely check it out. If you go on here, you'll see, actually, I'm going to talk to you about the books here in a little bit. Those are books on end times. They're $2.99 on Amazon. And this is the wonderful truth. It's the end times for them. and 1,000 years of peace for us. It's all throughout God's word, all throughout. But go to social media right here and you can join with us on the different social media so that you can be a part of it. I'm actually not currently posting really on Clout Hub and Snapchat, I think, because it became so much. And my wonderful team is wonderful, but it's like too much, and I post a lot. Okay, here's all these wonderful links about getting your health back. This is a beautiful post about the videos that we had. This is where you would find them, video playlists right there. If you want to get the audiobook, that's right there. All right, so and then here's the small group resources. We're doing a study every month, and so that you can really get up to speed on what the truth is about end times, because we were lied to. All right, so let's get going. I think President Trump was sending us a message. Check it out.
People, so it was a great day for Hillary about 2 months ago when I said, we're not going to call her Crooked Hillary.
Let me refresh it.
Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and we have.
Look at the smile on his face. Hillary's sort of gone now. Now, I've heard for years, oh, she's been gone. She's been in Gitmo and whatever. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's not true. I'm not really big on sharing anything unless I have evidence. And for me, and actually for my mom, hey, Mom, everybody say hey to Janice. We want to see her paraded as a public spectacle and brought up on military tribunals. That's what we want to see. We want to say, oh, she's already, we've already dealt with her, either whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. But what we've been waiting on is the announcement. Okay, I'll show you from the Post. This is from Post. Actually, this one right here, and I don't see the Post number. I think that's Post 34. My fellow Americans, over the course of the next several days, you'll undoubtedly realize that we are taking back our great country, the land of the free, from the evil tyrants that wish to do us harm and to destroy the last remaining refuge of shining light. On POTUS's order, we've initiated certain fail-safes that shall safeguard the public from the primary fallout, which is slated to occur 11.3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11.4. Now, okay, you're like, okay, well, that's Podesta. Well, Podesta, and they're like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, right? They go together. Really part of the same package. And so if you notice here, the post number 1, the very first post on the board of like whatever 4,000 posts, whatever it was, you've got Hillary Clinton will be arrested between 7:45 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time, on Monday, the morning of October 30, 2017. Okay, forget the year. The point is, we were waiting to see an announcement. Upon the announcement, the arrest announcement. Now, I'm thinking it's going to be, having her perp walked. Maybe not at this point, but either way, that's kind of what I was expecting. But maybe 11.4, which was yesterday when President Trump gave this announcement. Hillary's gone. I was, waiting to see, and thank you, Angela, for sending this to me. I had so many things going on yesterday. I didn't get to watch this, but I'm so glad that Angela sent this to me. Check it out one more time.
Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and we have, I know what you mean.
I love him so much. I know what you mean. We want to get rid of this woman. And it's funny. I think that even the diehard Democrats realize this woman is evil. It's so much information is coming out online. So much information is coming out. I'm going to say this before I forget. I think that so many times, we've been trying to push information out there and we've been blocked here and there. And now, we can go and create a new Twitter account. I don't have my old one back, but whatever. I have my new one. And I have not had anything banned. I think in the past, we were getting this information out there so fast. We were like on fire. And I have a feeling that somebody, maybe even the White Hats, had to slow us down because they were not ready for us to get that much information out. And the reason I'm saying that is because what's happening right now on Instagram and TikTok, is fire. The people are realizing what has been going on with these people in Palestine, the people in the Gaza Strip and in the West Bank, and they are sharing this like wildfire, and it's just unstoppable. And they are not being stopped. They're not being banned. Maybe a few, but not, maybe someone who's like really like calling for violence, that type of thing. But it is not being banned, which is really surprising to me. So it really makes me think that the white hats are in control, and that we're at the point in this war where they can let the truth fly. They can really, so maybe just be a little more bold in posting right now, because I have a feeling you can get away with more now than we could in the past. If you get banned, don't blame me. I'm sorry. But I'm just saying that's the whole point of being in this battle. And we've always parsed our words and whatever. I have not had any trouble. And I did have one thing about COVID, which was whatever. Anyway, I appealed it on the YouTube, that little YouTube channel I'm doing. It's youtube.com/@Melissa Redpill. I dare not post the link from my Telegram because I'm afraid it'll cause it to be banned. But anyway, if you go over there, you'll see my videos and you can share them over there. Okay. And I'm not even putting it on my website. I put all the other ones on the website. Over here, you'll see all the social media link for the videos too. But I'm not putting the YouTube link because I'm afraid that if I do, then it'll get banned. But anyway, the point is all this truth is coming out, and they're not stopping it. I think we're at that point in the battle. And I'm already seeing, I want to encourage you with this. I'm already seeing how people of completely opposite viewpoints can come together on a common purpose. Bob Clandestine put this out about yesterday about this the Free Palestine March, that they were out at the White House saying, Biden has got to go, that type of thing. And so all of a sudden we're in agreement. Not everyone is in agreement on the Palestine issue, but we are in agreement on getting rid of Biden. And this friend of mine was like, there's no way he'll be elected. And that's, again, why they're throwing him under the bus. His numbers are tanking, even amongst Democrats. It's bad. And so it looks like they are trying to pull the plug on him. Who knows? They may say, oh, he's, got cancer or whatever. He can't run. Who knows? Who knows what they'll say? We'll just have to watch and see. But I just wanted you to see that it was the point was not that we would see her perp walked, but that there would be an announcement on 11.4. Well, we already know that 11.3 and 11.4 are about the law of war manual. A lot, we think that that's what it is. Okay. But still, but it can have double meanings. So 11.3 could be Friday, this past Friday, and Saturday. Okay. So yesterday, when is that? Was that an announcement? Was that an arrest announcement? Okay. She's gone. And if you see videos of her, who knows if it's, I know you guys have become like me in that you're skeptical of everything you see. Everything. You're like, I don't know if I believe any of that. We all have to, we just prove it to me. Give me a paper, a newspaper from that day or something to show proof of, if you say you're still, with us, whatever. And it could be a fake Hillary. Who knows? We know that they have the technology for that, the masks and all that they can put on. Anyway, I just thought that was pretty cool. And we have several other things that make us think that that something big is happening. Oh, wait. Okay. Before I show you that, I want to show you this, which was on a Scotty Martin. You know how much I love Scotty, MART, the number 10. He had on one of his videos 11.3 end of occupation and duration of Geneva Convention obligations. And he was saying, is that, and I don't know why I didn't think about this before, is it talking about Israel because they've occupied Palestine and changed the name to Israel? A friend of mine, her mother-in-law was from Palestine, and they changed her passport to be from Israel, and she was so upset that they did that. They've taken everything and they take the name of the land. The name historically was Palestine. You know that from the Balfour Agreement. They said they were, had sympathy with the Zionist movement and said they would have sympathy for them to move into Palestine, but not take the whole thing over. And they said that they had to make sure to protect the rights of the people who lived there. But that's I'm getting ahead of myself. But anyway, on the 11.3, that's talking about an occupation. Okay, end of occupation. And I was thinking about here, and yes, that's true. We've had an occupying force in our country, no doubt. The usurpers who stole our government. How many people do you think would understand that? Okay, but it's easier for people to understand. It's still hard, but it's easier for people to understand because we've always talked about the occupied territories or heard about them. Honest truth is, most of us have not really researched this to even find out what was going on over there. We just listened to the news and just trusted them. But anyway, it's always been called the occupied territories. Occupied as in occupation. What are these people doing? And occupying this land as if it doesn't belong to them. So the status of belligerent occupation ends. This is in the Law of War Manual. Let me go show you real quick. You can go on the dod.defense.gov website and you can see this, or just search Law of War Manual and you can pull this up. I shared the link the other day on page 811, 11.3, end of occupation and duration of GC or Geneva Convention obligations. The end of occupation, this is what it's pointing to right here. The status of belligerent occupation ends, right? It says that belligerent occupation ceases when the conditions. Let me back up. The status for belligerent occupation ends when the conditions for its application are no longer met. Certain GC or Geneva Conventions obligations with respect to occupied territory continue for the duration of the occupation after the general close of military operations. What military operations could it be talking about? In our case, if he's pointing us to 11.3, is this talking about where they're going to end the military occupation of Israel in Palestine? Maybe that's what it is. End of occupation, belligerent occupation ceases when the conditions for its application are no longer met. In other words, when they can't run a government, let's just imagine that the criminals in this cabal in Israel are removed. If they are removed, they can no longer run a government, and that the conditions for this application are no longer met. They are no longer able to, quote, occupy the territory. Occupy as in run the government there. In particular, as discussed below, the status of belligerent occupation ceases when the invader no longer factually governs the occupied territory or when a hostile relationship no longer exists between the state and the occupied territory and the occupying power. I think they knew this day was coming and they had to hurry. They wanted to hurry and get rid of any of the people there who would fight against them being the occupier. If the honest truth is, if the Palestinians are gone, then who's going to fight them occupying? Everybody's going to be quiet, right? And accept that they are running the thing. Now, I will tell you this, right now, a lot of people are very upset with Netanyahu because they're saying he did not protect them. He didn't have the dome working, or he didn't have the IDF, which most people call it, instead of the Israeli Defense Forces, they call it the Israeli Occupying Forces. But whatever you call them, they didn't do anything for hours, supposedly. And okay, so there's a lot of fishiness going on with that whole thing. Really, really fishy that they didn't do anything for hours. No, I haven't seen anyone talking about that lately. No, the Iron Dome didn't work. Well, the people there, I think they're just as brainwashed as many of the American people. They're rising up in arms at Netanyahu's front doorstep saying, you have to go. Just like with Biden, yay. For whatever reason, the people want him to go. Okay, so that's very interesting. I want you to see that. Is this what it's talking about? Is that the bat signal that they're right now, in the process of removing these people? I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell. And it's very interesting dates coming up, as I've talked to you about before. 11/8 is the 7-year anniversary of President Trump's victory to become the president. Okay. And as you saw on the last video, if you didn't see that, go on here. You'll see all the videos on my most recent BitChute and Rumble, all these videos. You will see that I have a where I talked about it, and Dan Scavino posted a countdown to the day of the 7-year anniversary of President Trump's election victory. Very, very interesting. And also 11/11 is coming up. 11/11 is such a big number that we've seen a lot. So we'll see if the operation is happening right now. If that's happening, we probably won't hear anything about it until, as it said in this post right here, 34, over the course of the next several days, you'll undoubtedly realize we're taking back our great country. So, so these things will obviously come out if it's happening now. Okay. I want you to see, let me do this real quick. Oh, let me do this first. So much I don't even know what order to show stuff to you. This is Vasily Nebenzia. He's the ambassador of the Russian Federation to the United Nations. He stated that Israel has no right to self-defense as they are an occupying power. Just like I was reading from the Law of War. If you're an occupying power, you don't have the right to self-defense. That is very odd to you and me, but what I guess the point is, when you are an occupying force, you are there to occupy, but if the people don't want you there, then you can't occupy as their government. Okay. So you can't, if the people are fighting you and saying, we don't want you here to occupy, then you don't have the right to defend yourself. You have to leave. If the people don't want you. Okay. I think that's really what the crux of it is. This was determined, he says, in 2004. So I think it's translated. Hopefully, I might have to stop it and read it. I can't remember. Nope, it's not. Okay, let me see if I can quiet it down, and then I'll try to read it. Okay, let's try it. I cannot help but dwell on the hypocrisy of the U.S. and its allies, who in other situations call for compliance with human rights, create commissions of inquiry. Come on. He's not going as fast as I am. And impose sanctions on those who actually apply force only as a last resort to stop years of violence. He's saying America, the American government, not the Americans, because, whatever, we don't, they're between the brainwashed people and the ones who are awake, who don't have any power to change it. We have to just, we're stuck in a bad spot right here because our government is out of control. But they're saying you would stop this, you go into Ukraine, you do all these things, but all of a sudden, this is hypocritical that you won't do anything for the people in Gaza. Okay, that's what he's saying. And today, seeing the horrific destruction in Gaza, many times greater than what they angrily criticize in other regional contexts. I mean, other much smaller situations that go on. America pokes its big nose into it, but they're not doing a thing about what's happening in Gaza. Okay. So then attacks on civilian targets, including hospitals, which when you dig into it, yes, Israel bombed that hospital. They immediately got a hold of it and switched it around in the news, but that was really what happened. It was their missile. It was not one of the missiles, the bombs, the pathetic bombs that the Palestinians might have. This was one, no doubt, paid for by your tax dollars and mine. The death of thousands of children and the horrific suffering of the civilian population under a total blockade. They with no water, no food. I mean, just like leaving them in a perilous situation. They seem to have taken water in their mouths. I don't know what that really exactly means. All they can do, they can't speak because they got their mouth. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't say anything. My mouth's full. I guess that's what he's saying. All they can do is talk about Israel's alleged right to self-defense, though as an occupying power, it has no such right, as confirmed by the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice in 2004. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I hope, because they're always saying, oh, they have the right to defend themselves. Well, not according to the International Court of Justice in 2004. They said no, they don't. If they are an occupying force, they are there at the pleasure of the people, and if the people don't want them there, they have to go. Okay, So then I hope this blatant double standard is clear to our colleagues in the global south. As for Israel's security, the right to which we recognize, it can be fully guaranteed only in the event of a fair solution to the Palestinian problem on the basis of a well-known UN Security Council on the basis of the well-known UN Security Council resolutions. If they want to work out something with the Palestinian people, but the problem is what they want to work out is where the people live in an even smaller postage stamp than what they currently live in. So it's they can't agree. The people of Palestine can't agree to this. They've been pushed and pushed and pushed into corners. I've shown you that many times. You already know that. If you don't know that, then go back to my other videos. I show that very, very clearly. They've been and I'm sure they'll say all day long, we did it peacefully and we tried to make peace, and as they were stealing their land. If someone comes to your door and says, I'm taking your house, but they say they're doing it peacefully, are they there for peace? Clearly, no. Anyway, so the only way that we can do anything to in other words, to make sure that Israel has their rights, it goes two ways. You have to make sure the Palestinians have their rights too. That's what he's saying. Who knew the Russians were so well spoken in their terms of understanding law and order, which I've been saying for a long, long time. Whenever someone's being called out as a tyrant, or not a tyrant, as a madman, you know how they've said Putin is a madman, or hysterical or ranting. That's who I want to hear. I want to listen to them. I want to see what they have to say, because if the powers that be don't like them, they're probably great, like President Trump. All right. So it says, we do not deny Israel the right to fight terrorism, but fight terrorists, not civilians. You yourselves take the side of evil if you do, and you act using its own methods. Of course. Thank you so much for such a great, succinct way of putting this. Fight the terrorists. Those only who have done the crime should be prosecuted. You cannot use this as an excuse to obliterate the entire Palestinian population and do genocide or democide. Okay, we've talked about that before. Okay, I want you to see that, though, as it relates to the occupying force. They do not have the right to defend themselves. Israel does not have the right to defend themselves. If the people of the country do not want them there, they cannot bomb them. They cannot defend themselves. Yes, they can go against a particular terrorist, but not bomb an entire group of people. Okay, very clear. And that they don't have the right to do that, but they have been for many years. I'm going to show you a comment section here in a minute about what I was talking with some people on there. And all of a sudden, that person deleted their account. So that tells you right there they were a troll. I think they realized, I'm in big trouble, because this lady knows what she's talking about. Anyway, so here is where we've been told way back since November 3rd, 2017. Again, November 3rd, 11.3, November 3. Godspeed to those who will be in harm's way. You are the bravest men and women on earth. We will never forget. Imagine right now, if this is what's happening, that these people are going out to arrest the cabal members who, wherever they are, in Israel, wherever they are. Okay, Iran, who knows? Who knows? Godspeed to those who are doing that. Is this happening now? I don't know. If it is, then we won't probably know until a few days later. So we'll find out. This is post 69, and all share one title in common, and that is the title of hero. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the quiet waters. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. Surely your goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. Amen. This is Psalm 23. That was actually my first psalm to memorize when I was a little girl. Mom, do you remember that? I remember you were ironing Daddy's handkerchiefs, and I was going over there and trying to recite the Lord's the Psalm 23, and the Lord is my shepherd, and I finally got it. That was my first one, and now 900 scripture songs later, right? It's so important to memorize God's word. If you haven't seen, I've got 900 scripture songs on my website, and you can learn them and sing them along with me. I used to do that with the kids and created all these songs. All right, so I wanted you to see that, and this. Okay, so the other thing before I do that, this is what Bannon said yesterday. He said, "All I can tell you is we're going to need prayer to win." He said, "Would you say a little prayer this weekend? We're going to need prayer to win." Okay, so I thought that was really. Let me see if I can play it.
Hey, we try to do a deep dive on the reality of what is at stake and where this is headed. All I can tell you is, I think it's a great song to leave on. Billy Joe shared is "Get Thee Behind Me, Satan." Say a prayer this weekend, not just for you and your family, but for this great republic, because we're going to need prayer to win.
I think sometimes he knows more than he lets on. A lot more. I think he knows something's going on. For him to say it like that, he knows something's going on. Something big is going on. He doesn't normally say that. And he's got to be like Trump. He has now 5.4 million followers. I can say whatever because I'm just a little lady right here. But he has so many followers. He's got to be very careful about how he threads this needle, about what he says about Israel. And he knows what the truth is. And so I think, sometimes I wonder sometimes because it's hard to read exactly, but the ones who have huge followings have to be so very careful because they do not want Israel to push a nuclear button. Okay. So they have to think they're going to win. As the Lord told us in Matthew 24, he said, they will not know what hit them until the flood comes and washes them all away. This is the promise. I go into that one in this book. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? In this one, and end times and 1,000 years of peace. I go into what the Lord Jesus told us to watch for and how we will know. And they won't know what hit them until the flood comes and washes them all away. Not by citizens, but by the powers that be, the true government, as in President Trump and the White Hats, taking them up on military tribunals. We're not going to win this with pitchforks and yes, we win this with truth, but we need the true military to come in. As you know, military is the only way. We need the military to come in and arrest these people, these criminals, and to remove them. And that is what is going to happen. Okay, so I was encouraging my friend who's very much awake now, saying we've got to make sure that you do not participate in anything that is violent. And not to say, and if anyone talks about violence, you make sure that they understand we're not for violence at all. We are only for peace, and we are going to fight for peace, but and wait on the military to pull the trigger when they say, and maybe this is now. All right, I want you to see that. And this is beautiful from Chaos Coordinator. In every whispered prayer, there's a convergence of hope, faith, and the silent echoes of spiritual communion, binding us to the divine and to each other in sacred unity. Thank you so much, Chaos Coordinator. Lord, protect the patriots and the innocents in harm's way. Give us victory over our enemies in Jesus' name. So just be in continual prayer, lifting them up in your heart, that they will be victorious. They will not one hair on their heads will be harmed, and that those who are doing evil will be stopped, will be removed from their positions of power. This is where we're headed. And again, it may be very well happening this week. Lord, protect us, and then protect the patriots and the innocents in Gaza and Armenia and the Uyghurs and the children in the mines and all this. Protect them from those who are in harm's way. Give us victory over our enemies, but especially bring forward the Marines. The Marines canceled their the ball. So there must be something big going on that they would do that. All right. So that was another big clue. Here is the promise from God's word in Joel chapter 3. You've heard me recite Joel chapter 2 many times, where it talks about how we're going to defeat our enemies. But look at what it says here. And I posted it this morning. Sorry if I'm hurting your eyes. It says, okay, here we go. Let the nations be called to arms. Let them march to the valley of Jehoshaphat. The interesting thing about Jehoshaphat, and if you've read this book, you'll know the story of Jehoshaphat. If you don't know, you need to read this book. This one is end times. This is biblical. I have the story of Jehoshaphat. If you remember the story, sorry, I got a hair in my mouth. The story of Jehoshaphat, they went out and they had a huge two armies they were facing. Two armies. And they were just a small band, a small group that were fighting against them. But they were singing and giving praise to the Lord as they marched into battle. And the Lord caused the two armies to fight each other. And they ended up killing each other, and all of God's people were saved. It's amazing. That's the story of Jehoshaphat. So when it says here in Joel chapter 3 and verse 12, let the nations be called to arms, let them march to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Think of singing praise to the Lord in this battle, and the Lord giving us great victory by a miracle. There I will sit to pronounce judgment on them all, says the Lord. I swing the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. We keep talking about the harvest. Is the harvest ripe? We've seen posts by Grassley about the harvest, about the corn, if it's ready to be cut. And so cut with this sickle. A sickle is this big old blade comes in. And we know the harvest is ripe for judgment. Everybody, so many people are waking up to what these people are evil. Look at the people marching in the streets. Did you see the march in DC? I don't have it right here, but anyway, just a huge number of people that were marching in the streets. Crazy number of people. We might not agree on everything, but we agree on we don't want innocents killed. And we can't fight. You can't bomb civilians. You can't do genocide, right? And these people are saying we can't watch this on our TV and not do something and stand up for these people. Come tread the grapes, for the winepress is full, the grapes of wrath, to destroy these criminals from the earth, the ones who do this and refuse to stop. No, even if the whole UN basically is coming against, saying to stop, ceasefire. Even when Blinken went over and said that he wanted ceasefire, and they're like, nothing doing. We're going to kill them all. These people, the harvest is ripe. Tread the grapes, for the winepress is full. The storage vats are overflowing with the wickedness of these people. Thousands upon thousands are waiting. That's us, you guys. We're waiting in the valley of decision. Come on. It's like, come on. When are we going to have these people gone, right? There, the day of the Lord will soon arrive. The sun and moon will grow dark. The stars will no longer shine. The Lord's voice will roar from Zion like a lion, like that beautiful lion behind me roaring from Zion. Zion is the city of God. Okay. They've hijacked the term Zion. Okay. But the true Zion in the God's word is God's people. It's not about living in a particular city. It's about the whole world is his city. That's the point of Zion. If you remember on the last Matrix movie, they talked about Zion. It's where the good people dwell. And of course, that's what they would overtake. They would hijack that name. And it thunders from Jerusalem. And people who don't know the word of God are easily duped. Okay. And I'm so glad you're here. A lot of people who are here have never opened the word of God, so they don't know these things. So I'm so glad you're here so you can learn how to truly discern God's word. The Lord's voice will roar from Zion and thunder from Jerusalem, from the city. This city that people all over the world are fighting for the innocents. This is the Lord roaring through his people, saying we're going to protect the children. We're going to protect people, and the heavens and the earth will shake, but the Lord will be a refuge for his people, a strong fortress for the people of Israel. Again, Israel is God's people. It's not this one little group over in the Middle East. It is God's people wherever you are. Truly, you could be Muslim, you could be Buddhist. those who are fighting for right, fighting for the children, fighting for justice, fighting for freedom. These are God's people. These are God's people. We've all been confused about a lot of different things. We've all been deceived about a lot of different things. The enemy has crept in unawares, as the word of God says. But if you're fighting for the right, for what's right, you are one of God's people. You are Israel, the either adopted, or some of us are the physical progeny, as I've talked about. If you haven't seen that, go to my playlist called The Lost Tribes of Israel, the Scattered Tribes of Israel. Then you will know that I, the Lord your God, live in Zion, in my people, in my holy mountain. Jerusalem will be holy forever, and foreign armies will never conquer her again. You see how easily someone could be duped into thinking, oh, you've got to protect this land. And that's not what it's talking about. It's God's people wherever you are. And I think sometimes President Trump means that when he says, don't go against Israel, he's talking about God's people. Okay, the people of God and the righteous on the earth. In that day, the mountains will drip with sweet wine, and the hills will flow with milk. In other words, peace and wealth and health and beauty everywhere. Water will fill the stream beds of Judah, and a fountain will burst from the Lord's temple. In other words, the Lord's temple of worship. Everyone will worship the Lord. Everyone will know the Lord. Everyone will honor the Lord. There'll be truth and justice and freedom and happiness and joy all over the world. This is burst, and where does it come from? It comes from His temple. It bursts forth from worshiping Him, honoring Him, doing as He has said. That's how we have peace on earth, when everyone honors the Lord. Watering the arid valley of acacias, the air dry, hadn't it been? It's been dry. And it says that people will search from north, south, east, and west to try to find truth and not find any. It's been dry bones, hasn't it? All right, so I want you to see that. That's from Joel chapter 3. And again, that's what I talk about in this one, major clues from minor prophets. Joel was a minor prophet, and he gave us these clues about what was going to happen in our day. I'm so glad we have it. It is Habakkuk and Zephaniah and Zechariah and all these other minor prophets, and they told us, gave us clues about what was going to happen. And I put it all into this book right here. All right, so this is the post that I did yesterday, and it turns out we have 98% of our channel is anti-genocide. Yay. The couple people put on there, they're like, oh, we accidentally hit the wrong thing. You can actually take it off if you want to and change it back, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I wanted people to understand we are against genocide. We are against it. Let's just boil it down to its simplest terms. Come on. This is not complicated at all. So I want you to see that. Let me see if I can find. Okay, here's the one. Here is the post on the inside of the post. And so this person, I know it's really too small for you to read it. Let's see if I can get it to. Okay, no, that's not it. Let's see if I can get this to make it smaller. No, sorry. Let me pause it real quick. Let me see if I can get this figured out. Well, I didn't make it that much bigger, but still you can kind of see. So this first post in when I posted this poll, and so this person, I can't remember his name, Jeffrey Simmons, I think it was, but it's probably a fake name, whatever, it doesn't really matter. And so now his account is called deleted account. You see this? And so there was one that he had already deleted, but he says, this is the one. You're pro-genocide for trying to, and I can't say the whole thing, but basically he was saying he's saying I'm pro-genocide because I'm saying misleading people about this poll. And so I said, how so? And so he said, with your lies about Gaza. I said, can you point out the lies? He said, sure. You blame Israel for what Hamas did. You post propaganda. I said, I'm sure you know the Israeli cabal created Hamas and still controls them in order to do their dirty work so they can take Gaza. That, I think he was realizing, this lady knows more about this than I expected her to know. He might be, who knows? Who knows who this guy is? He may be in a place in India with 20 different iPhones where he's being told, if you want to eat, you have to post pro-Israeli posts. He could be Israeli. Who knows? I don't even know. All I know is he's now deleted his account. Right. So anyway, so he says, I said, I'm sure you know the Israeli cabal, not the people, but the Israeli cabal created Hamas so that they could use them as their boogeyman, and they still control them so that they can do their dirty work and then take Gaza, give them an excuse to take Gaza. All right, so I did that, and then he said, let's see. He says, and so then I said, let me see if I can find the next one. Anyway, so we went back and forth. And I also just posted, he didn't believe that this was true. He says, give me proof, show me proof of it. So I posted this, which was Ron Paul on the floor of Congress saying that this was what happened, that the history is that Hamas was created by Israel. And yes, they say, oh, well, they were elected in Palestine. Palestinians want them to be their leader. Well, we already know what can happen when you have election machines that are fraudulent, right? They can put anyone they want in these positions of power, right? So this was the one I posted that, and he didn't respond. And so then, and then I posted this. I said, the very people who live. So the only reason I'm showing you this is because you might want to grab some of these videos and screenshots so that you can share these with friends and family who want to know what's truly going on in Palestine. And what is all this hubbub? And so here's a man who lives in Israel. He's a Hasidic Jew. He said they want to live side by side with the Palestinians as they have for thousands of years. They don't want this apartheid state where they're pushing these people into an open air prison. And I have another video here. This is the one here where it's showing how the people are horribly treated. These poor people are treated horribly. The people who, the true Jews are treated terribly by the Israeli occupying force or Israeli Defense Force. Most people call them Israeli occupying force. So, I shared that. So all of a sudden he deletes his account. But anyway, and so I want you to see, I just want you to look through here and get some of this information so that you can share it with your family and friends. Yeah, this is the displaced Palestinians since 1948, a documentary. I haven't watched that one, but several things that you can use to help people. I also said, he said, oh, patriots, be careful. He said, stand tall for America and nobody else, and just listen to Trump. Well, he's basically saying, don't listen to this lady, because he knows that President Trump is on the surface saying that he supports Israel. And I understand why he's doing that. He expects us to be smart enough to figure it out. And so I said, well, President Trump expects us to be intelligent enough after we've learned over all this we've learned over the past 6 years to see what's happening to the people of Gaza and know who is benefiting. He has posted false flags many times as a clue because he can't say it outright. And here's where I have posted, and you guys have seen this. He's posted failing Forbes, Fox First, Fox and Friends, Faith and Families, and Founding Fathers. He's doing this so that we can see through what is going on. Then I also posted this one. I think this is the one. Yeah, the canal that shows that if Israel is doing this canal, they want to go right through Gaza. Then that's how they stand to make all this money. And then who knows? Who would bet that they would destroy the Suez Canal so they would be the only ones to having the canal to go through here? So this is very, very, very good information, I think, that you can use to help your family and friends. And I just had another one. There's probably some other stuff that's not good in here. Now, when you look at this, who knows if any of this is real? Who knows? When you look at this, it could be a Wag the Dog movie and a script. We've seen some of that. So be very, very skeptical about that. And here's the video I've shown you guys also. He's saying, I need actual proof. And so I showed this video. Look how the history of the New World Order cabal took the land from the people of Palestine since 1948. And you've seen that one where it shows it being gobbled up just little by little. over year after year after year after year, this occupying force took the land. And you guys have seen that. Also have this one, the picture. I think I put the picture. Maybe I didn't do that one. But someone posted this where Mahmoud was trying to make a deal. And he was saying he was like a father. And he was wanting to make a deal. And Netanyahu was not. I just posted that on the social media, just literally just now. So thank you to Tammy Ali who posted that. So, we just need to get the truth out to people, because there's the mainstream media is the enemy of the people. We know that. They lie and they lie and they lie some more. So I want you to see that. Again, it's on this post on Freedom Force Battalion, t.me/Freedom Force Battalion on that Telegram /51987 right here. This one right here. That post right there has a lot. So you don't have to go through all of the posts. They're all right there in the comment section. All right. Then he also, what makes me think also something big is going on, because this was posted, I don't know, Thursday or whatever. And I know this is probably the Blue Angels. I'm not saying that this is the military operation right here. I'm just saying, the people are going about their lives, and what they don't realize is that some of these planes flying overhead are saving the world. I think that's what he's saying. Wow. Like, what? That was quick. Anyway, that was really, really great. Here is where Netanyahu is refusing the ceasefire. Check it out.
Israel refuses a temporary ceasefire that doesn't include a return of our hostages.
How do we know that they could just be making all this up? I don't know. They could have had people take Israelis hostage. They could have, or it could be made up. Again, I need evidence on all this. And so he's using this to say, we won't stop bombing the entire landmass of Gaza, destroying the entire thing until we get. And do you think he cares a bit about the people? If there are any hostages?
Doesn't allow fuel to enter the Gaza Strip and is against transfer of funds to the Strip.
And we'll see whether or not.
That's another thing I'm going to work on today, finding a way to make sure that if you want to get funds to them, what is the safest, secure way that funds actually get to the people there. And of course, the thing is, what's the issue is money can help only so much. They don't have ability to get things in except by the pleasure of the Israeli forces. And they're really, I'm hoping and praying that for all these years they've done like Joseph, where they stored away food, but they were already keeping the food at a minimum that would go in there, because they didn't want these people to be able to prepare for this day. It's awful. This is what they want the whole world. This is what they want the whole world. This is what happened yesterday in D.C. Look at the pictures of the people in D.C. marching to say, free these people. You cannot continue to bomb these people, children, civilians. It's against international law. Look at this. Look at that. Look at the people. Look at the people. There's just the awakening is amazing. I'm seeing, though, a lot of patriots still are not understanding, and they don't get it. And this is the problem with when we have a certain thing, idea that we believe is true, we believed it all of our lives, we have to be willing to consider, were we wrong? And that's one of the things that's probably helped me more than anything, is just saying, Lord, I just want the truth. Let's just pray, Lord, we want the truth. We don't care what the truth is. We just want to know what the truth is. And so that we know what side to fight on, and not to be led around by the nose by anyone. Even me, you guys, I'm just a lady right here, and I could be wrong on some things. You just ask the Lord. He says he will guide us into all truth. Okay. And that he is our only hope for understanding any of this. But look what happened at the end. At the end of it, they have all these pictures of what happened at the White House, and they left all their stuff. Let me see. I don't know if I have a picture. Anyway, so at the end there were a lot of things that were left taped to the fence and all that. I don't know. I don't know what if maybe the FBI infiltrated that too to make it look like, because they're always trying to find a way to divide us and say, oh, the January 6ers were bad because look at the FBI people, what they did, how they were going in and doing all this, breaking the windows and all of that. And then the same, they blow it up like that. And then the same thing, that's probably not the best words to use. The mainstream media uses it for propaganda. That's what I was trying to say. But then the same thing happened with some of the BLM riots. There were some people who were really truly going out to protest what happened, but then the FBI hijacks it. I have a feeling the same thing happened with this Palestinian riots. They were riots, Free Palestine protests. I need to watch my words and be more careful with my words. But anyway, the Free Palestine protesters, and then wouldn't you just bet that the FBI hijacked the thing? Anyway, I don't have the exact picture, but they were trying to take it and say, look, they're a bunch of rioters and they're out of control. When the truth is, they're just fighting for these people. They're fighting for the children, and I would pray, Lord, help everyone to understand how they hijack every movement. How is it that we can see how they hijacked the January 6th protests, where we were protesting a fraudulent election, but we can't see how they would hijack the BLM riots? I did it just now, the BLM protests, right? You see, we're so easily led around, okay? And we have to realize that the FBI, these ones, CIA, whatever, they use all this to use it for propaganda. All right, so to keep us divided. And so we all have to come together in Jesus' name. All right, I want you to see this. This is very interesting. I don't even know where I found this. JFK issued currency bypassing the Federal Reserve bankers. They're like, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. Every nickel has to go through us, so that every nickel that's printed, every paper dollar that's printed, that is where you are going to owe us interest on that money. And when he printed currency that was outside of the Federal Reserve, he paid for it with his life. It was not just the Bay of Pigs. It was this. This was the issue. He was going to print currency outside of the Federal Reserve. Boom. Same thing with President Lincoln. They both paid for it with their lives. President Trump's going to do it a different way. We're going to have these people arrested first. These criminals will be gone. And then everyone will have their currency backed by gold. Okay. He's going to do it that way. And it's a lot harder. All right. I just want you to see that. On June 4th, 1963, President Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110, issuing $4.3 billion directly from the U.S. Treasury, bypassing the Federal Reserve Bank. These debt-free, interest-free notes were known as silver certificates. The Federal Reserve bankers said, nothing doing. We are controlling this country, and we are the ones who want a slice of every, interest on every dollar. All right. Thought that was really interesting to see. Just in, the Pentagon is suspending congressional delegation travel to Israel due to the deteriorating security situation. There's a lot of things that make me think something's going on this weekend. They're saying congressional delegation, you're not going. A lot of these embassies are bringing their people back. They brought their people back to Turkey. Lots of things are make me think something big is going on this weekend. This is where President Trump. This made me laugh when I saw this.
See, I said, whoa, that was the beginning.
This is where he's talking about how the Russia, how they were doing the Russia gate and saying he was a Russian agent and all that. Whoa, that was so fun. I love him so much. Check it out again. He's funny. Oh my goodness.
See, I said, whoa, that was the beginning.
Love you, President Trump. Here's where he's saying when we go in, he's going to destroy the DOJ. Check it out.
Restore law and order in our country.
We will completely overhaul the DOJ to investigate every Marxist prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And on day one, I will also sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children.
There you go. Thank you, President Trump. Yes. And then we'll be able to do it because we won't have these people, resistance movement in there stopping the way. He says he's going to destroy the deep state too.
Totally obliterate the rest of the deep state. We're going to obliterate
the rest of the deep state. The rest of the deep state, as if he's going to go in and right now is removing some of these ones at the top. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like. Here's where he's talking about paper ballots.
Ballots, mail-in ballots are a disaster. They're a disaster. California sends out 36 mail-in ballots. They go all over the place. Some people get 6, some people get 8. And many people, Republicans, I don't think do it much, but many people, they take those ballots and they send them all back in. But you look at some of these mail-ins, you know, Jimmy Carter, who, by the way, is the happiest man around today, because he is no longer considered a bad precedent. In fact, compared to crooked Joe Biden, I probably think he's considered one of the most brilliant people on earth. He's a happy man, which is good. But, you know, he had a commission with some other prominent senators, and they came to one conclusion: you can't do mail-in ballots. France gave it up because it was very corrupt, and they went in their last election, they had 36 million votes, all done in one day, strong voter ID, they had very strong identification, and they had a winner and they had a loser. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went home. The winner was happy, the loser was unhappy, there were no disputes. Same day voting, paper ballots, you know, they make a special paper that's almost impossible to forge. It's great, watermark. Paper ballots and voter ID, it's so good, and it's so easy, and you save a lot of money.
There you go. There you go. So we got this vote coming up this Tuesday. And you know, Mike Lindell has been working tirelessly, and he spent $60 million. I just can't even, he spent his fortune on this. So let's go and support him. He says he can't, he was asking yesterday, he says, I need y'all to help me because I don't have the money to do this anymore. I've spent, he's tapped out. That's a fact. He says, God gave me this platform for such a time as this. We will not stop until we've secured our elections. Thank you so much, Mike Lindell. Go to lindelloffensefund.org. You can support there. You can donate there. If you want to do it where you got some products for yourself and your friends and your Christmas and whatever, go right here to mypillow.com/Melly. Use the promo code Melly. You can get these deals. And I know that every nickel that he can, he's going to sink right back into having these WMDs where they will be taken to these precincts that are in that high risk precincts so that they can catch them in the act and say, see, this is on the internet, and we're going to share that like wildfire. So that is terrific. So definitely go and support him. Like I said, lindelloffensefund.org or mypillow.com/Melly. Use the promo code Melly and let's support him. Tuesday's coming fast. So do it today. All right. So this is where I find this very interesting that President Trump is saying about Biden, sin. Nobody uses the word sin anymore. That's such out of vogue term. Check it out.
But probably his biggest sin of all to all of those that.
Okay, so he's talking about this. He's saying his handicap. His handicap is wrong. I just find that very interesting that President Trump would call that sin. I mean, he's not really saying it's sin. He's kind of tongue in cheek, but he just throw that in the hopper to think through. What in the world is he doing talking about sin? We don't talk about sin. Sin is a word, he could say his biggest mistake, he could use any word in the world, but he's using the word sin, which is a crime against God, really, a crime against God. We have these other issues that are crime against humanity, but sin is a crime against God. All right. So I wanted you to see that. Okay. This is another thing. I just posted this on the social media, so go and check it out. But basically, Comer is giving the details on what the $40,000 check that came out this week. I want to play just a little bit of that.
Is that $40,000 check in step with 10% for the big guy?
It sure is. And if you go back to that email that you just put on the screen, Tony Bobulinski, who was also supposed to be in on that deal with CEFC and the Bidens, where Joe Biden was supposed to get 10% according to Hunter Biden, it matches up perfectly. We traced the $40,000 check that Joe Biden received all the way back to that WhatsApp message where Hunter Biden claimed his father was sitting beside him, where he was shaking down the Chinese operative.
Yep, there's a 10 held for H by H for the big guy. 10 held by H for the big guy. So yeah, that's that 10%. $400,000 is $40,000, and how each of these transactions was laundered from the Chinese Communist Party operative CEFC through Joe Biden's family members, and then checks written here, written there, and saying this is a loan repayment. He says, well, if it is a loan repayment, then he didn't pay taxes on it. If it wasn't a loan repayment, then it's a bribe. Either way, they have their business model is influence peddling. Okay, so either way, they're in serious hot water. So that's really, really great. All right, I think that's it. I think that's everything I wanted to show you. Okay, and so don't forget, you can check out the books, $2.99, and you can share them easily with people. If you go to when you click on, for example, this one, the main one where I've talked about end times and 1,000 years of peace. This one right here, if you go right here, buy for others, you can see right here, right. That little button right there, you can send it to someone and say, hey, check this out, because this is the wonderful truth. This lady is decoded Revelation, and this is the wonderful truth about end times. And it's not the scary kind. Come out from under the bed. And yeah, I wanted you to see that. This is the one. And then you can check them all out. And then, as you saw before, the audiobooks are here, because that's, I know, a lot easier. I finally have them all on audiobook, because I know it is so hard for people to take the time to read. But you can do that on your commute and listen to me read it to you. All right, I think that's it. I actually have someone who's going to do it in Spanish, working on having the audiobook in Spanish. So pray for that. Let's pray. Thank you again, Lord. We thank you that this is the end times for them and 1,000 years of peace for us. Thank you, Lord. This is the time for harvest. And Lord, we're trying to piece this all together. And ultimately, we're just going to stay in here and fight and help people understand the truth about whatever's going on anywhere in the world, whether it's the Joe Biden crimes or what's really going on in the occupied territories. Lord, help our minds to piece all this together, because we're coming out of this matrix and this deception. And Lord, help us to understand, and help us then to be able to share this information so others understand it. And Lord, we just thank you that we're all going to come together, and we're all going to be unified, and it's going to be so beautiful. We praise you and we thank you for allowing us to be in this battle and to be a part of what you are doing on the earth. And we look forward so much to being set free, and everyone being set free from Gaza. Just bless them, Lord. Protect them, Lord. Provide everything that they need, as well as the Armenians and the Uyghurs and those in the mines and everyone who is struggling. I pray for everyone on this Freedom Force Battalion, that you would bless them, Lord. Give them your wisdom, give them your peace, give them your understanding, give them your provision and your protection. Bless their families and use them in a mighty way, and give them great joy in the battle. And we pray this in your wonderful name, King Jesus. Amen. I love you guys. I'm going to jet, and I will talk to you later.
All right, and we're going to jump right into our next one. It's going on 6 hours, 41 minutes. I want to make sure I get as much onto Facebook as I possibly can. It's a lot. Okay, I'm only doing part B of the X-22. The part A you can watch on your own if you want to. But I want to make sure I get the live with SG Anon in before I run out of fuel tonight. Okay, so we're going to jump right into the X-22, and then right after that, right into Patriot Underground interview with SG Anon. Okay, here we go, guys. I hope you're ready for all this, because I'm, I give it to you. I'm sorry I give you so much at a time, but I figure you're going to pick out the pieces that are most important to you and hold on to those and use those to identify people around you that need to know this information and get it to them and help them spread the word. And you're going to leave the rest for somebody else to pick up. Okay. So it all boils down to us doing everything that we can to work together to provide as much information as possible and in the best way possible for them to be able to absorb the information and not have their heads kind of blowing up on their shoulders. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. So here we go. X22. And then right after, like I said, right after that, it's going to be the SG Anon interview with Patriot Underground. All right. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave. This is episode 3204 BN. Today's date is November 5th, 2023, and the title of the episode is White House Stormed. Everyone has a choice against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Let's talk about our health. When it comes to stubborn belly fat, we're all searching for a miracle pill. Generally, you have to use multiple products that target belly fat differently to manage excess weight around the stomach. Some products may focus on abdominal exercises or dietary changes, while others might focus on boosting metabolism or controlling cravings. But believe it or not, I found an exceptional alternative that uses naturally sourced and science-backed ingredients from Mother Earth, and it's more effective at targeting belly fat, enhancing metabolism, and promoting a toned midsection better than most weight management products I've seen typically found on store shelves. Tens of thousands of 5-star reviews back up the notion that this amazing pill is not only a breakthrough in a bottle, but that it also helps remove the need for us to use countless diet pills and fat-burning supplements. But there's more. If you place your order now, you'll also receive 51% off, free VIP live health and fitness coaching for life, 2 free new ebooks titled Top 10 Foods That Burn Belly Fat and Top 8 Exercises to Reduce Belly Fat, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and last but not least, free shipping. Simply go to trimwithx22.com to take advantage of this limited time deal before they sell out. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news, the puppet masters, they are now being exposed to the public. Really think about what's happening right now. We have one more year to go with Trump's plan where he put the resident into place. And this next year is going to actually show the people the truth. He's going to show the people how these individuals rigged the election and how they cheated in the election and overthrew the United States government and the duly elected president. During this year, we're going to see the economy completely implode, and everyone's going to realize the Green New Deal, the Great Reset, the entire agenda that the World Economic Forum, the central bank, the Biden administration is pushing does not benefit the people. It actually destroys the economy, destroys the country, and the people are going to see this. So that's going to be exposed. And the people are now already seeing the policies of the Biden administration and the deep state players, and everything that they have done is exposed. So this next step, this next phase that we're going into, the next year, is going to expose the infiltration. What do I mean by that? Well, really look at the situation right now. We have the situation going on in Israel. Israel right now is going after the Hamas terrorists, and they are now cleaning them out. Now, of course, the deep state players, they do not want Israel to go into Gaza. They don't want the Israelis flushing out the terrorists. That's why they're calling for a ceasefire, and they're trying to use that. But think about the open borders here. think about the terrorists that came over the borders and think about what the people are watching. And then think about the infiltration. We're already starting to see how those in government are going to react to this infiltration. Because remember, Obama placed a lot of these individuals in place, and they are now in government. They're part of the swamp. They're part of the Muslim Brotherhood. They're all part of their system that was infiltrated. And when you see a terrorist act, when you see pro-Palestinian protests / riots, which are actually Antifa, BLM, and the illegals that came into this country, when you see them going after the statues, when you see them going after the White House, when you see them out there protesting and causing riots and destruction, how are the government officials going to react this time? Now, last time it was BLM, Antifa embedded in BLM. They came out at night. They rioted. They looted. They killed. And of course, they said, oh, no, there's nothing we can do about this. They're letting off steam and everyone stand down. Now, the individuals that are out on the streets waving the Palestinian flag, rooting for Hamas, storming the White House. Remember, if you're carrying another flag, are you legally or illegally in this country? How is the government, those individuals that were put into place by Obama, how are they going to react? They're going to have to make a decision at this point, aren't they? It's either they follow the Constitution, you defend the United States against all foreign and domestic enemies. And when you see these individuals storming the White House, which we've seen over the weekend, those individuals are going to have to make a decision. They're going to be exposed like you've never seen before. Actually, when you look at certain individuals that are in Congress who are rooting for Hamas, chanting their slogans, everything's become much, much clearer. When you look at the college campuses and you see how the colleges who have been brainwashing all these people, where those colleges were also infiltrated, they're also now in the spotlight and they're being exposed. And all the corporations and businesses and the people in this country are watching this all play out. And yes, there are going to be people that are going to have to make a decision. They're going to have to make a decision if they're actually for the United States or are they with the enemies? And I do believe people are going to see a separation and the people are going to see the truth. Because remember, those people that were put into certain positions, they weren't there to guard and protect other countries. They were put there to protect the United States. And we're already seeing individuals, they're having conflicts now, and now they're being exposed. And as the White House was stormed, and we saw them climbing the fence, we saw them, the Biden administration, other people in the swamp, they're going to have to make a decision. Do you allow this to happen or do you shut this down? The choice will need to be made. Now, what choice do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to go and round up these people? You think they're going to say, holy crap, look at this. There's an insurrection going on and we're going to have to take control of the situation? Because now you're going to see a real insurrection. Because the situation that we're watching play out right now is just going to get worse and worse. Because think about it. Who's pushing this? Do you think all these people, they love America? They're destroying the statues. It's the same playbook as BLM, Antifa, because it's the same exact people. What's mixed in with this is all the illegals that came over. It's the garbage from the Muslim countries, the degenerates that they didn't want. So Soros, he brought them into this country, into Canada, into Europe, and now every single country is experiencing this. They wanted to bring in millions and millions, which they did, because they wanted to overrun the existing government. And you're seeing it happen in the UK. You're seeing it happen in Germany. You're seeing it happen in the United States, which means we're watching an insurrection happen in real time. Forget about January 6th. That wasn't an insurrection. That was a mission to cover up the insurrection on November 3rd. You're watching something completely different. Is this going to be a color revolution? Is this going to be an insurgency? Because an insurgency can be defined as the organized use of subversion and violence to seize, nullify, or challenge political control of a region. Domestic terrorism. Is this what we're seeing right now? It's starting to seem that way. Because remember, it's the same exact players. And you're going to see those people in government who have been brought in because we've been infiltrated. You're going to see their reactions. And the American people, they're going to be watching very, very closely. And Trump, he's going to be calling them out. Look, they're doing nothing. They're allowing this to happen. They're destroying D.C. They're destroying the statues. They're storming the White House. They're doing it to other government buildings, and nothing is being done. And this is what the American people are going to be watching as this all plays out. And everything is going to be focused on the Biden administration and Obama. You see, you need to expose the infiltration. You need to show the people, look at this. Look what they've done here. Now you can see by their actions who they stand with. Do they stand with the United States or do they stand with these people? And I think the people are going to be very, very shocked in what they have learned from all of this. And it's already begun. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, let's talk about what's happening to Biden, because we know that the National Archives, they were withholding 99.98% of pages of Joe Biden's private pseudonym emails from Congress. And Comer, he's saying, listen, this is obstruction of justice right now. Remember, they kept saying that Trump was obstructing justice. Well, now when you turn everything around, who is actually obstructing justice? Well, it's the Biden administration. Those people that are involved in the criminal syndicate, they are blocking everything to protect their masters. And now the people can see this. Actually, Kyle Becker put this out, and it pretty much explains everything that Joe Biden has done. President Joe Biden has been shown to have benefited from his family's illicit business dealings with CCP-connected Chinese businessmen, according to a new financial disclosure provided by the House Oversight Committee. The Wall Street Journal laid out the known facts of these startling revelations. According to the committee's latest bank records memo, the first check was written to Joe Biden on September the 3rd, 2017, after a series of complicated financial transactions. The memo alleges that earlier that same year, Hunter Biden and his business associates forged a venture with CEFC, an energy company with connection to the Chinese government, which obliged it to contribute a $10 million capital payment. When the money didn't arrive, Biden got a personal check for $40,000 in September 2017 from an account shared by his brother James Biden and his sister-in-law Sarah Biden. The check said that the money was for a loan payment. The claim repayment was sent after money passed through Northern International Capital, a Chinese company connected to CEFC, to several accounts linked to Hunter Biden and finally to the personal account that James and Sarah Biden shared. House Republicans who are spearheading an impeachment inquiry against Biden are closely examining these financial transactions between Biden and his brother, James Biden. This scrutiny is part of a wider investigation into the commercial dealing of the Biden family, with a specific focus on determining if the president has derived personal benefit from political influence peddling, which has potentially compromised his administration. The financial records, which were subpoenaed by the Republican staff of the House Oversight Accountability Committee, reveal that Joe Biden got money directly from his brother James in 2 instances during the period between his vice presidency and presidency. The House Republicans revealed additional information regarding one of these cases on Wednesday. The resident and his supporters assert that they constitute the reimbursement of loans extended by Joe Biden to his sibling. The financial records provide evidence that the checks serve as a means of repaying a loan. That's what they claim. But the Republican-led House, they have conducted an investigation into the sources of 2 payments, asserting that one payment originated from James Biden's commercial involvement with the healthcare company established in the United States, while the other payment was associated with the Chinese business that both James Biden and Hunter Biden, the president's son, were affiliated with, CEFC. The Republicans have yet to conclusively demonstrate that Joe Biden had knowledge of the origin of cash. However, Joe Biden's office indisputably coordinated with his son, Hunter Biden, in a number of ways, meeting with Hunter's business associate dozens of times, speaking with them on the phone at least 20 times, forwarding him official government emails, bringing him on board AF2, Air Force 2, to attend meetings at least 15 times, arranging travel for him and his business associates, and even ensuring he had special attention on his influence peddling trips to China. Whether or not Joe Biden knew of the source of the payments is irrelevant. If he unknowingly aided and abetted his son's illicit influence peddling, then he is too incompetent to be president. If he knowingly aided and abetted it, then he is too corrupt to be president. Either way, Biden is compromised and should not be allowed to become president again in 2024. Well, actually, he wasn't president this time around. And once again, what has Trump done? He has trapped him in all of this. No matter which way he goes, he is screwed. And this is exactly what the American people see. And if he did this, then it explains everything else that he has done, where he cheated in the election, went ahead and opened the borders, destroyed the economy. Everyone's starting to put this together. And actually add on top of this, when we come to find out that they visited Epstein Island many, many times, and there's actually videos. And when people start to learn all this, they're going to put all this together and they're going to realize, holy crap, look at this. And it's not just Biden. It's everyone around him and most people in government. Now, we could see the border is completely wide open. There are caravans of people, illegals, coming up through Mexico into the United States. And right now, we can see that we are being invaded. And this is unsustainable. And once we have a major, major incident involving some type of terrorist where they carry something out and everyone finds out that this individual came over the border illegally and that person's a terrorist, well, I do believe it's going to be pretty much game over for Biden at this point. Even those people that loved open borders, I do believe they're going to go, oh, wait a minute. What just happened here? They came in illegally because of these open borders, because they're bringing in all these people, they're not vetting them. And once people see this, the people are going to really wake up. Trump, he was giving a speech at Kissimmee, Florida, and he was talking about the current invasion at the southern border, how it's unsustainable. And he let everyone know that all these people that are involved, the charities, nonprofits, NGOs, and all them, whoever's helping these individuals, he's going to prosecute them all for participating in human trafficking, child smuggling, and any other crime they can come up with. Take a listen to what he said here.
He invited everybody in. It's like an invasion of our schools, our hospitals. We don't have hospital space. We don't have anything. There's no country where this would be sustainable. There's no country. When I'm reelected, we will tell the foreign nations that sending caravans, that all of these caravans that are coming up will not get one more cent of American money. You know, when you explain no money, no anything, no education, we're not going to take care of you better than our vets. You know, they get taken care of with Biden better than our great vets who are living on streets. We had that situation taken care of so well, and now it's right back where it started. And for any radical left charity, nonprofit, or so-called aid organization supporting these caravans and illegal aliens, we will prosecute them for their participation in human trafficking, child smuggling, and every other crime we can find.
Well, it sounds like he just sent out a warning to everyone that is involved in this. And we know there's a lot of individuals involved with this. And I think Trump and the Patriots, they already know who these individuals already are. Now, the other thing that's very interesting, as all this is playing out, The Sound of Freedom, the child trafficking documentary that shows how these people are being trafficked, well, that is going to be streamed on Amazon. Really think about this for a second. While all this is happening, those people that weren't viewing this, they're going to be able to view this very, very easily on Amazon. And people are going to be educated in what is really going on here. But look how CNBC framed all this. Patriots.control and Telegram put this out and said, Sound of Freedom hit child trafficking thriller endorsed by Trump will stream on Amazon. It's a thriller. No, it's a documentary showing exactly what has been going on. And the people are going to start to learn this. Remember, you need to educate the people because what's coming, it can't be shocking to them. So you need to bring the people into the fold every step of the way. And I do believe this is exactly what's happening. Just like people now are starting to realize that gun control does not work. And now I think the people in gun sales are off the charts right now. They're realizing with what's happening now with the invasion at the border, what happened out in Israel with the shooter in Maine, the people are starting to realize that they need to protect themselves at all costs, because who's going to protect them? Nobody. And the whole entire gun control push is completely and utterly falling apart. Everything the deep state worked so hard to do has been demolished in a split second. But very interestingly, Ali Samarco put this out and said, for those who need to hear this, you aren't special. You aren't going to be the hero who saves everyone. You're literally would not be able to defend yourself. So she's talking about someone with a weapon. You will not be able to defend. You will not be able to stop the person, and you're not going to become a hero. Well, what's very interesting, and this was put out on X, Community Notes followed up on this and said the following. In 2022, a study of mass shooting incidents, the Crime Prevention Research Institute found that civilians stopped at least 34.4% of active shooters incidents from 2014 to 2021, excluding gun-free zones where civilians would not be lawfully armed. That number increased to 51%. Think about that for a second. So basically, everything that these people are talking about is going down the tubes right now, and no one is believing them. Actually, those people that said, I never wanted a gun, I never believed in guns, they're saying, you know something? I think we need a gun. I think people are starting to realize why the founding fathers gave us this right now. They might not understand it, but I'm sure they're kind of happy right now that it's there. And I think later on, they're going to start to realize how important this is. Because I know everyone says, oh, it's for hunting. Oh, it's not that important. Yeah, the founding fathers that just fought a revolution, who lost their land, lost their children, their cousins, their brothers, who saw death and destruction everywhere. I'm sure they just said, you know something, let's just throw this one in there, the Second Amendment. No, there was a specific reason they did this. They knew, because they just went through it, and they knew how important it was to have control over your lives, because without it, they understood that they wouldn't have their freedom today. And today, people are starting to learn that. They might not fully understand right away, but they're starting to learn this. And as time goes on, people are going to understand. And they're going to, once they see the tyrannical government, once they see the tyranny, once they see the insurgents, once they see everything that's happening in this next year, oh, people are going to understand why we need weapons. And we should never, ever, ever allow the government to tell us what we can or cannot do. And you could see that people now are starting to figure this out. Now, what's very interesting is that we could see the Ukrainian war, that's pretty much done. And actually, London right now says the Ukraine war is pretty much static. Nothing's happening. The counteroffensive, everything is not working. And basically, Putin won the war. And they are looking to have peace right now. Actually, NBC News put this out and said, U.S. and European officials have begun quietly talking to the Ukrainian government about what possible peace negotiations with Russia might entail to end the war, according to one current senior U.S. official and one former U.S. Senior official. So right here, you're starting to hear talks of peace. Now, does that mean they're going to have peace? Most likely not. Actually, Admiral Robinson replied to this and said the following. The Pentagon was confident a year ago that America would topple Putin and bring Russia to its knees. Remember, they said he was on his last leg. The economy was falling apart. We got him. Never happened. Now we tell Ukraine to sue for peace, and after 500,000 people are dead. The hubris is unreal. Well, NBC News had Zelensky on their network, and Zelensky was out there saying that Trump can come to Ukraine and he will talk to Ukraine. But he did say he will need 24 minutes to explain to Trump that he can't manage this war. He cannot bring peace. Putin needs to give the land back and give them independence. But Trump is welcome to come to Ukraine. Now, I do believe Trump already has a plan to talk to Putin, to talk to Ukraine. I do believe Putin has finished his mission. He's gotten rid of the biolabs. He's destroyed the deep state layer. He's gotten rid of the neo-Nazis. Putin actually can just come right into Ukraine and take over the entire country, but I don't believe that's the mission. I believe the mission was to destroy the deep state and weaken them to the level that they're at now. And now, with Johnson as the Speaker of the House, they are not getting the funding that they need, because once you cut off the money supply, they are screwed completely. And it's showing. This is why they're saying, hey, maybe we should have peace or something. But I do believe we're heading towards World War III. I do believe the deep state players, they're not just going to give in and have peace. I do believe they're going to try to push this to the very, very end. And this is why they most likely started what happened out in Israel, because they realized what was happening in Ukraine, and they were hoping to tie the money with Israel to Ukraine to keep this going. But now they're starting to realize that this isn't going to happen. And this is getting worse and worse for them as time goes on, which means they're going to become more and more desperate, which I do believe Trump and the Patriots knew from the very, very beginning that this is how this was going to play out, because Trump has told us we're heading towards World War III. He sees it in the dark. He sees what's happening. Nobody else can see it, but it's coming. And we're already starting to see it happen. I do believe, just like Trump said, it's going to be the N word. And I do believe this is all going to lead back to Iran. Remember, everything that we're witnessing right now has to do with Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the infiltration in this government, in the United States, and the infiltration that has been happening worldwide. So this is all going to be connected in the end. And once Iran most likely will use some type of nuclear weapon, or one of their terrorist cells might use a nuclear weapon, maybe a dirty nuke or something like that, where they use the uranium that, Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden sold, went to Russia and to many other places, and then back to Iran and North Korea. Well, you could track those isotopes, and it's almost like the sum of fears right now. It seems like this is all playing out almost just like that. And I do believe, yes, going throughout this next year, we're going to see a lot happen. But look what's happening already with what's happening with those individuals that are protesting, rioting, and destroying statues. Now we have the nation's top law firms. They're sending letters to the elite universities, because remember, the elite universities, they're brainwashing the children there, saying that they won't recruit from colleges that tolerate anti-Semitism. So now it's starting to backfire on them, and it's the elite universities like Yale, Harvard, Columbia, University of Virginia, Georgetown, University of Pennsylvania, Cornell, University of Michigan, New York University, Stanford, and so on and so forth. And major law firms saying, no, we're not going to go along with this right now. So everything's about to change. Remember, these universities, they were pushing gender studies. They were, pushing the idea that this country was created with slaves and we owe them reparations. And now we see things starting to turn around, and this is not working out well for the deep state players and those that infiltrated this country. And you could see it in Congress very, very clearly, because we have certain individuals in Congress like Rashida Tlaib. They're out there. They're calling for the genocide of Jews and Israel. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she has reintroduced her resolution to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib. She put this out on X and said the following: I'm reintroducing my censure resolution against terrorist Tlaib. I'm removing insurrection and replacing it with illegal occupation. That's very interesting, isn't it? On October 18th, that broke the same federal laws as January 6th and led to hundreds of arrests and assault on Capitol Police. Hopefully, the 23 Republicans who voted no to censure pro-terrorist, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic Rashid Tlaib will use their freedom of speech in Congress to censure, condemn terrorist Tlaib's speech, lies, and actions that incited an illegal occupation on October 18th. They censured Adam Schiff, so they should be able to vote to censure her. We cannot stand by doing nothing while one of our colleagues calls for the genocide of our great friend and ally, Israel. Terrorist Tlaib should be expelled, but let's see if we can at least censure her. And let's see how these individuals go about this right now, because I do believe you're going to see a separation between those people that have infiltrated our government and those people that stand with the Constitution. They're going to have to make a choice. And as things build up, and when I say make a choice, I don't mean, oh, let's go out and protest. When they're storming the White House like they just did over the weekend, when they're storming federal buildings, these individuals in government, they're going to have to make a decision. Where do you stand? Do you stand, and are you going to allow this while the American people watch on? Because they're watching these individuals holding other countries' flags, flying them and holding them right outside the White House, destroying and pushing the fence, painting up the walls. Who do you stand with? Do you stand with this country, or do you stand with those that are trying to storm the White House? Really think about this for a second. I do believe people are going to see something very, very different right now. Now, Rashida Tlaib, she put this out on X, and this is the slogan they continually chant. From the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate. My work and advocacy is always centered in justice and dignity for all people, no matter faith or ethnicity. Well, this slogan, from the river to the sea, it's not an aspirational call for freedom, human rights. It's actually a call for the destruction and death of all Israelis, all Jewish people. This individual on Daily Signal debunked this in 90 seconds. Take a listen.
To the sea, Palestine will be free. What does that mean?
Exactly what it says, darling.
Quick history lesson. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is the motto of Hamas, the genocidal terrorist group which governs Gaza and has since 2007 after Israel pulled out completely in 2005. Since 1964, the slogan has embodied the motives of the Palestinian Liberation Movement, calling for Palestine to reach from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea as the 57th Islamic State, completely eradicating the state of Israel in the process. This is outlined explicitly in the Hamas Charter, with Article 11 stating that the entire land of Israel rightly belongs to Hamas and that no one except Islamic Arabs has any right to own it or live in it. Article 13 calls for this to be accomplished by engaging in jihad, by killing every Jew that occupies Israel. Article 15 states that to accomplish from the river to the sea, that jihad is the individual duty of every Muslim to confront the enemies and join the ranks of the fighters. Hamas is exceptionally open about what that slogan is about: the ethnic cleansing of every Jewish man, woman, and child from Israel. It's not a dog whistle, it's not a coded message. This is directly from the mouths of the Iranian mullahs and their client organizations of Hamas and Hezbollah. Every single chant, whether on the streets of the Gaza Strip or on the American university campuses, is endorsing that slaughter.
So right there, they're calling for the destruction of Israel and all the people that are living in this area. So when they talk about, what are they really talking about? They're talking about the river, Jordan, and the sea, the Mediterranean. So when you look at the map, what do you see? You see Israel in the middle. That's what they're really talking about. They want that back, and they will remove anyone that is there. And actually, Obama actually backed this up. He was doing an interview, and he said something very interesting. Take a listen to what he said here.
What Hamas did was horrific, and there's no justification for it. And what is also true is that the occupation and what's happening to Palestinians is unbearable. And what is also true is that there is...
So did you catch what he said here? Well, he said that what Hamas did was horrific, and there's no justification for it. And he said what is also true is that the occupation and what's happening to Palestinians is unbearable. What occupation? Israel pulled out of Gaza in 2005, forcibly removing Jewish settlers and leaving behind lush greenhouses that the Arabs promptly destroyed. There is no occupation in Gaza. If he's talking about an occupation, Obama can only be referring to the same occupation Gaza and its terrorist inhabitants decry, namely the Jewish presence on the land between the River Jordan and the sea, the Mediterranean. If you look at the map, and I'm sure Obama has, Hamas and its bloodthirsty adherents want it all. They want it just like Gaza itself, free of living Jews and preferably littered with bodies of dead ones. Obama is speaking meaningless garbage, but his friends know what he's really saying. That's what they're talking about. So when they're going around chanting this, they're not, when they talk about it, they're talking about the destruction of everyone that lives there. And Obama is confirming this. And people are now, and they're starting to understand this. And what's very interesting, it's almost like the same playbook with Ukraine. The Ukrainians, the neo-Nazis there, what they do is they use civilians. They place their weapons in supermarkets. They do all this stuff. And then when Russia bombs, they turn around and they blame Russia. Oh my God, you hit a civilian target. But actually, they didn't hit a civilian target. That's where the weapons were. That's where their intelligence and communications were. Hamas does the exact same thing. Actually, Israel hit a ambulance, and everyone is out there saying, holy crap, look what happened. Israel hit an ambulance. But in the ambulance, what do they have there? They have terrorists and they have munitions. Actually, if you go back in time, and Heather Leisure put this out and said, going back years, Hamas has well-documented history of using ambulances to carry bombs, forcing ambulance drivers at gunpoint to transport Hamas fighters, hijacking ambulances entirely, and using them as military vehicles. And if you go back to the Sunday Morning Herald, the New York Times, they explain exactly how they use these tactics. So nothing's really changed. The neo-Nazis did the same exact thing, and they try to get this onto the news, and they want people to say, and look, oh my God, look what Israel's doing. But in reality, they do this on purpose to build up the idea that they're victims. The neo-Nazis in Ukraine did this the entire time, and this time it's failing big time. Now, the Pentagon, they're suspending congressional delegation travel to Israel due to the deteriorating security situation right now. And it's very interesting with all this happening. Trump is out there doing rallies, and he likes to tell stories about how the first one was with Netanyahu when they went ahead and they bombed Soleimani, and how Israel wasn't involved in that. And this happened at the moment in time when Hamas came into Israel, killed a lot of people, beheaded a lot of people, raped a lot of people, and this was terrorist acts. And Israel was about to go into Gaza to eradicate Hamas. Trump didn't want Iran getting involved in any of this. And I do believe this is why he told the story at that time, to say Israel backed out and it was the U.S. that took out Soleimani. This way, Iran and the terrorists could use this as an excuse. So all the blame was put onto the U.S. and to President Trump. Now Trump, during a rally, he came out and he told another story. Charlie Kirk put this out on X and said, Trump has only told this story once before. The U.S. killed Soleimani on January 3rd, 2020. The world braced as we waited for Iran to retaliate. Turns out they called Trump in advance of their January 8th ballistic missile strike and told him not to be concerned because they weren't going to actually hit the targets. Most of the missiles blew up and other targets hit all around the bases that were targeted. And it looks like this has to do with respect, strength. Now, they had to do it for show, but they knew if they actually hit the bases, it would have been game over for them. But they needed to do this for show around the Middle East to show that they were going to strike back. They called Trump first to let him know that you do not have to be concerned about this. And Trump said he wasn't concerned about this because he had the strength and the respect on his side. Flip that around to today, Biden, Obama, they have none of this. Actually, they're causing all of this. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that Russia, they have successfully launched a test of a nuclear sub-intercontinental ballistic missile. And we're starting to see this build up right now, and we're starting to see the N-word come into play. Now, I do believe the N-word might come into play with Iran. And remember, who's Iran's ally? That's Russia, China. And you're going to see this build up in the end. And it seems like we're heading in that direction where these individuals, the deep state players, they're going to try to start a war, just like in the Sum of All Fears, where they took an Israeli bomb and the isotope was from America, but they tried to pretend that the bomb was actually detonated by Russia, and they tried to get a war started. And it looks like we're actually going down this path where it seems that they might try to start something and try to blame it on Iran, on Russia, or another country, maybe Russia. But I think in the end, we're going to come to find out that the isotope actually came from the United States, and they're going to track the sale of that. And everyone's going to realize that it came from Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden, and many, many others. And they're going to catch them in all of this. And I do believe all this information is going to be coming out. Let's talk about protecting ourselves. A popular online Chinese shopping app is under fire for allegedly breaking international wiretapping laws on U.S. citizens. It's been revealed that the app has hidden functions that grant it access to an alarming amount of user data, including access to a user's microphone. This is further backed by the fact that Temu losses an average of $30 per order, which leads many to believe that Temu's real revenue is generated from selling substantial quantities of user data. This is why I protect my privacy with Virtual Shield. Virtual Shield offers an all-in-one digital security suite with its most notable features being a military-grade VPN, identity theft protection, antivirus, and much more. Countless five-star reviews back up the notion that Virtual Shield is the most effective way to help prevent government, corporate, and ISP spying while simultaneously protecting your personal data. But there's more. If you sign up for Virtual Shield now, you'll receive a 60-day risk-free trial, unlimited data, usage across all devices, access to Virtual Shield's 24/7 customer support, and more. Simply go to virtualshield.com/X22VPN to take advantage of this limited time deal before the free trial offer ends. And like I said once before, the people are going to have to make the decision. Those who have infiltrated our government, they will have to make decisions. They're not going to make the right decision, and the people are going to see this. We're going to be talking a lot more about what they did to the White House in just a sec. But first, let's talk about how the deep state players, looks like they're done with COVID right now. It doesn't mean they're going to not try, but they're already starting to build up to the next pandemic, deemed the big one. And it could be the most contagious and deadliest disease known to humanity. And they're talking about a paramyxovirus family that has over 75 viruses, including mumps and measles. And scientists don't understand how they transmit through different species. Now, if they know, and they're already saying that there's another pandemic. I mean, how many pandemics can we have here? All of a sudden, there's just tons of pandemics. If they're already telling you about this, just like they tell you about, a cyber attack, you know that they're involved in this. It's not naturally occurring. They're going to try to push this on the people once again, because they like to tell you ahead of time what they're trying to do. So now they're saying this is the big one. The other one wasn't that big because it didn't go the way we thought it was going to go, but this one's even bigger than that one. So are people going to buy into this? Most likely not. And if it is a virus, you know what's very interesting about this? If it is a virus, you know what cures a virus? Ivermectin hydroxychloroquine. Think about this for a second. Doesn't matter what the virus is. It will cure it. And actually, there's a new study that is out now. And the new study is the new microbes and new infections. It was published in that journal. And it was a French study where they looked at hydroxychloroquine, and it significantly lowered the mortality rates of COVID-19 patients. Ivermectin's most likely even better than that. So everything that Fauci told us, because remember, they used flawed studies, they used flawed statistics, they gave hydroxychloroquine to people that were on their deathbeds, like had a moment to live, and it actually did more harm than good. But if you give it to people ahead of time, this is why Trump actually took hydroxychloroquine, because he knew the truth, it will cure the viruses. This is something they didn't want us to know. So all these pandemics and all these things they're telling you about, well, guess what? You don't need a bioweapon. You don't need any of that. All you need is ivermectin hydroxychloroquine. I remember Dr. Zelenko saying, yes, zinc mixed with hydroxychloroquine, mixed with ivermectin, that will stop the flu, that will stop the cold, that will stop almost anything. But again, the pharmaceutical companies, they don't want you to know anything about that. And they've been trying to keep people in the dark for a very long time, but I don't think that's going to work out this time around. And I believe anything that the deep state's going to try to do, it's going to fail, because the people have a lot more knowledge. They're a lot more awake now, and they're not just going to buy what they're selling. And if the deep state is out there telling everyone another pandemic is coming, you know that they're the ones who are doing this. It's just not naturally occurring. They already got it planned, which means the people have to plan on their end and, get zinc, get hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin if you can, because we know that's the cure for all of this, because a virus is a virus is a virus. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we know the deep state players, they've been trying to confuse our young, saying, men or women. If you dress up like a woman, that means you're a woman and you're no longer a man. And once again, they're trying to get rid of women. They're trying to get rid of womanhood. They're trying to get rid of family structure, because think about women. They hold the family structure together. And they don't want this. And the deep state never wanted this, because when you have a family structure, you have a very strong country. And they realized that they needed to actually destroy this to actually take over a country. And this is why they've been hitting the women so hard, because they're trying to get rid of this. And this is why they're bringing men onto women's sports, because if you can eradicate all of this, you destroy almost everything. And every time they bring a biological male onto a women's sport, the biological male always has the upper hand. Actually, Riley Gaines has been speaking out against this. And recently, there was a boy that was on a field hockey team, and this boy took a shot and hit a girl in the face and actually broke some teeth. And it was, very, very painful. Riley Gaines put this out and said this on X. It's reported that the male player, number 2 for Swamp Scott, knocked the teeth out of a female player. Males are allowed to play on female teams in MA because of the Equal Play Act. This is the town where NCAA president and past government Charlie Baker lives. Care to comment? And people are watching this going, holy crap, what just happened here? And she was hit so hard that the other girls, they couldn't even look. That's how bad it was. And now people are starting to see this. And there's a lot of states now are pushing back on this, and this should be pushed back in every single state. And once again, you can see why they're trying to do this. And the other thing that's very interesting is that while they tried to destroy the family structure, which destroys the country from within, they're also trying to release as many prisoners as possible to destroy everything else. And what's very interesting as they keep doing this, those individuals, the district attorneys, attorney generals that are controlled by Soros, they're actually getting robbed. They're actually getting carjacked. Here's another example. A Soros-backed DA carjacked at gunpoint after dismissing 66% of all violent felony cases during his first months in office. It's all coming back to hit them square between the eyes. It's boomeranging on them, and it's getting worse and worse for them. I mean, really think about what's happening right now. And now the people are saying, wait a minute, aren't these the people that you released? Now they're carjacking you. Now they're stealing your laptop. Now they're hurting your family. You think this is a good situation here? Look what you've created. And it's just going to get worse and worse as time goes on. And I think the people, they're starting to see how this doesn't work. And they're going to be rising up and going against all these individuals, I believe has already started. And it's just going to get worse and worse as we see more and more riots, more chaos, and everything else. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that we were promised that we were going to see the January 6 tapes. And it looks like Speaker Johnson, he seems to be following through with his promise to release the January 6 tapes. Johnson is now moving forward with the approval process to hand over Capitol CCTV videos and images to the Blaze, which was stalled under McCarthy. Why doesn't he just release it to everyone? Put it up on a site where any news organizations can get the videotapes so everyone can see it without a problem. And then we could solve the whole thing and actually show how the deep state players, they're the ones who caused the insurrection. Antifa was involved. Neo-Nazis were involved. BLM was involved. The FBI was involved. Capitol Police were involved. And it wasn't the MAGA people. Once people start to see this, people are going to start to realize what's really going on. Just like they're starting to realize what's really going on with Trump's indictments. They know that these are all ridiculous cases. But as they play out, what are the people realizing and what are the people seeing? They're seeing that there are no cases. There's nothing there. And actually, in the end, Trump is actually going to prove in the January 6th case, in the election fraud case, how they were the ones who actually committed the crimes. And in New York, they have no case. They're just trying to get Trump to actually fold, which I don't believe he's ever going to do. And actually, even if they make a ruling, they're going to appeal it. I'm talking about Trump. And that appeal is going to go up to the next court, and the next court's going to go, they had never had anything here. This was a waste of time. Actually, Trump, his entire family should sue the attorney general, because this was personal, should sue the judge for not following the rule of law. And they should be brought to trial. Maybe he will do this. We'll have to see how this plays out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that the DC appeals court, they overruled Judge Chukin's gag order. So a 3-judge panel of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals has lifted the district judge Tanya Chukin's gag order, prohibiting Trump from criticizing the special counsel Jack Smith. Now Trump has the ability to speak freely and publicly defend himself once again. Now, does this mean that they're not going to try to reinstate the gag order? Most likely, yes. But for the next 3 weeks, Trump regains his rights to speak freely. Now, of course, the other side in the next 3 weeks, they're going to have oral arguments. They're going to, try to reinstate it. But right now, Trump can speak freely. And I do believe in the end, they're going to try to reinstate it and probably try to get Trump and throw him into prison. Now, we know that there's been talk about how throwing him into prison is not going to work. Actually, it's going to help him out. But I think these people are becoming so desperate that they don't even care anymore. We'll have to see how this all plays out. But you could see that they're trying to push this. It doesn't mean they're going to do it, but you can see there is a possibility that they may become so desperate that they don't care. They just want to show this on TV. But think about it. When we had the mugshot, did that work for them or against them? It actually worked against them, and the people went to Trump's side. Everything shifted. If they throw Trump into prison, the Hispanic Black community, they're all going to come to Trump's side. And the D's, where they fought so hard for so long to keep the Black and Hispanic community, they're going to lose them completely. And you could see already that the polls are shifting. Actually, the New York Times put this out, saying that the shifting support among Black voters spurs Trump's lead in key battleground states ahead of the 2024 election. And if you look at Nevada, Trump is up 52 to Biden's 41. Arizona, he's up 49 to Biden's 44. Pennsylvania, he's up 48 to Biden's 44. Georgia, he's up 49 to Biden's 43. Michigan, Trump is up 48 to Biden's 43. Wisconsin is the only state where Biden still has 47 and Trump 45. Now, remember, most likely these are manipulated numbers and Trump's numbers are much, much higher. But the whole point of this is that the Black community, the Hispanic community, is now siding with Trump. If they throw him into prison, it is game over for them completely. And if they lose the Black vote, they are screwed. Actually, Dan Scavino put out a video of a jet flying by. It looks like it might have hit the sound barrier. And this video was 9 seconds long, which I find very interesting. And this is October 29, 2017. And it says, D's can't lose control over the Black population. At some point, the Great Awakening will occur whereby these false local national Black leaders are corrupt and paid off to help keep the Black pop poor and in need. D's form the Confederate States against freeing slaves. D's form the KKK. Hillary Clinton mentor is who? What happens if the truth about Haiti is released? Do D's lose majority of the vote? Through the looking glass, they rely on the mainstream media to keep the narrative going, but tech is entrenching on their controls. They missed this in 2016 and desperately attempting to censor now due to CIA cash infusions. This will fail. So once they lose the Black vote, they're screwed. They lose their control. They lose their upper hand. And it looks like it's happening right now. Now, Trump, he was in Kissimmee, Florida, and he said something very interesting about Hillary Clinton. He said, Hillary is gone now. And then he started to laugh. Take a listen to what he said here.
Gone now. So, and we have, I know what you mean.
Now, I do believe what he meant by that is that Hillary Clinton is no longer a threat, no longer going to run for office, and they have her under control. And I just want to go back to post 93, this November 5th, very interestingly, 2017. And Anon on the board said, is Hillary Clinton just a puppet and the goal is to take down her minders and her real kingpins? Q responded and said, Hillary Clinton was a puppet, but her strings were recently cut. She's now on her own and fighting for her life. So I do believe that Trump is trying to say that she is no longer a threat. She's under control. She's not going to be running. She's not involved. And now we're going after Biden and Obama. And yes, the evidence is also going to point to Hillary Clinton about what she has done here. But you can see that the deep state players through Soros, Obama, and the rest, they infiltrated every single country because they needed the infiltrator, the population of the infiltrators, to be much, much larger than the government. So the government of the countries couldn't do anything. And actually, we're already starting to see this. And Wokeness put this out on X and said, British police officer on why they remove the British flags, but not the Palestinian flags, because there's way more of them than there are of us. Out in Germany, young Islamists in Germany say Muslims will become the majority in Germany, abolish the German constitution, and introduce Sharia law. Europe has been underestimating the threat posed by Islamism. Is it becoming clear now of what Soros and the rest, what they have done? They infiltrated every single country. They didn't invade the country and take it over. They infiltrated the countries, and now there's many, many of these individuals. Look at Berlin. I mean, this is just unbelievable. There's a large anti-Israel protest in Berlin, and it's as far as the eye can see. Now, this is Germany, where they had the Holocaust. Now, you have these people marching in the streets chanting, "Kill all Jews," in Germany. Think about this for a second. Germany has lost control of their country. They've banned these types of protests, but the fake refugees are ignoring the government and doing whatever they want. They're not following the rule of law. And the flags in these protests, they're not just all Palestinian flags. They're coming from Taliban and many other extremist groups. So look what's happening here. You can see the infiltration. You're starting to understand what they've done here. Trump and the Patriots and the other individuals around the world, they needed the people to finally see this. And the only way you can show the people how dangerous this is to actually show them. Actually, we almost had an incident here in the United States. Now, CNN, they put out a headline saying Jordanian arrested in Houston made statements supporting killing individuals of particular faith, judge order says. So they were talking about killing Jewish people. That's pretty much what they were saying. Bill Malugin also put this out on X, but it wasn't a Jordanian man. It was a Palestinian man. This is what Bill Malugin says. A 20-year-old Palestinian man in the U.S. illegally has been arrested and charged with possession of a firearm by a prohibited person after he was in direct contact with others who share a radical mindset and was training with weapons to possibly commit an attack. Think about that. This individual arrived to the United States on June 2nd, 2016, from Jordan on a B-2 tourism visa and left about 2 months later using a Palestine passport. He returned to the United States in June 2019. In January 2020, applied for an application for asylum and for withholding of removal, which is still pending. In August 2023, this man was approved for employment authorization in the United States, allowing him to work in the U.S. until August 1st, 2025. So once again, this individual is a Palestinian, and he's in this country illegally, and they caught him before he did anything, which means there's many more people in this country that came here illegally that are planning a terrorist attack. Actually, Trump, he's already let us know that this was going to happen, and everyone's going to be looking at the Biden administration when it does occur. And the people are going to watch what the government does, what those people in DC actually do, and all those individuals around the country. Because remember, most of these individuals were brought in by Obama. Their faith is not to the United States. Their faith lies elsewhere. And this is going to expose them like we've never seen before. And you're already seeing the infiltration in this country. You saw it out in the UK. You see it out in Germany. And now in DC, you see a pro-Palestinian march which stretches as far as the eye can see. Julie Kelly put this out and said, "I'm truly sickened by the scenes in DC yesterday. I wonder how many federal prosecutors were in the crowd, or FBI employees, or DOJ, DC, U.S. attorney staffers, or children of federal judges. You know, the same people imprisoning Americans who walked into the Capitol on January 6th. They are the same people." And you can see that this is what they've been talking about, the diversity, the richness, and bring everyone in. Well, now it's at Biden's doorstep. And now we're going to see something completely different because they're all out there. And the pro-Palestinian protesters, they're chanting F Joe Biden outside the White House. Omri Saran put this out and said, Palestinian terrorists murdered dozens of Americans less than a month ago and are holding several hostages. The Palestinian flag is being waved in front of the White House tonight. That's an odd juxtaposition. It is very odd, don't you think? And they're out there, these pro-Palestinians, and they're destroying statues. Ben Franklin was one of the founding fathers of the U.S. Today, anti-Israel protesters desecrated his statue. So all these individuals that the Biden administration let in, They are not for the United States. They're against the United States. BLM was against the United States. Antifa was against the United States. They're destroying the statues of our founding fathers. Where's the National Guard? Where's the police to round these people up? What's going on? Are we seeing the same thing that we saw back in 2020, but a lot worse? Yes, we are. And Wokeness put this out and said, Free Palestine is BLM repackaged. Yes, it's the same exact people again, but this time it's a lot worse. Actually, this time it's people that don't even live in this country. They're from other places. They're here illegally. And now they're out there flying their flag, destroying our statues, storming the White House. And now those who are supposed to be upholding the Constitution, those people that are supposed to be defending this land from foreign and domestic enemies, they need to do something. Are they going to do it? Or is this going to expose them? I do believe this is going to expose them. And I do believe this is Trump and the Patriots' plan to show them the truth. Remember, everything that happened to Trump is now happening to them. Didn't they try to storm? I'm talking about BLM, Antifa. Didn't they try to storm the White House? Yes, they did. Didn't they protest in D.C. and destroy things? Yes, they did. What did Trump do? He offered the National Guard. He offered to bring the National Guard in to protect these areas. What did the mayors do of these towns, these cities? What did the governors do in these states? They rejected it. But Trump, he said, here you go. So what are we seeing right now? We're seeing the same exact thing that we saw happen to Trump, but it's going to be 100 times worse. And is Biden going to do anything? Is he going to call the National Guard? Is he going to call in the Marines? Is he going to round these people up as this insurgency happens? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But Julie Kelly, she put this out and said, no one shot and killed like on January 6th. No one assaulted with flashbangs, rubber bullets, tear gas, or beaten with batons. No one will be charged with federal crime of terrorism for shaking a government fence, per Judge Tim Kelly. FBI won't conduct pre-dawn armed raids to arrest them. U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves won't charge them with seditious conspiracy. Joe Biden won't call them terrorists. Democrats won't denounce them for attempting to take over a government building and threaten democracy. None of the officers will give tearful interviews in the Washington Post to claim they almost died. The White House will not give them special medals. Sedition hunters won't look for them. Double standards just keep piling up. And this is exactly what people are seeing right now. And Dan Scavino, he responded to raw alerts showing the pro-Palestinian protesters climbing the fence, spray painting the fence, destroying statues. Dan Scavino said the following: the Secret Service agents protecting the White House are the best in the world. They will protect that house at all costs. Not very smart. Well, are they going to protect it, or are they going to be told to stand down? This is going to be very interesting as we go throughout this entire year, because Trump, out in Kissimmee, he said something very interesting about Joe Biden, that Joe Biden always takes the side that helps America's enemies. Think about that for a second. Always takes the side of the enemy. So that means Joe Biden is not going to do anything. He's going to take the side of the enemy, isn't he? Take a listen to what Trump said here.
Policy from the border to energy, from immigration to education. Crooked Joe Biden always takes a side that helps America's enemies every time. The guy doesn't have a clue. He helps the enemies, and now we know why. Because Joe Biden is corrupt, and he's incompetent, and he's totally compromised.
So that reminds me of post 4749, what Trump said, that Biden takes the side. And actually think about all the other people that infiltrated our government, because Obama brought them in. These individuals, they're going to have to make a choice. And in this post, September 23rd, 2020, it says, everyone has a choice to make against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So is this going to expose the people where they're not protecting this country from foreign and domestic enemies? If they're siding with the enemy, well, they're part then of the enemy. They're part of the problem. And they should not be in government then, right? Just like Rashida Tlaib. Her first order of business is to the United States. It's not to the Palestinians. It's not to Hamas. It's to the United States. Everyone else that is in DC or any other government office around the country, their duty is to the United States of America, period. The end. And I do believe this is going to flush them all out, and the people of this country are going to see it. Just like they saw during the 2020 riots, which governors, which mayors, also with COVID. Well, now you're going to see something else, and it's happening right now. And Trump, he let everyone know that we needed to have this pause. People needed to see this. The majority had to wake up. The majority had to fight back. The majority had to walk through it. And actually, Post 4641, September 9, 2020, pretty much sums it all up. The swamp runs deep. Sometimes you can't tell the people the truth. You must show them. Only then, at the precipice, will people find the will to change, to participate. We, the people, have been betrayed for a very long time. Will you stand for God and country, for freedom, for humanity? Where we go one, we go all. And yes, it is working. The people are completely against Biden right now. They're saying that he's not good for this country. And Disclosed TV put this out. And this is a CBS News poll. And it says, percent who say things are going badly in America. 73% of Americans say things are going badly in the United States. And this is coming from a YouGov poll that was put out on CBS. 73% of the people of this country, they're saying that things are going badly. What do you think this percentage number is going to go up to when we have a terrorist act, when these people destroy statues, storm the White House, and continue to do this? This percentage is going to go way, way up. Now, what's very interesting is Trump, he said this before, and he's saying it over and over and over, letting everyone know that the 2024 election is the most important election. And he said, we've been fighting for 7 years now to rescue the nation. And this is all part of the plan. Now is the critical battle of our lives. 1 year from now will be the most important election. He said, we're going to finish the job. Take a listen to what he says here.
For 7 years, you and I have been fighting side by side to rescue our nation from the evil and sinister forces who hate it and want to destroy it. Now we're approaching the most critical battle of our lives. Exactly 1 year from tomorrow. 1 year, we're getting there. But 1 year is a long time with the kind of destruction these people can do. They're grossly incompetent. You'll vote in the most important election in the history of our country. I believe that. And I used to say 2016 was the most, and I meant it at the time, but this is maybe far more important because our country is failing. We're a nation that's failing. But we're going to finish the job we started. We did some job, and we're going to finish that job.
And yes, 1 year is a very long time, and a lot is going to happen, and it's going to wake up a lot of people. But Trump, he already has plans to clean all of this up because he let everyone know his first act as president in 2024, mass deportation of all of these people. He's going to go after everyone. He's going to have peace. He's going to basically reverse all infiltration. He's going to reverse everything that was done. And I do believe this is going to happen very, very quickly. And what's very interesting, I want to go back to two posts here. Post 2426, November 5th, 2018. The left has no chance. They are doomed. Soon they will cease to exist. Once this is all over and the economy crashes, we have chaos in the streets. They're storming the White House and other federal buildings, destroying our history. What do you think the people of this country are going to do as we approach war, as the economy is breaking down? You think they're going to be with all these people? No, they're going to be completely against them. Let's go to Post 2437, November 6, 2018. Down below, it says the following. They want one thing and only one thing, power. They will lie, cheat, and promise you the world to obtain it. They do not love our country. They despise it. They want to destroy it. Show your love for our country by voting. Return power to the people. Return all glory to our former state. We honor those who fought and continue to fight. to save and defend this great country. We will do our part. Will you do yours? Vote, vote, vote. Justice is coming. And yes, these people don't love our country. They despise it. And that's what you're going to see right now. It has already begun. You're going to see it. And as we go throughout this year, yes, you're going to see chaos. Yes, you're going to see the economy crash. Yes, you're going to see war. And the people are going to see the truth of who caused all of this. And this is going to bring the people to Trump's side. And yes, when Trump has the people and the people vote for Trump, that is going to be the shot heard around the world. And it's going to signal to Trump, you have our permission to get these people. The people are saying it's time to take back this country. And that's exactly what he's going to do. But the people needed to see this. The people needed to make up their own mind. The people needed to make this decision on their own in the end. But they needed to see it so they could make a logical decision. You needed to see how these people hate the country. You needed to see how they'll side with the enemy. You needed to see how they'll crash the economy. You needed to see how they'll bring us to war to protect their entire criminal syndicate. You needed to see all of it. Without seeing it, you wouldn't be able to take the country back. Without seeing it, you wouldn't be able to fight for your freedom. Without seeing it, you would not be able to keep this country. This is the second revolution, and the people are fighting back now, and the people are going to take back this country, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. But in the end, I do believe the Patriots are going to win, and they're going to take back the country. Why? Because the Patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was Dave with the X22, and that was to this evening's X22 report. You know, I have to say, the way he says hi at the beginning of every one of his podcasts, I'm curious if he is or not. Dave, do you smoke a little? If I ever get a chance to interview him, I'm going to ask him that. Dave, are you a stoner too? I'm a stoner, you're a stoner. Wouldn't you like to be a stoner too? Be a stoner. Okay. All right. So up next, and the last one that I have so far tonight. I mean, if fuel gets here before I finish, then we might keep going for a little while longer. But right now, we are going to get this live with SG Anon going. We got to. I think as long as I fast forward through any commercials, we should be good to go. No problem. Okay, here we go.
What's going on, everybody? This is Patriot Underground here. I just want to say a couple words on behalf of a couple of amazing sponsors of this show, grassfedinUSA.com/Patriot Underground and Switch Hype.
And I'm on a ramen diet right now, so I really don't want to hear him talk about meat. All right. I just don't. So I'm going to fast forward through this part, and then we'll get right into that interview.
In stores.com/Patriot Underground. You're going to see links for both of those in the description. And I just want to tell folks, first of all, the grass-fed beef is absolutely incredible. We're talking about farm to table, no mRNA injections, no antibiotics, no hormones, no magnets sticking to your beef. The incredible flavor, folks. I can't even get over it. The filet mignon is my favorite, but they have ribeye, ground beef, all different cuts at prices that, quite frankly, are stunning. I was shocked at how low the prices are considering the quality of what you're getting shipped directly to your door. This is a no-brainer, folks. Check it out. And switch-stores.com/Patriot Underground is the place to go to do all of your shopping for your household and your personal items. This is a no-brainer, folks. We have to create a new economy. We have to vote with our dollars, with our financial resources. Hopefully, there'll be U.S. notes pretty soon. But certainly, our financial resources, our energy has to be directed toward companies and toward causes that are aligned with us spiritually, politically, and in every other way that it's going to take for us to take this across the finish line. It's incumbent upon us to shop with the good guys and to defund the cabal to the best of our ability by ditching the big box conglomerates. So switch-stores.com/Patriot Underground, links in the description, and grassfedinUSA.com/Patriot Underground. Check them out today, folks. You're going to absolutely love it. All right. Enjoy the show, everybody. Patriot out.
All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to Patriot Underground. Today is November 5th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me, folks, to discover the truth beneath the surface. As always, I really do appreciate everybody out there taking the time to listen. So today it's my pleasure to welcome back my friend SG Anon to the show. And it's rather fitting on a day that the awakened always anticipate. Remember the 5th of November. And honestly, it's hard to believe that we're already past Red October 2023. We're heading into the end of what has been, by all accounts, another truly epic year in this battle to remove evil from our midst. And we're going to examine where we are in the phase, in the final phases of this war. I think you'll agree with me, SG, that we've entered into these critical last phases of this epic battle. And we're going to examine that statement from multiple different angles tonight, and what I anticipate is going to be another interesting discussion, as is the norm when you come on the show. So I really do appreciate you taking the time. Welcome back. How have you been?
Doing well, my friend. Thank you for having me back. And yes, we're at an incredible point here in, I think, American and human history, and it's only going to get more exciting as we go forward.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? I thought we could start out with a question about Trump comms, because I know that this is a topic that you follow very closely, as I do, as a key element of your analysis. And also, just to frame the question a little bit, you'll recall in our last discussion that we were talking about, projecting into November, next year, and basically talking about the EBS. And we both kind of agreed that we would see the EBS prior to the next election cycle. So with that in mind, Trump recently said that they, meaning the deep state, of course, can do tremendous damage to our elections and to our country in 1 year. And he followed that up by saying, and we're not going to let that happen. And then, so that was one speech. I can't recall exactly where that is, where that was, rather. You might be able to remind me. But he's also said recently that we're going to experience a November event that will be the biggest in the history of our country. So what do you make of Trump's recent comms? I mean, certainly there have been several others as well, but he seems to be communicating that overt action in the form of what we all anticipate is going to be the EBS or the EAS. He seems to be sort of indicating that that's going to happen before the next election cycle, like we were just discussing. And perhaps we could be looking at a major false flag or other historical event this month. And of course, it's also possible he could be referring to November of 2024. We don't really know. I mean, we obviously hope that's not the case, but we really don't know what Trump is referring to. It's the reason why we try to decode what he says, because it's so important to unravel and unpack the meaning in his statements, because he puts things out there and sometimes it just completely goes off the radar of most people. So what's your reaction to his recent statements in light of where we find ourselves at this critical phase? Because I'm glad you agree, we really have entered into these, what I see as the final year of this war, before, not to suggest that everything is going to get tied up into a little package, but before we really get to the critical phase of the EBS. So I'll pass it over to you, SG. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts on Trump's comms are that every speech that he gives is loaded with some element of comms. And there's a reason that he does a lot of these speeches in the locations that he does, right? Kissimmee, Florida, New Hampshire, many, many times in the last 4 to 6 months. And we know there's a tremendous amount of information out there to support that New Hampshire and a couple of other areas are gigantic, sort of self-insulated money laundering feeder arms for this worldwide cabal. So I want to clarify something really quick with President Trump and discussing the final battle, the lead up to the 2024 presidential election, all of this. And then the commentary recently about a November event. Just recently, I think in the last 48 hours, he confirmed at a rally that Hillary was gone and that there were actually watermarked ballots that were used in the 2020 election. So good job, conspiracy theorists. You were ahead of the curve on that one yet again. As we look at what's occurring here, I don't think this is the final phase of the battle. I think this is the final phase, or the conclusion of this phase of the war. And as we go through what amounts to the brass tacks awakening of mankind, where everyone is sort of discussing these terminologies on their lips, right? Everyone aware that the nefariousness that occurred with Epstein influenced the intelligence community, influenced the government, influenced all of these things, right? All of that mankind awakening. I think we're very nearly to the end of that battle, if you will, where we're going to see a tremendous amount of quite frankly, growth in the patriot conservative community, not only in the U.S., but around the rest of the world. That event throws us into a more worldwide, like you said, a false flag style situation, because at that point, that's all the deep state has left. And you might as well do it anyway, right? When everyone knows that the emperor has no clothes, then you might as well act like a naked fool on stage. And that's exactly what I think we're going to see happen in this, going through this year and into 2024. Now, we could have that November event this month. I don't personally believe that it will be this month, but I think that there's a good possibility, if you come from the World War angle, that we see tremendous events kick off, the afterburner of awakening through the winter months and into the early spring, when we have the Trump trials where he is supposedly going to present, allegedly, classified evidence, which I take that to mean military intelligence, gathered information at the highest levels of government to show that not only were the 2020 election stolen from the peoples of the United States, but they almost stole the 2016 one also. And the information is supposed to come from both of these elections. So I think as we move through the year, like you said, we don't arrive at a 2024 election at all, because we won't have the deep state, what remnant remains of their power structure, is not going to go quietly into that good night, right? This is existential for them. It makes the most logical sense that they're going to run everything all of the way up against the glass until we squash them out of oblivion. But when that happens, in this process leading to the transfer of power back to we the people, in other words, when the United States is brought to a standing still for whatever events occur over the next, we'll say, 30 days up to, say, 9 months from now, in that period of time, right, these events are going to be pivotal for our country. And I think what we're going to end up with is, after we reclaim these levers of power, which I do believe to be symbolic is going to happen in the 2024 election in some form or fashion, right? A November event, biggest in the history of our country. That tells me maybe a military administered election to purge all of the different levels of power everywhere, right? Community levers, county clerk's offices, judgeships, snap elections for state representatives and state senators, and then, of course, the Congress and the federal level. What that effectively does is it purges the corruption from the system and creates a slate where we, the people, are now occupying the levers of power. Can you imagine the war machine that we, the people, will then take to what's remains of the deep state apparatus around the world? Can you imagine what's going to happen to Pfizer as a result of congressional investigations for crimes against humanity, or what's going to happen to these different governments in Europe, the South African nation, the United States government, right? The individuals that were involved in this treason, after we, the people, have these powers back. And that's where we're headed, I believe, in this regard. So when we talk about Trump's comms, Trump the entire time from 2020 till now has done nothing but tell people it's really bad right now, but it's going to be really great. It's really bad right now, but it's going to be the greatest thing that you could ever dream of, right? Freedom cities and this American way of life that we've all dreamed about. So this is a man, I think, who has a very good pulse, a very good finger, if you will, on how these operations are going. And I think the conclusion of this phase is at hand. And the next phase is where we, the people, in coordination with the military alliance, begin to actually administer public justice.
Well, absolutely. And I completely agree with you. And I'm glad that you clarified that, because I've talked about this many times. It's not just about getting to the EBS and witnessing this reversal event take place. That, yes, in many ways, like you said, that's going to be the end of a phase of this war, but that doesn't mean that it's the final phase. That doesn't mean, in fact, I think that's where a lot of the real difficult work begins, quite frankly. But I think it's that moment when there's this widespread, really global, worldwide acknowledgement of who the enemy really is. And I think for patriots and anons out there, we sort of define the final phases of this battle, of this war, as such. The taking down the mainstream media, no longer having to wake up in this world of deception every single day, where the truth is marginalized, and ultimately there's this, like I said, there's this kind of mass acknowledgement and really this awakening that occurs. And from that point, of course, that we have many different tasks ahead of us, let's just say, that are awaiting. But I think that's really what everybody out there is really waiting for. That's why there's so much discussion around the EBS and the military taking over and this near-death experience. And it certainly appears that we're moving toward that. And obviously, a big part of that discussion is what's going on in Israel. So we're going to dig in a little bit here. And I thought, since I started with a question about Trump and his comms, that we could maybe dig a little bit deeper here, and we could discuss that through the fog of war lens, if you will, as it pertains to Trump's public positions on recent geopolitical events. Now, optically, it appears that 45 is throwing his support behind Netanyahu and his regime and the Zionist agenda. But I'm curious to hear your analysis of why he's taking that approach, much to the consternation of much of the patriot community, similar to what we bemoaned with regard to his approach to the vaccine issue, for example, and Operation Warp Speed. But of course, we have to point out that there were significant tactical reasons for his course of action with regard to the bioweapon. And in a similar way, his apparent allegiance to Netanyahu raises similar questions. So what do you make of Trump's support of quote unquote Israel? Because that could mean many different things. Is he gaming the enemy here? And if so, to what end?
I think he absolutely is, because this is an irregular warfare situation that's occurring there. And we already know, as awakened patriots, having done the research and really looked into not only the background of that war that's currently playing out, but also the geography of the world and what exists underground there, and quite frankly, what exists within the Israeli state. There's a lot of other angles at play here, right? Jerusalem has more than 10 biological laboratories just on its own, and they manufacture different chemicals and different additive agents and reagents and things like that for pharmaceutical industries. So as we look and underneath Gaza, we've got hundreds of miles of tunnels. So as we look at these other angles of this, we have to acknowledge that this is part of the clean out that is occurring. And to occupy everyone at the surface level on here on top of the world, right, with excuse me, the type of events that have been spawned off, what goals have been accomplished here? We've highlighted out to the Israeli people in no uncertain terms that their government is against them. Many of them are already aware of that. As a matter of fact, 76% of Israelis hate Netanyahu and think that he's a traitor. We've highlighted out the Israeli Mossad and the defense intelligence community, the defense industrial complex in that area, having no qualms or compunction at all about sacrificing their own people in the middle, as well as highlighted out the different brainwashing from the Israeli population about Gaza and from the Palestinian population about Israel. So this is a massive, massive awakening moment that we cannot sort of set to the side, because this is going to fundamentally change how the balance of power in that area of the world is interpreted and adjudicated when we're on the other side of this. Now, you asked why Trump is ingratiating himself publicly. I think that's because of the MK Ultra brainwashing in the West. I think that's because of the evangelical community. God love them. They're amazing, God-fearing people, many of whom believe Israel to be God's nation and God's people, and they can't sort of accept the idea or crunch it out in their mind that the state of Israel in its current form is no different than the state of the Pentagon or the state of the US CIA. It's the same entity. And the Jewish people, the real Israelis, the people that are caught in the middle, they don't like their own government, and they haven't liked their own government for quite a while, actually. We need to look no further than the draconian COVID vaccination mandates that were put out by this very government here in, the one that's operating here and now. So, excuse me, that community forms a tremendous amount of support for the MAGA base. And what's President Trump's number one goal? To unite the country in enough of a fashion that he can get a We the People optic back into the White House, but also spearhead a We the People movement that unearths this truth organically. In other words, it doesn't come from the pulpit of a political leader. It comes from the unearthing and the discovery of mankind through our We the People citizen journalism and open discussions, the truth of the nature of events that are really occurring here. And we do so while we also restore the pride in being a patriot here in the United States, the pride in being a supporter of the Jewish state, of the Jewish people of Israel, being taking a little bit of pride, I think, in accepting the truth for ourselves rather than having it dictated to us. I think this is part of this process. Trump can't afford to split off MAGA simply because of the forces that are attempting to work against MAGA in the foreground anyway. You have this, actor Biden, who's up there in this COG operation that is just doing his level best to destroy the idea of what MAGA is. And then you've got, really what remains of the death cult all around the world through Hollywood, media, newspapers, and journalism and other things that have warped the idea of what the We the People America First movement is all about, and have actually been very successful at gaslighting a lot of the younger generation into the idea that we're terrorists, right? So when you look at this and you appreciate that we have to keep that vote together, but we also have to highlight out to the rest of the world what the true nature of the problem here really is. We can go back and we can look at Trump's Truth Social, and we can see some very profound espionage warfare tactics being deployed in these truths that he's put out, discussing support of Netanyahu, support of the Israeli state and the right to defend itself, et cetera, et cetera. And one of those truths is just a truth with a couple of hashtags in it. It says, I stand with Bibi, and then the other hashtag is I stand with Israel. Well, IS and then IS spells ISIS. And so we know that Trump has highlighted in 2016 and then again in 2018 and 19 that he believes unequivocally that Barack Obama and the Hillary Clinton State Department founded ISIS. I don't think this is a man who is unaware of the true geopolitical nature of things at the foreign nation state level. As a matter of fact, I think he's very acutely aware of how money contributes to the funding and really the ownership of certain things. And when we look at the funding, the ISIS caliphate, the creation of all of terrorist groups going back 30 to 40 years, ties back to the U.S. Pentagon, the U.S. CIA, the Israeli Mossad, and then whatever other intelligence communities were in the geographic proximity of relevance for that period of time. Hamas was a creation of the Pentagon, the CIA, and the Israeli government back in the late 1970s. And then we poured fuel on the fire during the first Bush administration in the early 90s to counter the rise of Yasser Arafat and the Palestinian Liberation Organization. So this goes back a long way. And I think Trump is telling us, without telling us, that yes, we as evangelicals should support the idea of the Jewish people, the Hebraic bloodline, having, a place that they can call home, right? But we have to clarify a lot about what that really means. And we have to realize that the state of Israel right now is no different than the phony Biden government that we're all living under.
Oh, isn't that the truth? Absolutely. Well, that's a great answer, SG. I appreciate that. And, you talked about how public opinion is so drastically against Netanyahu. It's interesting. The Israelis really are rising up against him. I saw a video. I actually shared this on Telegram. I don't know if you actually saw this, but there were a group of protesters, a very large group, outside of Netanyahu's residence, literally calling him a murderer and demanding his resignation, waving the Israeli flag. So to me, this is just more evidence that the people of Israel are awake. And we certainly know about the Jerusalem Post poll. This has been cited God knows how many times at this point for good reason. 86% believe that the quote unquote attack by Hamas was indeed a false flag inside job, stand down order, literally. So do you think that given the fact that Netanyahu was so massively unpopular prior to the triggering of this false flag event due to his, there are many different reasons, but among them are his unilateral move to strip the judiciary of its power to derail the corruption investigations against him and, of course, all of his associates. Do you think that we're likely to see an internal move made against the Zionist regime? And if so, do you think it will be in the form of civil war? Because that's certainly a term that's been associated with the political climate in Israel for quite some time now, them being on the verge of civil war. Or do you think there's a possibility we could see a military coup by patriots within the IDF? Or yet another possibility, do you think it's not going to go in that direction and that other nations in the region are going to eventually get drawn into the conflict? How do you see this playing out?
I wish that I was as optimistic to say that it could be handled in a civil war fashion. But in the same vein that the CIA has hyper advanced weaponry and a tremendous amount of control over the U.S. Pentagon and various available component forces, the same is true in the Israeli Defense Force. And so a true civil war situation, just like here in the United States, I don't think that it actually would be winnable for we the people because of the chasm that now exists between weaponry available to the people, which in Israel is not much. I don't think they're allowed to own firearms there, but don't quote me. But even here, even with, taking that example back to the United States and tying those two, sort of together, the ability to resist and fight the overarching regime, I think is a deck that is stacked highly against us. That would be a very long, very bloody conflict. I think the more likely resolution to all of this, quite frankly, is we the people in Israel, not only the Jews, but also the Arabs that live within the Israeli state and all get along great. And nobody talks about this, but we need to talk about the fact that we the people really are the same. There are Palestinians that get along wonderfully with Jewish people, and the same is true in reverse. And I think you see that conglomeration of the citizenry acting in a coup style fashion against their own government with the support of an Arab coalition. I think that this is going to take bigger guns, and I think this is going to take more involvement in the Middle East to unentrench the Israeli Mossad out of that area of the world. And quite frankly, the Zionist regime's control of a number of different energy sectors and access points throughout the Middle East and the Eastern Mediterranean sort of being their playground for all sorts of nefarious activity. I think we see Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Iran, all of the main players, Iraq, in this before it's over. Qatar is already in this. Yemen is already in this. The Houthis are all, I mean, they're shooting missiles at Israeli ships in the Red Sea and at Israeli forces in the Negev Desert. So the idea that the Arab states are not already involved, I think, is beginning to fade. I think the involvement is absolutely there, but we're waiting for the domino to fall on who in the Arab world is going to formally declare war in this situation on behalf of what's happening in Gaza. And I think that's probably going to be Erdogan. And when that occurs, Turkey being the sort of the de facto leader of the Sunni Muslim world, I think you see a really strained position put on Egypt to not enter the war. I think they will have to come into it. Syria, I think, will come into it just because of their proximity to Israel and Turkey. I think you're going to see an unusual, actually, an unprecedented cooperation between Iranian Shiite Muslim forces in the Middle East and Turkish and perhaps even Saudi Arabian Sunni Muslim forces. And of course, Iraq will be in this before it's all over. But again, I think this is necessary to actually get the beast out of the Middle East and get true justice for not just the Palestinian people, but also the Israelis who have been terrorized for generations now. The assertion that the Israeli state has not been a soft-core totalitarian regime in the exact same template playbook, if you will, as the U.S. government post 9/11 2001, and with the passage of the Patriot Act and different actions and things like that, I think we're fooling ourselves. There's not a difference in those entities, and we have to acknowledge that this is a very unpleasant route to do this, but it will be an effective, I think, in a permanent way, an effective attempt. Attempt's not the right word. An effective conclusion of this regime's ability and this military intelligence defense complex's ability to control worldwide policy through their mastery of the energy and the antiquities that are in the Middle East.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, so I mean that actually segues into a question that I was going to ask you about Iran, because you mentioned several of the different countries, but you also brought up Iran and the Houthi rebels. But I thought and it seems very clear to me that you're suggesting that this is the cat's, in a sense, sort of already out of the bag, that this is going to be a regional conflict, that there's really not much hope that we're going to see any type of internal move by patriots within the IDF. Now, let me just ask you really quickly, do you see the Israeli military, do you see the IDF as being divided between white hat elements, patriotic elements, and deep state elements, like so many other, like most militaries in the world? Or do you see the IDF really as being entirely entrenched in terms of protecting the Zionists?
I think the IDF is split just like most of the first world militaries. You have Jews that enter the force, all of them required to enter at 18 years old. Many of them make a career out of it. And you have individuals, I think, that really want to do right by their craft and their trade and by their calling in life to serve and defend. And then you have others who eventually they arrive at the point where it's more about gamesmanship and what they can accomplish and the different political moves that they can make. Perhaps they want to leave the IDF and enter into government, right? A similar playbook to the United States. So I think there's absolutely compromise within that force. And it's not to, highlight out that most of the entry-level personnel, right, the enlisted, are mostly decent human beings who are wishing to serve their country and protect their civilization and walk that higher purpose and that higher mission. But you get a lot of corruption, I think, at the brass and flag officer level, and that's true of every modern military everywhere, even including Russia. They've sacked a number of commanders just as a result of the special military operation, highlighting out those who are not willing to correspond, or to execute the orders that they were given exactly as they were given. So this is a situation, again, where we have to flesh out and draw out the infestation, right? The hydra that has the tentacles there within the government and within the military control complex. And we have to give those who are true patriots and who wish good for the people the chance to switch sides if the opportunity comes up, or perhaps set up a gameplay where we can launch a coup with the help of a united coalition, right? Maybe somewhere one defects from the Israeli Defense Force to a major military like Iran or Egypt and gives them very valuable information, right? And so we form a coalition that way. I think this is very possible. Now, this is just speculation. I'm not a military war strategist by any means, but this seems to be the logical progression of events given the type of entrenchment we're dealing with. When you cannot turn your own guns on one another because they might actually have more guns than you do as far as the good versus the bad, then we have to remember that another unconventional draw out has to occur, and it has to be done in such a fashion that the other party is unable to resist as effectively, splitting the IDF's ability to, concentrate any sort of black hat forces in a significant rebuffing way, which seems to be what we're setting up right now between Egypt in the south, Syria, Turkey, and Iran to the north and northeast, and then you've got Iraq to the east and Saudi Arabia to the southeast. This seems to be exactly the type of setup that we're dealing with, right? The Israeli forces, much like any force, any modern military fighting force, are very, very good in one direction. You start splitting the fronts, especially with capable and competent enemies, and you run into very, very large chances for failure because ground that you lose in one, ground that you gain in one can be simultaneously lost in the other, and you have a net loss of actual victory or campaign through the day or through the weeks or months or however long these events take place. So, drawing that black hat entrenchment out and also awakening the world to its presence and to just how vicious and virulent it really is in the system. I think that's what we're seeing played out right now. I mean, we just saw a U.S. boomer, an Ohio-class boomer submarine, arrive in the Gulf of Aqaba. That's within striking distance of Iran. It's also within striking distance of the Syrian countryside and of Israel. So these sorts of events, I think, remain to be seen. But the sensible, I think, progression or conclusion at this point is that based on the rhetoric and based on the actions that are kinetically occurring in that area of the world, it's likely to get bigger before it gets better.
Okay, so I was hoping, and listening to your breakdown, I'm inclined to agree with you. I was hoping, though, that given the political climate within Israel and the fact that, you mentioned firearms, they're actually arming. The Israeli government is arming its own citizens. Now, that could mean a lot of different things. Certainly, there's a lot of different angles that we could look at that at. But if there are a significant amount of patriots within the IDF and there's this political climate there where there's really this appetite for revolution to unseat Netanyahu, if he's that unpopular, I have been thinking that, there might be a possibility that, yes, indeed, we'll see a lot of saber rattling and we're going to see some skirmishes, certainly, for lack of a better term, as opposed to, all out war involving all of these regional powers, because then that, of course, draws the United States directly into the conflict. And then pretty much we're off to the races and we've got World War III. And I was, kind of hoping that we could steer clear of that. And one of the reasons that I was clinging to that hope was you probably saw the rally given by, what's his name, the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. He came out the other day in front of a massive crowd in Beirut. And, basically he just rattled his saber when many were expecting him to announce a declaration of war against Israel. And certainly we know that Hezbollah is controlled by Iran. And then on the other hand, you mentioned the Houthi rebels that have already made a declaration of war against Israel and are actively involved in the fighting. So there's kind of a paradoxical situation here. But to me, Hezbollah not coming out directly and just declaring war on Israel, given the circumstance, who knows? Maybe they're waiting for the full ground invasion to commence before they actually go ahead and make that statement. But to me, it indicated a level of restraint on Iran's part. And I think there are a lot of analysts out there who are looking at Iran specifically as the wild card in this entire situation. So to me, it suggests, like I said, that Iran is exercising at least a degree of restraint, similar to Russia, in the sense that they appeared to resist the bait. They did really resist the bait to escalate this conflict when they were taking all of these drone strikes on their own territory and so forth. And so it really does kind of raise the question about how, if what you're saying is true, and I do believe that you're probably correct, that these countries are really already involved, and it looks as if this is going to spiral into at least a regional war. Where does that put the United States? Where does that put the white hats versus the black hats in our own military? Does Biden actually have any sort of control over our forces to the degree that we would get directly involved in this Mideast war? What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on that are, as we look at how this escalation could play out, and it's worth noting that this isn't a guarantee. I mean, we could see something like a military coup within the IDF, for example, tomorrow, and some announcement, requesting a ceasefire and everybody coming to the table for a discussion that could be, unprecedented and quite frankly pivotal for human history. We really don't know. But assuming for a moment that it does escalate in some form because of the nature of the threat we're dealing with, I think that brings into question who in the United States forces are going to go along with actions that are clearly instigated by the Israeli Mossad and the CIA and different Five Eyes intelligence assets that have coordinated tremendous amounts of weaponry, equipment, pilfering, warlordship, etc., in the Middle East, right? Looking at this process, you asked about Biden and whether Biden has control. I think that we can sort of categorically say that Biden has no serious control over the military at all. He's been rebuffed from the Pentagon a number of times, actually. But we can say that every general has a number of soldiers, right, that are at their command, and every general has colonels who have majors, who have second and first lieutenants and captains, right? And so these chains of command are sort of difficult to deal with when you've got a tremendous amount of the military compromised at the very top level and a number of individuals beneath them who are not allowed to question orders. So what we've got is we've got a number of rogue flag officers, rogue commanders that I think the U.S. Marine Corps primarily has been going around silently for more than 4 or 5 years now and removing them. It's possible we just saw something like that occur with the sudden hospitalization of the Marine Corps commandant. We really don't know. And I don't want to speculate, on anyone's legacy or their service record by any means. But I am saying that we have infiltration in our military flag command community in the same way that the IDF has theirs. And if we wish to highlight that out, who in different operational theaters, who in different chains of command of logistics, supply, intelligence, reconnoitering, all of this sort of thing, who's on our side and who's against us, we have to expose them to a warfare situation where the decisions must be made and where they cannot hide behind paperwork and bureaucracy. And that's exactly been the problem as we've looked through over the last few decades, is everyone is able to hide behind, that's another agency's department, that's another commander's division, that's someone else's responsibility. But when you present a national security situation, there is no hiding anymore. So looking at this process, I think that we see a number of things very telling highlighted out for the United States as well as the rest of the world. The Russians don't want a shooting match with the United States and the black hat community. And I don't think the United States military in the white hat sense wants a shooting match with Russia either. China is sort of a wild card with their brokerage of arms deals in the Middle East. But then we've got the nuclear capable state of Israel. And we really don't know what's going to occur in that area. So I think it's possible we also have good assets in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Red Sea. The 26th MU has been there for a while. Meeting first with the Saudi Arabian government prior to the onset of these hostilities, which tells me that someone had some advance notice. But I think we've got some containment forces, if you will, that are deployed in these areas. And what occurs within those forces as we highlight saboteurs in our ranks, that's really going to be, I think, the wild card that everyone's wanting to see how it plays.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, before we leave the topic of Israel, I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit about what's going on underground, beneath the surface. The tunnel wars, you actually brought up the hundreds of, I don't even know if it's hundreds or thousands of miles of tunnels that they have underneath Israel. And this is playing a major role in what's transpiring there. Now, Benjamin Fulford put out some intel that Netanyahu and the Zionists, the real Netanyahu, not the actor that we're seeing on TV, are actually hiding underground and being pursued by the white hats, some posing as Hamas and some posing as IDF, but they have this immense network of tunnels going back all the way to the rule of Sargon of Akkad. I can't remember what the exact dates were, but I'm curious if you have any intel or you can offer any information based on the research that you've done on what's going on beneath the surface in Israel in this underground war.
Well, I've not read Mr. Fulford's report. I find it interesting because the research that I was aggregating actually for the next file in some regard was going to discuss this issue. I don't believe that Netanyahu has gone underground or whoever the original Netanyahu might be. But I do believe those pulling the strings in the Israeli judiciary and in the Israeli government, the Knesset government, have gone underground and are attempting to exfiltrate out of the country through tunnels under the Eastern Mediterranean. And so, this brings us back to this multi-angular consideration, right? We have biological terrorism that is occurring in the state of Israel, violating every international accord. We have tremendous amounts of tunnel systems that are extremely old, thousands of years old, that go deep underground beneath the Eastern Mediterranean countryside. And those actually connect to enormous underground caverns, think hundreds of miles wide, beneath the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Sinai Shelf there, and the Suez and all of that. And it forms an underground civilization. They actually have a tremendous amount of artifacts and antiquities that were stolen from mankind, buried in this area of the world. And of course, we know that there are tunnels under this area that go through underneath the Mediterranean Sea and come up beneath the Italian peninsula. So these are the areas that are being assaulted, but I also believe we have other areas in the Middle East being assaulted because we have a look here, not there situation going on, right? We have divided the deep state's ability to maintain military intelligence dissemination and aggregation in real time. We've degraded it tremendously with the various conflicts that have been spawned off, the different actions that Putin has taken, not just militarily, but also financially, the different actions that Xi has taken financially, soon to be militarily. Same thing with the Arab nations, right? The Arab nations' involvement and the need to focus their attention on this. We have other areas of the Middle East where this infrastructure underground is being assaulted. We have a number of earthquakes recorded in Pakistan and northern Iran.
Just as a quick thing here, chessboard, in regards to your comment here, I seem to remember George from George what was actually a George Magazine YouTube channel that was putting a whole bunch of truths up there, and ended up having to disappear, and appeared on Truth Social after that. But I think the only reason that I'm getting away with playing what I'm playing now is because of the fact that the Dems want Biden gone. And I think if this was like in the actual election cycle, we'd be gone. We'd be toast. We would be gone. They would have had us gone already. But I think that because of the fact that they want Biden gone just as bad as we do, is the only reason that we're even still going right now. You know what I mean? Fireside Blonde. Fireside Blonde. There was a bunch. I mean, never mind the X-22 and we know, and SGT report and stuff like that, but there were a lot of other, and then there was the flyover conservatives got removed, and then Dave from His Glory, so many there really, it's right side blonde. Wasn't that wasn't she once a news broadcaster or something like that, and she ended up leaving because of the fact that she got tired of being censored even on the news channel she was on. I'm like thinking of are you talking about the guy who goes around, he shoots video of the Capitol and stuff like that? What the heck is his name? The guy, anytime there's like any kind of event going on in Washington, D.C., he shows up and is doing it. He's an older guy. I know he ended up with White House press credentials, and he has been going and actually working for an independent news corporation. I'm not sure which one, but that was what the heck was his name? You have Nancy Grew, Penguin 6. Yeah, Penguin 6. But he at one point, I think, was using his name. I'm not sure if his name is George or not, though. But it just goes show you, the guy was doing live reporting almost daily, and then had access to the White House press corps. And after that, we haven't heard much from him. Honestly, I know that he was preparing for a. He was preparing for a broadcast one day. He did a video of the press area where the press club is there at the White House, and the outside area where each of the networks has their own tent and stuff set up out there, or not so much a tent, but you know, those like canopy things. Yeah, this guy's like in his 50s, maybe even his early 60s. That would be Penguin 6. Yeah. Yeah, it was him and Nancy Drew were the ones who were going around and doing the stuff in DC. I know that he got that offer, and we haven't heard hide nor hair of him since he got that offer. So I'm not sure what's up with him. But okay, all right, back to this. There is a guy that goes by Hello George on True Social, which is dropping a whole lot of stuff. Definitely a guy to follow on True Social. Hello George is his name. Yep.
Just in recent days, we have several earthquakes recorded directly underneath the South China Sea just in recent days, right? In the last 96 hours. We have an earthquake in North Africa in the last week or so. And all of these systems underground are connected, right? That's the thing. There's a spider web of tunnels that go beneath these continental shelves, and they sort of track and trace, if you will, major direct routes that we could see here at the surface on a map. So understanding then that the Hamas tunnel systems serve more than just a purpose for funneling weapons. They serve as an access point if you're the good guys, or a getaway point if you're the bad guys, for a very, very large underground network that is, tens of miles beneath the surface and is enormous in breadth and scope. This is not an easy operation, right? There's a reason that special forces from the United States and other countries as well have been in this area. There's a reason that the German military has flown into Kyrgyzstan and Turkey a number of times in recent weeks. There's a reason that the Iranian military has been so active in running the underground drills that they've been running, sort of in alignment with what's that group? The Taliban out of Afghanistan, right? Similar patterns, different interpretations of the same religion, and probably different social differences at the top, or obvious social differences, I should say, but the same sort of military patterns of training that have been occurring. So what's occurring here in Israel, and what has been occurring around the rest of the world for a long time, has a number of different dimensions at play, right? We have the surface dimensions of highlighting the entrenchment. We have the surface dimensions of drawing it out and highlighting out saboteurs so that they are not able to hide anymore. We have the angle of destroying hidden military equipment, weapons caches, right? They're going to be forced to draw out of the caches they've stored in Kurdistan, for example, because Turkey will destroy them if they don't. So we're going to see this process play out, I think, in a very big way. And before this is all over, I think we see a number of underground tunnel systems in the Mediterranean actually talked about on the mainstream news, if you will, or at that level with that sort of regularity, because it's going to be so impressive and so vast, right? These are incredible chasm systems that are beneath this area of the world. They're very, very old, and there's just a lot to get out of them.
Absolutely. Well, all right. Well, you brought up, you kind of shifted a little bit in your response over to the Pacific Rim, and that was actually where I wanted to go next. And I thought we could kind of dig into that and just kind of get your thoughts, your most up-to-date thoughts on what's happening in that theater, because we know it's a very, very important one. In fact, I had really expected that we were going to see a conflagration into kinetic action between China and Taiwan, or we were going to see North Korea maybe do something before we saw Israel. I mean, I think a lot of folks were thinking along those same lines, because Q told us Israel would be saved for last. So it raises a lot of interesting questions about what's happening in the Pacific Rim. Now, in that same report that I'm sure you probably haven't read, because you said I had mentioned Ben Fulford, but he talked about CCP leaders who were recently taken out during a Red October raid. I think it was somewhere around October 22nd. And I can't remember the individual's name, but a very high-ranking member of the CCP. And we certainly know that there's massive division. That's been one of the themes of our conversation tonight about, divisions within the militaries all throughout the world. There's massive division within China between Chinese patriots and the CCP, which ultimately has to go before it's all said and done. And I've also heard reports that Xi, who I believe to be a white hat, is quietly preparing his successors behind the scenes amidst what appears to be, in my view anyway, a climactic moment approaching in this part of the world, perhaps an invasion of Taiwan. And I mentioned North Korea, they're sort of the ever-present world wild card, but certainly in that region of the world specifically. So what are your thoughts about how you see this theater playing out specifically, given the recent developments that we've seen?
Well, I think when we bring in the discussion of Israel being saved for last, I think that's a code for last, meaning the last phase, right? And we talked about that at the beginning of the call. This is going to be the last major marker in this phase. It's going to spawn off the series of events that we've talked about before. And I think that's going to include what happens in the Pacific theater because of China's involvement financially, economically, and at least militarily in an advisory sense to the Arab nations and a lot of the African nations. How we look at this event play out in the Pacific, it's going to cripple and destroy the West's financial solvency, quite frankly. We've got a tremendous amount of worldwide debt, credit that's owned by these different areas in the East, China, South Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Taiwan owns actually quite a bit of U.S. consumer debt. And so when we look at this process, what happens in the Pacific theater is going to create instantaneous surface level real life effects for the peoples of the United States and in the Western European nations, I think within hours, quite frankly. And so the launch of that campaign, because of that ability to connect so quickly and to produce an effect that is so profound so fast, if we light that, if we light that flare too early, then we risk sort of blowing the entire warehouse up around us. The thing with Israel, I think, is leading us into those events, because what's happening in Israel is going to permanently squeeze out and I think cripple the ability of worldwide oil, the petrodollar, to continue to fund all manner of nefariousness, not only in the Middle East, but all around the world, right? If you pay a mercenary off at a shipping yard, you're usually using US dollars. You can use Bolivian pesos or, dinar, things like that. But most people would want US dollars because of what's been created in the world economically over the last 100 years or so. So looking at the disempowerment of that and the involvement of big oil and the energy sector in sustaining that, I think the events in the Middle East are going to include the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, which is going to produce a shock to the worldwide energy markets. I think several pipelines in the Middle East end up cut off or destroyed as a result of this, which will, sort of drive those shocks home even more. And then to destroy the system completely, we launched the campaign in the Pacific, which will cripple the Wall Street markets, the bond markets. The U.S. Treasury bond will go very, probably near to zero, if not all the way to zero, once we see that massive sell-off. And then the Japanese financial markets control control a very large influence in the U.S. commercial manufacturing base, right? The ability for factories to pay their people and the ability for those supply chains to continue to be fed correctly. So those markets, if those markets end up involved, and I can't see how they wouldn't, you're going to see a reverberation that not only smacks Americans in the white collar sense, but also grinds a lot of the blue collar, rubber meets the road manufacturing to a halt. That I think will create economic chaos very quickly for the US dollar, which all of us know is going to occur before these events are over. I'm not a financial advisor, but the serpentine dollar is one of the things that is the primary component of the ability of the deep state to maintain its control, even as we are attempting to destroy them, right? We're going out and we're boycotting certain facilities and not spending our money in certain ways. We're dragging out through very complex military operations a number of hidden money holes throughout the world, a number of laundering funnels, Ukraine being a great example of that, FTX and others. They admitted in court that FTX was essentially a money laundering operation for the Ukrainian government. A lot of us have known that for a while, but it's on public record now with actual documentation and evidence to prove that. And so this process will eventually include that serpentine dollar being taken out. And I don't think that death process is going to be very pretty, but I also don't think it's going to last very long. I think these events are going to sort of push us up to a precipice as a civilization where we all have to acknowledge we can either de-escalate this immediately and try to find some way to figure out how we arrived here, or we could risk nuclear war and sort of destroying humanity's future forevermore. I think at the baseline instinct level, most people across all creeds, origins, and political affiliations will agree that that is the proper method of doing this. And that's when we see, I think, the events of 2024, which will involve a military government in the United States for a very short period of time, an administered election of some sort, which will involve paper ballots, likely watermarked or quantum imprinted so that they're sort of incontrovertible, right? And the restoration of we the people to power so that we can then hold a Nuremberg-style worldwide tribunal, a coalition tribunal, not only for COVID, but for all of the war crimes that have been committed against humanity for a number of decades now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Well, before we switch over to domestic issues, I mean, it's hard to kind of separate one from another, but I try to sort of categorize everything together into geopolitics. And I think we have to at least talk about Ukraine for a moment. And now that this war has erupted in Israel, it seems like Zelensky is all bent out of shape because he feels like he's been abandoned by the West in what is ultimately, as we know, a losing effort to hold off Russia. And of course, we know that a big motivation to start this next war in Israel was firmly rooted in funding to keep the military industrial complex going, particularly because the deep state has lost so much of their revenue. So many of their revenue streams have been taken out by the White Hats throughout the course of this campaign, not to mention fulfilling Albert Pike's blueprint written when he penned Morals and Dogma. I think it was back in 1871, very interesting year. But that's kind of a side issue. But now that the attention of the world has shifted to the Middle East, how do you anticipate this is going to affect the situation in Ukraine? Do you think we're going to see an unconditional surrender eventually as Zelensky sort of comes to the realization that there's no possible way he can fight on? Or do you think that the Russians are going to launch a direct assault on Kiev, given everything that's underneath Kiev that we know about, to bring this Ukrainian theater to a close? How do you see that happening?
This is a really interesting question. What the events that have been going on in the Middle East have provided the perfect worldwide cover, if you will, the perfect narrative space distance for a massive escalation in the Ukrainian theater that nobody is talking about. The Russian military is actually beginning to enter the war now in regular forces format. They're no longer fighting with just the paramilitary forces, of which they had many, and they're very powerful and well equipped. But we're now seeing the actual Russian military involved in this, and the encirclement of Avdiivka has been accomplished in record time. Just since the launch of hostilities in Israel on October the 7th of this year, the Russians have gained nearly 20 kilometers, and they are encircling a very large metro area and much in a very similar Bakhmut-style pattern. The access points are very nearly cut off for the Ukrainians, and the one corridor that is not currently controlled by Russia into the city is being bombarded day and night. So it's another one of those situations where the Ukrainians are just not able to reinforce one another. Now, this on top of record attrition and record defection to the Russians, because the Russians really do believe the Ukrainians to be a Slavic brothers in arms, right? The same way that a Californian in the United States would view a Texan as a brother in arms. Maybe not with that locality, is general per se, but it's a good analogy, I think, for the overall climate. And so the Russians, whenever they receive these mass surrenders, these gentlemen are treated as warriors. They're given meals, they're given water. They are kept under guard, right? Sabotage is always a concern. Infiltration is always a concern. You have to accept some of those constraints, right? But it's better than losing your life on the battlefield for a cause that you don't believe in. And that's what a lot of the Ukrainian military, especially in recent months, has been doing, because a lot of the ones that have been drafted and conscripted into that service were forced into that by the Ukrainian government. So you asked about the unconditional surrender of Kiev. I don't think that that is an option now for Russia. I think that they will demand an unconditional surrender. And I think that they will go as far as they need to in order to accomplish that goal. Avdiivka is not very far from Kiev. And remember, we have a tremendous component of Russian-aligned PMC Wagner forces that are growing by the week in the southern portion of Belarus. And they could very easily go along the entire northwest border of Ukraine, where the Ukrainian and the Polish countryside meet, and prevent Western NATO forces from interfering in a campaign on Kiev. I think a campaign on Kiev is going to happen because they've been targeted through air raids and precision strikes now for going on a year. Most of those have been weapons caches, personnel command centers, air defense platforms, missile systems, biological laboratories, right? Things of that nature that have been targeted. And so this is a softening up of the infrastructure that is going to offer you the most militarized resistance when you finally arrive at the city. And I think that we're setting that up now. I think that escalation is probably going to come through the winter. The Russians are legendary when it comes to winter fighting, and this is going to be a situation, I think, where we're very much going to see what remains of a Nazi group sort of symbolically pitted once again against the Red Army in the wintertime. Except this time the Red Army is not simply acting at the behest of another side of the feeder cabal. This time the Red Army is operating on behalf of a We the People candidate. It's going to be very, very interesting. And I think before this process is over, we're going to see the Baltic states involved. NATO involvement in worldwide conflict is something we haven't talked about on our cast today yet, but we should broach it here. Turkey, I believe, is going to be the suicide arm for NATO. Turkey's involvement in the Middle East, I think, is going to force NATO to question whether or not they come to the collective defense of an ally. And if they do, their ability to resist Russia in Ukraine is essentially moot. So we're going to see, I think, a suicide situation put up with NATO where they have to divide themselves out and spread themselves so thinly that they will burst. This is going to be an incredible and amazing time, but I do think it's going to get a little bit more arduous in Eastern Europe before this is all over.
Absolutely. I tend to agree, my friend. Okay, well, you touched upon the financial theater, so I kind of want to dig into that a little bit. So why don't we pivot here and we'll talk about the financial front. Now, I'm sure you're aware that Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, and I believe some others, but those were the major big Wall Street banks that have had issues over the past few days in processing direct deposits. This was widely circulated even in the mainstream media. Obviously, they can't ignore something like this. And the problem reportedly revolved around direct deposits not updating due to a delay in processing transactions through the ACH, which is the automated clearinghouse. And that's the network that handles all of these transactions. And so many people are wondering if this is an indicator of ongoing financial warfare prior to the rollout of the QFS. And not only that, your post the other day on Truth Social that I actually talked about in my podcast last night, showing the current credit crunch, the credit contraction that's mirroring the trajectory that we saw prior to the crash in 2008, certainly indicates that we're headed for what is very likely going to be an inflationary depression. And again, I broke that down on my update last night, but certainly we've seen numerous financial anomalies happen in recent months. So I'm curious if you view this incident and the other examples I'm sure you've heard of about debt forgiveness and many, many other anomalies within the banking system indicate that we're getting very close to this transitional period. And certainly there's been a continual flow of bank failures. That's something that seems to not really have slowed down all that much. And I do believe that in the next several months, we're going to see more and more of that. So having said all that, I think that we're getting very close to what we commonly refer to as the black swan event, which is the market essentially just tanking, that is going to coincide with, I've always believed, this near-death experience, precipice of destruction. I always saw that, all of these storm clouds, in essence, coming together, and the financial one was always a key element of that. So I'm curious to hear your perspective on that angle, these recent delays in direct deposits, how you interpret that, and where you think we are on the financial front.
Well, I think on the financial front, we can't conclude anything else if we're paying attention to the signs that there is an active power struggle going on back and forth in the cyber and digital arenas of the world, which is where world finance has moved to, whether we like it or not. Even in the current system, 80% plus of our transactions, really closer to 90% at this point, are electronic in some form or fashion. And we have vastly depleted amounts of physical liquid currency that are actually in circulation by comparison proportionally to even something like 1990 or 1995. So we are in a digital monetary age, and we're seeing a power struggle play out in that arena in real time. Cyber attacks occurring against major financial institutions, right? They've ramped up. They've not gotten any better. Wells Fargo reported a cyber attack just not a couple of weeks ago now. This past Friday, the State Bank of Iowa failed and was put into the Bank of Iowa was put into FDIC receivership. Yet another community regional level bank that is folding under the pressure of what is clearly a Jabba the Hutt that is growing at an exponential rate. And the litter that's underneath the hut is not able to support it any longer, right? So the events that are occurring right now, they're showing us in real time that a transition is happening. Public favor is at the highest I think that it has ever been for a remastering, a redoing of how the financial system and how that layout is conducted. Wall Street Apes put up a poll recently on Truth Social and Twitter asking the same question, and more than 95% of respondents on Truth and more than 70% of respondents on Twitter, even with all of the bots on Twitter, responded back that this was the proper method to go about it, which was to redesign the Fed and implement a new monetary fiscal system here in the United States of America, based on the Treasury, based on the Constitution, and based on some sort of measure of value. These are sort of the intrinsic implications of these questions, right? So recently, the U.S. Debt Clock Project, an algorithm-driven project that's run silently in the background by individuals that we really can't sort of put a face or name to, and very well could be part of the White Hat Alliance for all we know, had been communicating out that the financial system is changing because the Federal Reserve's dollars to oil and dollars to gold and silver ratios has been zero for a while now. The clock also has changed the language from Federal Reserve notes and Federal Reserve dollars to U.S. Treasury dollars, which is significant. Just recently, we saw on this website a post of the Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz put out there that stated money creation is a scam only a wizard could love. And that ties back to some of the Q drops. Wizards and warlocks is a very well-used term at the dark occult military intelligence control levers that a lot of these individuals and circles are a part of. They believe themselves to be sort of fantastical beings in their own rights, and so they tell these fairy tales about themselves that they then ingrain into our culture through pop productions and music and movies and things of that nature. So to see this out on the debt clock, this is literally us using their symbolism against them. This is literally us showing them that this system that was created only a wizard could love is a heartless system because they picked the guy from the Wizard of Oz who didn't have a heart. So looking at this process, we're going to see a destabilization, I think, of the U.S. dollar system en masse, the SWIFT transactional system as a whole throughout the entire world. It's going to call into question the legality of things like the Bretton Woods Act, right? The Bretton Woods Act in Congress essentially created monetary policy for the entire world. How many of the nations of the world at that time, not just the ones in the West, but all of the other ones who are caught up in these sorts of agreements, especially in the Middle East, tying back to events now, how many nations were given a true say in that? These are questions that have to be answered in this process. And the death of the dollar, while unpleasant, is going to mean our liberation and our freedom going forward. Having a currency that is tied to some sort of standard of value, some sort of physical world unit of measurement that cannot be corrupted is paramount to preventing the types of things in this world that have happened from ever happening again. The process, I can't imagine that the process going through that is going to be very pleasant for those of us that are caught up literally living in the house with the beast. But getting the beast out of the house and completely disempowered, I think, is the overall mission that all of us would like to see. And I think we have very good evidence to show that process is proceeding forward at a very rapid pace.
Absolutely, I agree. Well, let's talk a little bit about what's going on domestically in terms of the stage being set for Trump's January 6th trial. Now, you alluded to this a little while ago, and this is something that I've been very excited about. I've been talking about on my show for the last several episodes. Now, as you know, his legal team announced, and you mentioned this earlier, that they're going to be using classified documents to defend Trump, which they say are going to prove election fraud, going all the way back to 2016 and, of course, 2020. And presumably, this is the same proof that Trump initially announced, I'm sure you recall, that he was going to share at a press conference in the days after his J6 indictment, before his lawyers supposedly talked him out of it, all of which I interpret as theater. I'm sure you do as well. But in any event, to me, this evidence has to be directly from the military, specifically Space Force. And if that premise is correct, then this move could very well be the famous Trump card that's been speculated about now for the past several years as this pantomime is played out. And certainly we know that the J6 charges all hinge upon proving election fraud. And this evidence would indeed be irrefutable, as we all know. So what are your thoughts on these classified documents? I thought we could maybe go into a little bit more depth here. I know you mentioned it earlier, that are going to be presented during Trump's trial, which, by the way, is going to be live streamed. And how do you think this is going to play out? How do you think the deep state is going to respond? I think it's about to get really wild.
You know, Patriot, we always, it's inevitable with us. We always talk about a topic that is going to come up in the next file that's currently in production. And the Trump card specifically, that terminology is absolutely a portion of that. And so looking at the Trump trials, they are the Trump card in my estimation. And the reason I believe that is because these trials are slated to begin on March the 4th of 2024. On March the 3rd of 2024, 24 hours prior to that, is a 5-year, I had to double check myself, a 5-year delta with Q drop 2936, which is the only drop that contains the phrase, the Trump card. And the drop is, at what stage in the game do you play the Trump card? Mm-hmm. So we're going to see this happen as a result of the Trump trials. And I think what occurs here is an unquestionable situation where the U.S. military is given a public choice. Who will you serve on behalf of we the people? Because now we the people know that you have the wrong commander in chief as it pertains to us optically, as it pertains to what we can see down here at the civilian citizen level. This guy is a Manchurian and he shouldn't be in the position. And what are you, Pentagon, Department of Defense, U.S. military patriots, what are you going to do about it? And I think we're going to see something that is unprecedented, quite frankly, in American history. I think we're going to see Biden, as a result of the evidence that's being presented over the longitudinal period of these trials, because remember, these trials will not be simply days. There'll be several weeks, I think, moving through the spring and into the summer of 2024. I think we see Biden invoke, or a member of that administration, assuming that Biden gets 25th Amendmented and pulled out of there. I think we see a member of that administration invoke the 1973 War Powers Act and attempt to suspend elections. This process, because this is a primary season, right? So you'll be entering into the primary, moving into the fall. So I think what's going to happen here is we're going to force their hand in a way with these Trump trials that will be epic for American history. This is truly founding fathers type things, because we're going to be introducing into the legal space military evidence collected by the lawful, duly elected commander-in-chief, the lawful representative of both the people and also the U.S. military during his time in office. And the evidence was collected during a period of time in his time in office where he was legally entitled to every military intelligence and situation room briefing that would have been applicable to relevant to these issues at hand. Mm-hmm. So, and I think we see a tremendous amount of that evidence shown out in these court records, because this is a former president utilizing what they had at the time, which was classified document authority, virtually limitless, according to the Presidential Records Act, which is another issue, ironically, that's been brought up in the lead up to these Trump trials. I think we're going to see the introduction of irrevocable proof that is going to stun even the patriot community and the anon community. I think it's going to be a big wake up call for us at a community level, because I think we're going to see how these cheating operations are funneled and controlled, and through whom they're being funneled and controlled by at the local community level. This is going to be a very big thing. And moving through 2024, I think we see a number of events attempted by the deep state remnant in response to this, because at that point the emperor has no clothes and everyone's sunglasses are off.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I'm looking at this as the real trigger that's going to set them off. And we already know that they've got a whole cadre of different false flags that they could pull. I mean, we've talked a lot about an EMP. We've talked a lot about certainly some sort of a dirty bomb type of scenario. I don't think it's going to really go in that direction. I don't think the White Hats, I think they've ultimately taken care of most of those threats, let's just say, but certainly you may have a different perspective on that. But there's many different angles. They could pull the false flag alien invasion. They've been setting that up. They've been building that narrative now for months. It seems like we're getting more and more information about, through the mainstream media. They want us to shift our attention in this direction. So that's very telling. But I view this as being the real moment where they're going to have to make whatever big final moves that they have planned. They're kind of in a position at that point where they have no choice, because as you said, these trials are not just going to be a matter of days. It's not just going to be a matter of a news cycle or two. We're talking about several weeks. And as I pointed out, they're going to be live streamed, which I don't think is a mistake. I don't think it's an accident that this is the big trial, the big kahuna here is going to be live streamed for all the world to see. So it certainly raises a lot of interesting questions about how the deep state is going to respond under those circumstances. Do you have any further thoughts on that, or should we move on to the next one?
Well, you know, Q tells us that a comms blackout and an internet shutdown, and those terms are used specifically by Q. Q tells us that's coming. We have a good reference point in one of the drops to discuss an internet kill switch pertaining to the release of information about Barack Obama, which could very well come from these trials, because who coordinated the fraud in 2016? It was the Hussein Obama White House and the different feeder arms that had into the DNC and the DOJ and the control of the FISA court, which is going to come back again in this trial as well. And Q says FISA brings down the House. So the internet, at some point in this journey, is going to be turned off, because that'll be the only option, right? And a live streaming of this type of evidence out to the world, that very much I think would coincide or could coincide very well with the need to do something that dramatic. I'm gonna reserve concluding and confirming on that, because I really don't know what is the breaking point, right? What is the point where we can no longer risk the public knowing anything, or maybe what's the point where the public knows so much that we might as well turn the communication ability off anyway, right? This is sort of the question, and it's difficult to speculate that. But at the end of the day, what this is going to do prior to any sort of, I think, blackout of any significant format is it's going to show the American people and the world with enough empirical data and enough collected evidence that there was massive coordinated mafioso style election fraud that disempowered the great US election system, right? The beacon of freedom and liberty everywhere in the world. Oh, and by the way, all of these people are in your nations as well. So this is going to be, I think, a catalyzing event for we the people everywhere. And I do think it will lead eventually to some sort of a comms blackout. How crazy things get in the lead up to that is, I think, is anyone's guess. But, you know, Q Drop 34 is very profound in telling us that there is a point in time where the emergency alert system is going to be used. We the people, patriots, will be taking back our country. As a matter of fact, Q says in the drop that you'll know we're taking back our country. And so, you know, what events have to lead up to the inauguration, or excuse me, to the utilization of that sort of an extreme, you know, measure, I really don't know. But I think an internet blackout happens right around the same time that something along those lines would have to occur.
Absolutely. Well, earlier today, I put out a short little video for my listeners just to kind of preview our conversation tonight. And this was actually a topic that I really wanted to get to before we reach the end of our interview tonight. There's a few more subjects I want to pick your brain on, but I definitely wanted to hear your thoughts on, there was actually a recent post by Q the Storm Writer. I'm not sure if you follow him or are familiar with him, but it was all centered around Elon Musk, who certainly is an individual that you and I have discussed in the past. And certainly I think both of us agree that Elon is a white hat, or at least whomever is portraying him is a white hat, because it's very likely that the real Elon was eliminated and replaced. But in any event, Q the Storm Writer stated that Elon has a high level position inside the Space Force, and eventually he's going to be turned on by virtually everyone, both the cabal and the white hats, for optical reasons, and brought before Congress sometime in 2024 for congressional hearings that he calls soft tribunals that are ultimately going to expose social media's collusion with the three-letter agencies to steal the elections. And essentially, Musk is going to be the vehicle by which Space Force brings forth much of this incriminating evidence against the deep state, of course, in conjunction, obviously, with Trump's trial. But this would be really geared more toward the three-letter agencies, the tech giants, and whatever comes of this, that these revelations are going to ultimately connect the dots between the election theft and the pandemic as a sort of two-pronged attack to remove Trump from office, and really what amounted to a coup. So what's your reaction to that information, and how does it reflect or differ from your overall viewpoint on the role that Elon Musk is playing in exposing the cabal's operations?
Well, I hadn't read that report. I find it fascinating because I'm kind of arriving at similar conclusions, maybe not in the same terminology, but very similar conclusions as to what Elon's role is going to be moving forward. He retained the position of chief technology officer at Twitter. If I'm not mistaken, he is still the largest shareholder of the company. We have this, sort of WEF installation CEO, but the shadow ban, or excuse me, but the overt banning has gotten way less on Twitter. We still have the issues of shadow banning, soft censorship, and Elon still talks about, policing hate speech and things like that. But by and large, we have evidence to show that this is a guy who's acting in the interests of humanity, and actually said as much on Joe Rogan recently, where he came out and said, I'm against the extinctionists, I'm for humanity. Now, what that means and how that ties back into things like Neuralink and the ability of the transhumanistic agenda to control mankind, I think that's where this is going. I think the issue with Twitter is sort of exemplary of the issue in all of social media. If we go back and look at the Cyrus Parsa Foundation's lawsuit that was alleged, or excuse me, entered in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California in February of 2020, the lawsuit is a tremendous allegation against the Obama White House, all of the Western governments, all of the mainstream media networks, all of the major corporate retail giants, and that includes all of your big tech sector, your Silicon Valley, right, your NVIDIA, all of the different semiconductor groups, of essentially the transhumanistic agenda. The lawsuit highlights out the utilization of AI to coordinate and actually enhance the effectiveness of genocide in the Chinese population, especially in Western China over these last few years, as that development has occurred silently there. The Obama White House's complicity in the same, right, and the utilization of Google's network infrastructure around the world to transfer these sorts of protocols and files back and forth between entities. Twitter, I think, is going to be the opening doorway to that, and the reason why is because of the pandemic, the silencing of health information, but also anything that pertained to the AI weaponization of humanity, which is what it amounts to, right? The weaponization of the biological genome by merging it with technologic intelligence, which is artificially programmed and directed by someone else, right? So the transhumanist agenda is something that a lot of people have not been able to wrap their brains around, even in the awakened community. Hardly anyone really talks about it with any significance very often, with the exception of a couple of individuals. But it's a major component of where these people were taking this idea of AI, this idea of multiple pandemics rolling out through mankind. It wasn't just depopulation. We needed mankind to be afraid of nature so that they would willingly consent to putting machinery in their bodies, machinery at the genetic mRNA level, right? Turning themselves into a different species. And in fact, these individuals are so sick that they have a patent for a different species called Homo borgenesis, which is exactly what that sort of process would look like. So the Twitter files unearthed Twitter's cooperation and collusion with the U.S. government, but also the U.S. intelligence communities. And we didn't talk a lot about that after those files sort of became a thing and then began dropping in a less exciting way. But one of the things that they did introduce us to is that the intelligence community has direct control and influence over nearly everything that happens at all of the major social media and big tech giants. Why is that important? Well, that's important because the intelligence community are the gatekeepers for the individuals who launched the depopulation campaign. I think Twitter is going to be a gateway. Elon Musk being called to testify before Congress and likely being called to testify with military tribunals around the world moving forward, a number of which I think will be put on by coalitions moving forward. I think that's going to be the introduction into how we coordinated at the public surface level the censorship and channeling and shutdown of information that was against the transhumanistic extinctionist population control plan, which again is something that a lot of patriots out there, and especially those the non-awake patriots, what we would call the normie patriots, they just have not come around to, and it's a very difficult point of discussion to have. It's very unpleasant. But it's going to be crucial, I think, to highlight out before this is all over. I think we see the correlation of that, or excuse me, the longitudinal progress of that will probably include the manipulation of elections. I can't imagine that it would not. But I think the overall flavor of what Elon's role is going to be moving forward is highlighting just how colossally evil Silicon Valley, big tech, and the idea of artificial intelligence control of humanity really was.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right, my friend. And certainly all credit to Kerry Cassidy. She's one of the voices out there that has been really at the forefront of exposing this transhumanist agenda. And I think as more and more of the truth comes out about COVID through Elon and essentially the framework that you were just describing, I think that there is going to be a gradual awakening to this agenda. But you're absolutely right. And I'm glad you sort of framed it that way, as the normie patriots. I never really heard it put quite that way, but there really is sort of two different classes of awaken. And there aren't a lot of folks out there. I mean, certainly my audience is very well versed in this. I talk about this quite frequently. I've had many guests on my show who have broken it down, but so they're very, very much up to speed. But there are many audiences out there, I think, especially those who are very and I mean this with all due respect, but that are very religiously based and biblically based, that don't really broach these topics. And these are really important, because they are, as you pointed out, they're exactly where we were being herded. That's exactly where we were being led. And as you pointed out, also they have these patents that, in essence, they were planning on owning us, literally. Creating an entirely new species. This ties into the jab. It ties into what they've been putting in the foods, all of the silent weapons that they've been hitting us with for decades. And this is a major aspect of this war. And I agree with you, it doesn't get enough attention, but I'm glad that you took my question about Elon and really highlighted that. So that's fantastic. Now, a couple more things I wanted to ask you about. What is your viewpoint on the new Speaker of the House and the fact that he was sworn in? I'm sure you've probably heard this, that he was sworn in as the 45th Speaker of the House instead of the 53rd, following the tenure of Nancy Pelosi, who was indeed the 52nd. And then we come to rediscover that the 44th Speaker of the House ended his tenure upon the establishment of the corporation back in the 1870s. So are these return to the Republic comms in your view? What are your thoughts on that? And what are your thoughts on the new Speaker?
Well, I do think the calm is there, that this is a return to the American Republican, sovereign form of government, which is exactly what it always was supposed to have been and what it was for a very long time. My thoughts on the new speaker, I think, remains to be sort of fleshed out. I don't want to comment yet because we really don't have a very long track record. I'm unimpressed by the vote to send billions in aid overseas immediately and then run to Sean Hannity. I am concerned that the largest entity that donated to his recent reelection campaign, which I believe was in 2021, was the Americans for Israel Political Action Committee, which is one of the largest political action committees in Washington, D.C. They have tremendous lobbying power across both sides, Republicans and Democrats alike. If you go look at their support record, it actually makes a lot of sense when you look at those who immediately chimed in for let's send weapons, to Israel and grease the military-industrial complex. But Speaker Johnson also refused to certify the 2020 election, and that's my hang-up. That's the hair in the pie, if you will, for me, as far as drawing a dead conclusion on him one way or the other. So I'm just sort of waiting to see. I'm heartened by that reality. I'm heartened by the focus on normalizing sexual behavior, which has been a big political focus of his for a while. I think it gets taken a little too far by some schools of thought. But I think that there does need to be some sort of moral, compass as it pertains to how we handle this concept of reproduction and sexuality and what men and women are spiritually and physiologically, right? Because now we're having to rebroach this silly issue with our generations of youth. And I think we're up to that task, but I'm heartened to see that this is someone who, in the levers of power in the House of We the People, the House of Representatives, that has this lens. So we'll see. My overall issue, I think, right now is how we're going to see the issue of the election, if it's going to be brought up in the House of Representatives or when it will be. I'd like to see him continue the investigations into the Biden crime family. I think that he will. But as it pertains right now, in this here and moment in present time, I think my jury is still out.
Absolutely. Well, that's a fair response. He's only been there for a couple of weeks now, but there are some encouraging signs. But as you pointed out, there are also a lot of hangups, and I think those are very legitimate. One positive sign I had also heard is that he was set to release the entirety of the J6 footage. I think it was to the Blaze, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a good sign as well. And I'm curious. It just actually popped into my head. I wasn't really planning on asking you this, but Tucker Carlson, who I find myself agreeing with literally 99.999% of the time, he came out interestingly with a statement on a podcast that he was on when he was asked about RFK. And he said that essentially that he believes that RFK is going to take votes away from Trump and not Biden. And he said something along the lines of, there's nobody thinking to themselves, oh, I'm either going to vote for Kennedy or I'm going to vote for Biden. And when I saw that, I thought to myself, wow, this is a rare moment where I find myself actually disagreeing with Tucker Carlson, because I mean, I have nothing but respect and admiration for the man, but I really don't see it that way. And I was very curious to hear your thoughts, because certainly there's a lens you could look at it in terms of RFK and Trump being on the same page and on multiple different issues, or at least that's the way it appears. But I really don't see the angle that Tucker was kind of, trying to hang his hat on there, saying that, kind of unequivocally, that there's nobody who's really thinking in these terms. Now, I've always believed that RFK's primary function, first of all, that he is a white hat, that he's part of this whole operation, and that his function was to come in and essentially, with his name recognition and certainly his history of supporting many different liberal, quote unquote, liberal issues, that he would have a lot of credibility in the left, and he would be able to red pill them significantly and move them closer to the center, closer to the Democratic Party of old, closer to the JFK Democrats, as they're called. I've never really seen him as being a real contender with Trump. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts on this, actually, Patriot, they're split. I think that both schools of thought actually have serious support and a good justification, right? You've got RFK, who, for better or for worse, has managed to red pill a tremendous amount of the socially progressive left. This is a guy who, in a time where discussion about injuries from vaccinations, the dangers of modern medicine, the unaccountability that's present in some of the modern medical, regulatory complex, for example, and the lack of oversight. This is someone who he's been on this narrative for a very long time. And so we finally have a lot of liberal progressives who are free thinkers, who are willing to be patriotic when given the right information. But perhaps they don't want the sort of, red-blooded American attitude on life that a lot of the patriot community has. That are beginning to come around and say, well, this idea of, having control of these levers of powers, constricting the bureaucracy, accountability for the intelligence community, maybe these are not so bad after all. So in that way, RFK is actually really helping the patriot cause, right? Really helping to unite the country around some common themes and some common interests. My concern, and I think this might be Tucker Carlson's concern as well, is that all of the vaccine-injured patriots who voted for Trump and took the vaccine because Trump suggested they get the vaccine are now very angry, and they don't trust President Trump, and rightfully so. It's been a necessary tactic to be deployed, I think, in an irregular war, especially when you're talking about the war for the destiny of mankind. Because if we fail in this endeavor, then we lose ourselves forever, and our children will be resigned to lives of total digital slavery. So I think it is worth noting that those sorts of considerations have to be weighed when we look at the longevity of the human spirit, the longevity of the human identity. But there's a number of awakened patriots who are very, very upset at President Trump. And there's a number of vaccine-injured patriots who have the same sort of vitriol. And I could very well see them crossing the aisle for a candidate that has 20 plus years of essentially lobbying against and sort of taking to task the military, medical, industrial complex, which is what Pfizer and Big Pharma and the FDA, collusive circle have all created. My concern with RFK is that his appeal to the awakened community, the individuals who are realizing that pharma is bad, that vaccines do in fact cause autism quite a number of times, that there's an enormous correlation between sudden infant death syndrome and those first 6 shots that children are given in their first 12 months of being here in the world. And there's 6 shots for a reason, because they love their symbolism. RFK has a really good history of being able to say, I will disempower and take down the pharma cartel. And there's a lot of patriots that I think, when rubber meets the road and we start looking at rhetoric and actions, RFK has both, and President Trump has only rhetoric at this point.
Very interesting response. So do you agree with my basic premise? I don't want to dig too deep into this, but do you agree with my basic premise that RFK is a white hat, or do you think the jury is still out? Because if that is the case, then it would seem to me that because you make a very good point that there are a lot of folks out there. I don't necessarily know that I would, maybe they're more awake than they were back in 2020, but I would kind of categorize anybody who took the vaccine as being sort of a normie patriot who listened to Trump. And this is certainly a topic that I've been wondering about for quite some time. Is that I agree with you. This was a necessary tactic. This is war for really not just our planet, but really the entire universe, the entire. I mean, the scope can't get any larger, and most people don't understand that. And that's sort of alluding back to earlier portions of our conversation. But there are a lot of folks out there who took what they thought was Trump's advice, urging them to get the jab, and here they are, all of these few years later, having perhaps lost loved ones or developed health issues of their own, that they're very, very angry. And I've often questioned that. How is Trump going to square that with the American people, with the entire world, really? And I've projected really that was going to happen during some future military tribunals. But as it pertains to the election, if RFK, going back to my question, if RFK is a white hat and he's part of this operation to red pill the left, as I pointed out, it seems like at least portions of that could be backfiring. That's one way to look at it. But the other way to look at it is, I think both of us agree, we're not going to really get to the 2024 election without seeing military intervention anyway. So any thoughts on that? Do you want to drill into that a little bit further?
Well, as far as characterizing white hat, black hat, gray hat, I think RFK is probably somewhere in the middle. I don't think that he's part and party to an overarching cog operation that he's aware of, or if he is aware of it, it would be in a highly compartmentalized way. But this is a guy that I think we have to look at the overall gains here that are being made, not just in the kinetic world, but in consciousness warfare. Are we unifying the country more because he's running for president, or are we dividing the country more? I think when we dissolve political divides, we're probably contributing to a greater unification of the whole, because we have this guy who's reaching a class of voters who will simply turn the television or the radio or the live stream off if President Trump comes on board, right? If they're just not going to listen to the man. And that's not the 4 to 6% I think that Q says are lost forever. That's just that 20 to 25% of the population that's very, very brainwashed and gaslit, very prideful, I think, and very secure in their interpretations of the world and in how they believe the world to be. And it frightens them that it would be, so colossally different. And they're not willing to entertain something that's coming from President Trump, but they will listen to a respected, boomer generation or Gen X, politician that's of their sides, has sort of the same sort of progressive ideals, a lot of the same very liberal policy, lenses to look at the world through. I think that's very relatable. And we're broaching the topic of, vaccine injury, crimes against humanity being committed through the vector of modern medicine in a very effective way. So I think from a unifying point of view at a consciousness warfare space, this may be a necessary evil to, forward the mission of bringing the country together and uniting the country. A lot of people don't realize that when Barack Obama, when he was in office from 2008 to 2016, the entire flavor, one of the main purposes of that presidency domestically, was to destroy the American ability to resist totalitarian control. And that was to push divide, to create chaos and consternation, and to really flame fan the flames, of social and class warfare. And that's exactly what that administration did in a very stunning fashion. And so we have to bring the country together in this process. RFK for president, Kennedy, I think 2024.com, the website RFK for president, that was registered, the domain for that was registered in 2016. So this has been a longitudinal consideration, whether it's for the good or for the bad, or whether it's someone who's just sort of looking at the world in the future and waiting for the right time to run. And we really don't know. But what we can say is it's having a unifying effect, but it does have the consideration that you risk splitting some of the Trump MAGA base, because a lot of that MAGA base are very, very awake. A lot of that MAGA patriot community have been, on places like Rumble and Truth Social, or they've been to Trump rallies where a lot of these sorts of topics get broached in general conversation, right? So you've got a tremendous amount of that community that, as we highlighted earlier, is having a hard time reconciling the irregular warfare need of the rhetoric from President Trump and the different actions that the U.S. military was authorized to conduct under warp speed, with the reality of the vaccine injuries and the crimes that have come as a result of these companies having sort of unfettered access under this fake Biden administration to do the things that they wish to do. So this is going to be really, really interesting, I think, as we go through this process. And like you highlighted earlier, if we assume that a 2024 election is not even going to happen, or is not going to happen in the traditional way that it happens, where we go to the polling centers, we get the day off from work, we cast our ballot electronically, and then we hope it doesn't get manipulated. I think it's going to be a much more organized, much more closely monitored situation. And the net gain of an RFK candidacy for president is that we unite the country in very significant ways without losing anything at the end game, if the end game is zero sum already.
Absolutely. Well, SG, this has been a great conversation, and I'm going to hit you with, one last question. Let's kind of like a three-parter, but I'm going to keep it really simple. What key events, in your view, need to happen prior to the EBS? Do you think that Biden is going to, fake Biden, I always have to say, do you think that fake Biden is going to attempt to bring back the military draft? Because that's something that's been talked about a little bit. And does Trump come back and stop World War III prior to the November election?
I think that he will stop World War III prior to November of 2024. He's beating that drum so loudly that if he were to not do that, it wouldn't make sense in a longitudinal counterintelligence fashion. So that, I think, is absolutely going to play out, which means we're going to be brought to the brink, maybe even a conflict in progress, right? That threatens the existence of human civilization. So I think going through this period of time, what we see happening prior to the EAS is some sort of extreme destabilization of our societies in the West. Financial or black swan, I think, is part of that. Infiltration and different assets that have come across our porous borders, not just in the US, but in Europe as well. I think that's another consideration for that. And we would have to talk about those points for another time, because I also believe that there are multidimensional counterintelligence angles that have to be considered with those events and those circumstances as well. There are, again, gains and losses in this back and forth that we have. And if we can have a net gain, that justifies the losses when it comes to destroying the deep state and their ability to control the world. I think we see Biden attempt to stop, or one of the members of the administration, as we highlighted earlier, attempt to stop the electoral process completely. An internet shutdown is going to happen along in this journey, because Q tells us that, and I haven't been able to find just about anything that Q said was going to occur that has not occurred either over the last 5 years or up to this point on some sort of a delta. And we highlighted the Trump card earlier in the conversation just as one of many examples of that, right? The Israeli stand down order given for the Mossad and drop 2337. That's another excellent, relevant point to recent times and what occurred here in the last 30 days. So moving through this process, I think we see a tremendous amount of destabilization occur. I think the world is brought to a questioning point where we all have to acknowledge, now that we have capability to interact digitally with one another in real time, that this is not in any of our best interest, and that we all need to sort of look up, if we will, at those that are in the levers of power in our communities, states, federal offices, and things like that, and appreciate that they're not working on behalf of we the people, and that they're trying to start, essentially what amounts to an extinction level event. And that, I think, propels us through all of the other issues that we've talked about, because when mankind's consciousness comes around to the fact that that actually occurred, while unpleasant, and while we know that the justice from that emanates from that realization will be swift and furious and sort of final in its totality, that opens up a completely new realm of what is possible for we the people at a macro civilizational level moving forward, because our consciousness as a group, as a species, has now been expanded in a colossal fashion. So it's going to be very fun as we go through, turning the weapons of government and justice against them and destroying them permanently, moving through, I think, 2025 and through the remainder, frankly, of this decade. But beyond that, it's anyone's ballpark at that point. And I think it's going to be a very fun and exciting time for humanity.
Absolutely. Well, it's always a pleasure listening to you, SG. I could listen to you all day long. I always like to give my guests the opportunity at the end. I certainly know we've covered a massive amount of information tonight, but is there anything that we haven't covered, or is there anything you want to leave the audience with just in terms of final thoughts before we wrap this up?
I mean, I always leave on some sort of an optimistic note because I firmly do believe that we are in the greatest period of human history since the walking of Jesus here in the world. We are throwing off the power structure, and this time we're not throwing off an angle or a component part of that structure and leaving the beast's heart and the brains intact. We are bringing the entire Hydra down because in the information age, they can no longer hide. So our spiritual identity, our destiny as mankind is wrapped up in this. And we have to remember that this is not a journey, I think, for the faint of heart. We were chosen for a very difficult mission. We were chosen because we're right for it, because God knows that we're right for it. And it's going to be a very exciting time for us as we move forward and reclaim the levers of power and then put the system, the screws of the system that they built to torture us back onto them.
Amen, brother. Well, we had quite an audience tonight listening in on our live stream. So I just want to thank everybody out there for taking the time to listen. And I certainly know there will be many, many others who listen to this conversation. And like I said, SG, you're amazing. You really are a gem. The way that you break down all of this information, the way that you respond to all of my questions in such detail, it's truly amazing. I know that everybody out there in the audience appreciates it. So thank you so much for coming onto my platform. I'd love to get you back on soon. We'll do another follow-up conversation. But until then, everybody, I will be back with another report, hopefully in the next couple of days. I'm going to be having Jim Willie on the show, I believe, next Wednesday. So stay tuned. Thank you, everybody, for listening. God bless and Godspeed. Patriot out.
Well, wasn't that a day of news? A day of news. Wow. Bet you didn't think it was going to go that long. Yeah. Oh, boy. 9 hours, 37 minutes into this. And, yeah, it was necessary, start getting all these different points of view out there and get these interviews out. I should be back tomorrow with, and we know X22 and SGT during the daytime tomorrow. I'll probably be back around 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I hope you guys got something out of the stuff that we played today. It was a lot. I know that. I get it, but at the same time, some people come in, they'll listen for a couple hours and then take off and maybe catch it the rest of it at another time. And then some of you stick with it from the beginning to the end. And I appreciate that. Because I know that you absorb a lot of information. It's the idea of having as much ammunition as possible in order to get that information out to other people. So I know that I'm about to run out of power here. I can hear the generator doing its chug, 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 chug. So I'm going to end it here. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I will catch you again. Again, like I said, I'm hoping to have somebody here tonight to get gas for tomorrow. We will be back with you. God bless you. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Yeshua. Yeah. And on top of that, peace, love, and yogurt. Okay. Maybe not the yogurt. Catch ya.